everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Players descend. Good thing I have a traversal simulator. Chapter 161 to 200, Chapter 162. Traversal rewards. Chapter 162. Traversal rewards summary. Congratulations. You've completed a brilliant and glorious life. You have perfectly cleared this map. In this traversal, your life surpassed 98% of all traversers. You became the most feared and notorious evil overlord in the entire Empire Tempest world. You scorned the rules, disregarded life, and your atrocities earned you a place in hell 10,000 times over. All of Azeroth trembled beneath your undead army. Through sheer evil and madness, you nearly destroyed the entire world. Yet, your dark charisma was undeniable. Your subordinates including Hogger, Putris, and Kel'Thuzad remained absolutely loyal to you. The worshippers of your cult of the damned offered their pious devotion. Worth mentioning is that after your departure from this world, Varian Rin, who had become an undead warrior forced to fight for you, broke free from the control of the helm of domination through the nobility of his soul and unyielding will. He succeeded you as the new Lich King. Under his rule, Azeroth may enter a new era of order, but that is a different story, one of epic proportions. As for his deeds, perhaps you'll encounter them in another future traversal. Evaluation, S-World Exploration Rate, 88. Since your exploration exceeded 80%, you've earned a reward of 16 traversal coins. Due to the unprecedented and unmatched impact you made on world history, you've received an additional 40 traversal coins. As you perfectly cleared Empire Tempest, you've earned the chance to retain one of your talents in the real world. Because you achieved an S-level rating and cleared the game, Mad Clown Zhou Ning has now been updated to the hidden template Lich King Jester Zhou Ning. This template may appear during traversal under extremely lucky conditions. Due to possessing the exclusive title Lich King, traversals with this template will begin with Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination in your inventory. Congratulations, player. You've cleared the game. New maps and new features are now unlocked. You've gained access to view template tiers and perform template fusions. Please check the relevant tab for details. Please select your reward promptly. Option 1. Randomly receive 3 skills or specialties acquired during your traversal. Option 2. Randomly receive 3 items acquired during your traversal. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. This was, by far, his smoothest traversal yet. A template costing only 75 traversal coins had yielded suppression strength worth 750. The Mad Clown, with full knowledge of the storyline, was basically hacking the game, turning a disadvantageous situation into a complete stomp. Stormwind, Lordaeron, the Lich King, the dragons, the old gods, he either schemed against them or crushed them all underfoot. Once again, it proved one thing: in simulator worlds, personality matters more than power. Opening the template tab again, sure enough, the Mad Clown template was still there, but the select button had turned grayscale. The portrait had lost its former vitality, no longer exuding that wild, defiant energy. It now seemed to exist purely for collection and synergy purposes. That was probably for the best. The guy was powerful, yes, but also way too dangerous. Moving him to the hidden pool meant Zhou Ning wouldn't have to agonize over whether to use him again. As for the reward, Zhou Ning's expression turned strange. Was this even a choice? It was basically a single-option question. Sure, the first choice possibly included high-value mobility skills like Blink, or maybe undead summoning, and Death Knight skills from the Lich King. But the second choice might contain numerous dungeon summoning stones and even the legendary weapon he managed to bring out for the first time, Frostmourne. As usual, to boost his luck, Zhou Ning pulled out a bottle of Felix elixir and chugged it. Once the "you feel luckier" buff appeared in his inventory, he selected the second option. You have received Dungeon Summoning Stone, Purging of Stratholme. You have received Legendary Weapon, Frostmourne. You have received Epic Pet, Little Deathwing. Dungeon Summoning Stone, Purging of Stratholme, used to create a Dungeon Summoning Stone portal to the instance, Purging of Stratholme. It's a recorded echo of a legendary experience from your otherworldly adventure. You can enter it yourself or generate smaller dungeon summoning stones to offer as quest rewards. Legendary Weapon, Frostmourne. Type, Unknown Relic Damage, 759-215 for attack speed, 4 stats, plus 40 strength, plus 60 stamina, plus 50 spirit special. Targets killed by Frostmourne have their souls absorbed. Upon equipping, an immediate will check will be triggered. Due to the dark will residing in the sword, the wielder must pass a daily will check or suffer a range of debilitating effects. Failure causes non-evil aligned characters to shift toward evil alignment. Non-undead who fail may transform into undead. Evil undead who fail will have their souls completely absorbed by the sword. Required level, 60. Required willpower, 120. Equip effect, the wielder of Frostmourne becomes the new Lich King. Frostmourne. Epic pet, Little Deathwing. Click to summon a growth-type pet, Little Deathwing. Can be used for companionship and combat support. Affection, 50 damage, 23 to 59. Skills, Fireball Spit, Claw Strike, Low Altitude Flight, Dragon Roar. Soon, all the rewards appeared on his panel. Zhou Ning. He didn't even know whether to laugh or cry. He got the dungeon summoning stone and Frostmourne, sure, but Frostmourne. That thing's not a weapon, it's practically a death sentence. It requires 120 willpower to equip, which basically means anyone below that threshold is just offering themselves up to die. Even at 120, it's no guarantee. One misstep and you might turn undead or get your soul obliterated. In the short term, Frostmourne would just sit in his inventory, gathering dust. All he could do was stare at that cold, glowing sword icon, and itch to use it. Surprisingly, the pet seemed to be a delightful bonus. Zhou Ning tapped on the item and summoned it. On the table inside his tent, a tiny dragon flapped its wings into view. It had a triceratops-shaped head and jet-black scales. It looked cute but had a nasty temper. Zhou Ning reached out to poke it with his finger and was met with a burst of fire and a notification that affection had decreased. Little Deathwing's affection toward you has decreased. Current, 49. Looks like it's got quite the ego. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 162, Chapter 163, Purging of Stratholme. 1400 words. Chapter 163, Purging of Stratholme. This Little Deathwing was a rare growth-type pet. Given the simulator's track record of only producing top-tier quality, even though he didn't expect it to grow into the world-ending Black Dragon King from World of Warcraft, it was still a creature with battle potential worth looking forward to. Who knows, maybe it really could become a second Black Dragon King. For the first time, Molly's normally cool voice in his mind wavered. Outside of winning card games, is that the Red Ice Black Dragon? Zhou Ning. This bratty little sister must have played so many card games, she's hallucinating. Red Ice Black Dragon. What's next? Sly for the Sky Dragon. But taking a closer look, it did resemble one a bit. This little black dragon even had red eyes. Zhou Ning couldn't help but laugh. No wonder she mistook it. After chatting casually with Molly for a bit, Zhou Ning thought it over and tore off a piece of black bread to feed it. Unexpectedly, it wasn't picky. 1 gulp and it was gone. Little Deathwing's affection toward you has slightly increased. Current affection, 52. Alright, not bad. Easy to raise. Looks like it's an omnivore too, can even eat black bread. Definitely a keeper. Zhou Ning was rather pleased, so he tossed the whole piece of black bread to it, and let it eat freely. The little black dragon didn't hold back. It buried its head, and chowed down just like Bobby. Just as long as it didn't follow Bobby's example and smear poop all over the walls, it was fine. Molly, can you please feed it something decent? From what I know, dragons eat meat. I'll do better next time, Zhou Ning replied with a smile. He didn't expect his on-board nagging granny to have such a soft spot. Time to check the rewards. Detected, player has perfectly cleared Empire Tempest. You now have one opportunity to retain a talent from the simulation in the real world. Proceed with selection. Honestly, it was a bit risky. If he got saddled with a grey-tier talent like dyslexia, that'd be a disaster. This yes/no prompt was actually a thoughtful touch. But Zhou Ning didn't believe his luck could be that bad. You have received a purple-tier talent, criminal genius. You are a born criminal mastermind. Your plans are always meticulous and infused with a touch of madness. Zhou Ning. Well, that works too. Probably won't use it, but hey, better to have more skills than not. After tallying up his haul, Zhou Ning reopened the simulator panel. Both the new map and template tabs had a little red dot clearly, something new had unlocked. He clicked on the map tab first. Sure enough, a new map had appeared after Empire Tempest, a bold name, clashing blades and iron steeds. Obviously a war-themed map. No mistaking it this time. Maybe his rampaging tiger Zhou Ning would finally get a chance to shine. Even better, it was dirt cheap, only 80 traversal coins. The simulator was finally showing some mercy. That was 20 coins cheaper than Empire Tempest. Next, he turned to the Templates tab. Finishing the last map had unlocked a new function he hadn't yet explored. Looking at it more closely now, he noticed that every template he owned now displayed a level. Architect Zhou Ning was a white-tier template, Phantom Thief Zhou Ning was blue-tier, Mad Clown Zhou Ning, and Rampaging Tiger Zhou Ning were both purple-tier. Surprisingly, the ordinary office worker Zhou Ning, which had performed so pathetically it left him traumatized, was also purple tier, and even had a higher rating than the others. Unbelievable. In the temporary templates, Godfather Zhou Ning and Chivalrous Hero Zhou Ning were also purple tier. The only orange tier template was Dark Knight Zhou Ning. At first, Zhou Ning hadn't understood why, but then he remembered the dazzling money power talent. Of course money can move heaven itself. As for the newly unlocked template fusion feature, Zhou Ning read the description. It was actually pretty straightforward. Players can spend 10 traversal coins to combine 3 cards of the same tier into one new card. There's a 70% chance the level stays the same, and a 30% chance it increases by 1 tier. Felt awfully familiar. Zhou Ning couldn't help but smirk. He'd seen this system in at least 4 different pay-to-win mobile games. This simulator game had completely mastered the sleazy mobile game playbook. Impressive. At the moment, his template collection was still limited, so the fusion feature wasn't immediately useful. But one thing was clear: it would be very handy down the line. Judging from Dark Knight's performance, orange tier templates were clearly rare and powerful. If you could use 3 purple tier templates to make 1 orange, you'd hit the jackpot no matter how you sliced it. After wrapping up his analysis of the latest rewards, Zhou Ning took out a pocket watch, popped it open with a snap, and checked the time. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. Young men were full of energy, and it was nowhere near time for a break. He hesitated for a moment, then put away the still digesting little Deathwing, and pulled a Stratholme Purification Summoning Stone from his inventory. He chose to use it. A small, pitch-black stone tablet appeared in his hand. LV50, LV60 Dungeon Summoning Stone, Purging of Stratholme. Description: once a magnificent and sacred city, the birthplace of the Paladin Order, Stratholme now teeters on the brink of disaster. If it falls to the undead plague, it could spell catastrophe. Can you fend off the undead army and purify the city? Type: 5-player dimensional instance. Current completion count: 0. Highest completion rate: 0%. First clear party: none. The instance's level range was lower than he'd expected. In World of Warcraft, Purging of Stratholme was a level 70+ dungeon. But in this simulator's apocalyptic setting, it had been adjusted to 50 to 60, which matched his current level perfectly. Not that he was curious or anything. This kind of summoning stone would eventually become available to players. He just wanted to check it out ahead of time, so he could set a backstory that made sense for the world. When he tapped on the small stone tablet, an entry prompt appeared in his field of vision. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning confirmed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. Zhou Ning's vision blurred as the scenery shifted. He found himself in a wide, open plain. Nearby, a young knight with a golden mane wielding a warhammer, a burly warrior with a massive sword strapped to his back, and a stunning young woman were crossing the grasslands. Zhou Ning immediately realized these three must be the simulator's versions of the characters involved in the Stratholme event. The blonde one was Arthas, the one who looked suspiciously like a young Liam Neeson was Varian Rin, and the sweet-faced, busty girl in a blue cloak had to be Jaina. According to the Summoning Stone's description, this scenario was a projected reenactment of a legendary episode from another world. As for the actual events, he already had a pretty good idea. A prompt appeared on his screen: "You are a follower of Arthas, a knight of the Silver Hand. Your mission is to protect the key fortress of the kingdoms, northwest the sacred city of Stratholme from an undead invasion. Instance objective: survive this instance. Reward: 50,000 EXP. Optional Quest 1, kill Noel Hogg and his undead forces. Reward: 60,000 EXP. Optional Quest 2, eliminate 100 reanimated zombies. Reward: 70,000 EXP. Optional Quest 3, protect Arthas from turning into an undead. Reward: 80,000 EXP. Optional Quest 4, defeat the clown and his undead minions. Reward: 140,000 EXP. Instance achievements. Achievement 1, Zombie Siege. Kill 100 reanimated zombies within 1 minute during the Stratholme purification. Achievement 2, Curtain Call. Defeat the clown during the Stratholme purification. Instance failure condition: Death Note: death within the instance does not count as real death. You may only challenge this instance once per day. Defeat the final boss to earn experience and equipment. Use each chance wisely. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. So you could get equipment in this instance? Well then. No way he's getting any rest now. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 163, Chapter 164 Scourge Lord, Hogger. 1215 words. Chapter 164 Scourge Lord, Hogger. Although the experience rewards for this dungeon quest weren't particularly generous, the possibility of gear drops and potentially even extraordinary items made it well worth a full clear. That said, considering the mission description ends with a fight against a clown, the difficulty of this dungeon was bound to be ridiculous. In the worst-case scenario, the place could be crawling entirely with elite monsters. It was a 5-player difficulty dungeon, and trying to clear it solo was going to be a serious challenge. Zhou Ning glanced down at himself. Due to the dungeon rules, his current identity had been designated as a subordinate of Arthas, a knight of the Silver Hand wearing a suit of gleaming silver-white plate armor that radiated auspicious light. Fortunately, he still had unrestricted access to his weapons and skills. He opened the dungeon map. He was now just outside Stratholme. Thanks to the Scourge Plague, the air was thick with the stench of rot, indistinguishable from reality. Even the ground was barren and desolate. Night was falling. Ahead loomed a pitch-black forest, from which eerie rustling sounds echoed occasionally, sending chills down the spine. As usual, the dungeon map shouldn't be too large. Based on the simulator's storyline, Hogger should be nearby, and he'll show up with a swarm of spider fiends and gargoyles. Zhou Ning remained on high alert, staying in the middle of the party formation. After his observation hockey reached expert level, he no longer needed to rely on clan teachings to clearly sense his surroundings. It didn't take long for Zhou Ning to sense something unusual. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he called out loudly, "Heads up, enemies incoming." Even before he finished speaking, a pack of grotesque, dog-sized creatures came charging into view. Their jagged fangs and sharp-boned spines revealed their identity: ghouls. Arthas raised his hammer and hurled it at a ghoul lunging toward Zhou Ning. The number -280 appeared in blood red over the creature's head. Though stunned for half a second by the hammer of justice, the ghoul recovered almost instantly and sprang back up, snapping its jaws at Zhou Ning. These monsters are way tougher than I expected. Zhou Ning's pupils contracted. Due to the protection of the dungeon's rules, NPCs inside wouldn't question his combat style. That meant he didn't need to hold back. He raised his hand, summoning Ebony and Ivory, his dual guns, and fired 2 blazing rounds at the ghoul. The bullets were enhanced with armament hockey and ripple energy, further amplified by C.R. shooting techniques. The total damage neared 800, instantly blasting the ghoul apart. At the same time, the game interface displayed a prompt: Race, Undead. Template, Elite Attributes. HP, 415/695. Status, Healthy Skills and Abilities. You have slain Elite Ghoul. Contribution, 57%. Gained 9,200 EXP, Zhou Ning. His hunch had been spot on, even the damn dogs in this dungeon were elites. Absolutely absurd. And because of the dungeon's aggro system, he was automatically the top threat target for all monsters. Fortunately, Arthas and Varian Rin were tanking up front. With them holding the line, Zhou Ning could go full DPS without worries. No exaggeration, his output alone matched that of 5 average players. You have slain Elite Ghoul. Contribution, 72%. Gain 12,200 EXP. You have slain Elite Ghoul. Contribution, 65%. Gain 10,400 EXP. After the ghouls, the next wave of undead monsters came swarming in, cave lurkers that looked like barbed giant ants, and grotesque gargoyles resembling gray-skinned bats. Their appearances alone were menacing enough. Both types were ranged attackers, making them trickier for Zhou Ning to evade. That was when Jaina proved her worth. As a frost-oriented mage, she summoned a bluish glow in her hand. Surrounded by howling winds, she called down a torrent of icy blue light from above. In a flash, the swarm of cave lurkers and gargoyles were frozen and slowed, as if submerged beneath a surging blue sea, solidifying like coral reefs. The knights didn't hesitate. Following Arthas, they charged into battle. Varian, his black ponytail swaying, leapt high into the fray with his greatsword in hand. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate either. He tightened his grip on Ebony and Ivory and joined the fight. Up to this point, this dungeon had actually been quite favorable to ranged fighters like him. In fact, he couldn't recall a battle this resource-rich, Jaina controlling the battlefield, Arthas and Varian tanking up front. With that kind of setup, Zhou Ning could just stand in place and fire away. There was nothing to fear. But the next moment, Zhou Ning saw a towering, 4-meter-tall gnoll with a hideous face, its body wrapped in dozens of writhing purple tentacles. It held a massive flail in one hand. The moment it appeared, it charged straight at Zhou Ning, and raised the flail high. Kill them. Now this is getting interesting. Zhou Ning glanced around. Arthas and Varian were currently tied up fighting a gargoyle lieutenant, and couldn't assist him for now. He quickly retreated and raised Ivory in his right hand, taking aim at Hogger and pulling the trigger. He had paid close attention to his special ammo earlier, and the very first shot triggered its effect. A bullet wrapped in golden light tore through the air and pierced Hogger's body. It was a light element purification bullet. At that moment, a status panel popped up: Scourge Lord, Hogger. Template, Boss Race, Undead Attributes, Strength, 150 Agility, 45 Vitality, 152 Spirit. Willpower, 55 Charisma, for Mood, none. HP, 2826/3520. Status, Healthy. Shadow Resistance plus 100%. Shadow Resist Giant Creature plus 2000 HP, plus 32 ATK. Fear of Light minus 50%. Light Resist Other Traits Undiscovered. Chain Flail Strike Advanced Slam Advanced Flail Shockwave Expert Corruption Expert. Other skills undiscovered. Hogger froze for a moment from the impact, but the purple tentacles on his body writhed violently, whipping out toward Zhou Ning. Though he had anticipated the attack, Zhou Ning still didn't dodge in time, and was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. His health plummeted by nearly half. Perhaps because this was an undead-type monster, his observation haki couldn't fully track Hogger's thoughts or movement patterns. He'd taken the hit head-on. If he hadn't reacted in time and pulled back just then, with his current level 42 physique, that strike would have seriously injured or outright killed him. Hogger snapped back to awareness and swung his massive flail again, hurling it straight at Zhou Ning. A giant shadow rapidly loomed overhead. Zhou Ning urgently rolled aside and leapt into the air. The spot where he had just been standing exploded into a massive crater, sending shattered rocks and dirt flying. Purple tentacles danced wildly from Hogger's body, lashing at Zhou Ning from all directions. At the same time, the flail in his hand spun into a whirlwind, launching a fierce airborne assault. In terms of raw combat power, this Hogger gave Zhou Ning as much pressure as facing Leandro. And this was just the first boss of the dungeon. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 164, Chapter 165, Dungeon Storyline 1241 words. Chapter 165, Dungeon Storyline. Suspended midair with nowhere to dodge, Zhou Ning didn't panic. As he hung in the air, his gaze locked onto Hogger below. A wave of overwhelming aura surged down toward him. Conqueror's Haki. Hogger suddenly froze, the tentacles he had been flailing with also came to an abrupt halt. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhou Ning quietly landed on the ground, avoiding the tentacles still swinging through the air. Next, a delicate charm appeared in Zhou Ning's empty left hand. It was one of 4 charms he had looted from Wright Phillips earlier: Thorns, Imprisonment, Wave, and Flame. Each charm had around 10 uses. As the incantation in Ancient Fauric echoed out, a mass of thorny vines burst forth and rapidly expanded, wrapping around Hogger. Caught off guard, Hogger was instantly entangled and firmly bound to his original position. At that moment, Jaina, not far away, had also freed herself. Taking advantage of Hogger's immobility, her deep blue eyes grew darker, and a swirling frost aura gathered around her raised right hand. With a graceful motion, an enormous ice arrow formed instantly and shot toward Hogger at a speed almost impossible to dodge. As the layers of frost melted away, the ice arrow pierced cleanly through Hogger's body, leaving a bloody hole. All of the purple tentacles on his body writhed upward at once, lashing violently in all directions. His health bar plummeted. No wonder she becomes a legendary mage in the future. Her damage is insane. Zhou Ning couldn't help but be slightly stunned at the sight. But he didn't stop. After putting away the charm, he drew his ebony pistol with his left hand, calmly aimed it at Hogger, and pulled the trigger. With the hammer striking the firing pin, gunpowder ignited in the chamber, releasing thick smoke. From the dark muzzle, 6 shots rang out in rapid succession. When the 5th bullet was spent, the 6 carved from ivory once again triggered its special effect, a purification bullet imbued with light energy. Hogger's head snapped back as if struck by a heavy hammer. His savage gnoll face was pierced by the final bullet, and with a spray of red and white, it exploded into pieces. 1 shot, 1 kill. I've let you down. You have slain the boss, Scourge Lord Hogger. Contribution, 72%. You gained 32,000 EXP. After killing Hogger, Zhou Ning noticed 2 pieces of equipment had dropped. One was the chain hammer Hogger had wielded, and the other was a leather bracer. Hogger's beloved heavy chain hammer type. Hammer weapon / thrown weapon rarity, epic damage, 159 to 474. Attack speed, 2, attributes, plus 20 strength, minus 8 agility effect, can be thrown after equipping requirements, level 50, strength 90. Description, 5 crooked words are carved into the hammer, fight for the boss. Bracer of Dark Will. Slot, wrist type, leather armor rarity, rare attributes, plus 9 agility, plus 9 stamina. Equip level, 42. As expected, the boss dropped gear. Zhou Ning picked up both items without hesitation. His current level was exactly 42, so he could immediately equip the bracer, boosting his agility to 156, and his stamina to 72, another jump in combat power. Though it was only a rare item, in Apocalypse, equipment was notoriously hard to come by. Attribute-granting gear was usually classified as extraordinary and not commonly seen. They were typically crafted through high-tier manufacturing or found at auction. Zhou Ning definitely felt the thrill of the drop. As for the epic chain hammer, its high strength requirement and agility penalty made it utterly unsuitable for his build. However, it would look perfect displayed in his shop alongside Frostmourne as a store treasure to dazzle visiting players. While Zhou Ning was finishing off Hogger, Varian and Arthas were still engaged in fierce combat with a gargoyle boss named Harold Cortonos and its minions. Sword light and blade shadows clashed. Two burly figures built like WWE wrestlers completely surrounded the boss, leaving Zhou Ning with no opening to assist. As for the remaining mobs, they posed no threat to Zhou Ning's group. He even had the leisure to summon the little Deathwing, and let it hide behind him to leech EXP. Unfortunately, perhaps due to its lack of participation, or the level difference, by the time the battle ended, little Deathwing had barely made it halfway through level 1, far less than Zhou Ning had anticipated. Finally, as the number of gargoyles dwindled, Harold Cortonos realized something was wrong, and began to retreat. Zhou Ning was about to pursue when the screen suddenly shifted, and zoomed out. It was now transitioning into a cut scene. Arthas stepped forward, looked at Zhou Ning's group with resolute determination, and said, "I'm glad to have knights like you under my command. Listen, brave warriors. Head to Stratholme at once. We must battle that wicked clown and his minions and free the city from their evil grip." "Shouldn't we wait for Uther?" Varian asked. "There's no need to wait. Anyone who wants to save this land, follow me. Pursue those scourge vermin." With that, Arthas summoned his holy light warhorse and charged off after the fleeing Cortonos. Zhou Ning. He had just been about to speak when a system prompt appeared, "Talk to Arthas. Hear his thoughts. Follow his lead." Zhou Ning took a deep breath and shut his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. This was clearly a forced plot moment within the dungeon. Players had no way to interfere. If he guessed correctly, the only way to break this scripted sequence would be to simultaneously kill both Hogger and Harold Cortonos within a short window. As Arthas galloped off after Cortonos toward Stratholme, Zhou Ning watched himself appear on the city wall dressed in a purple suit with gaudy clown makeup. The figure turned around and, with a dramatic flourish, made a conductor's gesture like he was leading an orchestra. Flames roared behind him, and amid the thunderous explosion, Arthas was blasted sky-high. Seriously, Zhou Ning felt like he had just witnessed Arthas achieve ascension on the spot. His instincts as a demolition expert told him this lunatic had probably used triple the usual amount of gunpowder. Optional Quest 1 complete. Defeated Noel Hogger and his undead forces. Reward, 60,000 EXP. Optional Quest 3 failed. Protect Arthas from becoming undead. As expected, the dungeon storyline proceeded exactly as it had in the simulator. The clown opened his arms with a crazed, exaggerated smile and offered Varian and Jaina two choices. First, escort Arthas away immediately and seek out the nearby Lightbringer, Uther. Perhaps there was still hope to save Arthas. But if they did, all the townsfolk would surely die of infection. Second, enter Stratholme and attempt to destroy the plague barrels to save the entire city. Arthas has left the party. Jaina Proudmoore has left the party. Just like in the simulation, Jaina chose to escort Arthas and retreated, while Varian pushed onward into Stratholme, determined to rescue the townsfolk. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. Phase 1 wasn't particularly difficult, at least not for him. For level 60-ish players, it shouldn't be too hard either. The real challenge was whether or not it was possible to kill both Hogger and Harold Cortonos at the same time, and what came next. Phase 2. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 165, Chapter 166, Engineering Blueprint 50 Power Stones unlocked. 1396 words Chapter 166, Engineering Blueprint. Judging by the previous difficulty, and the direction of the plot, Zhou Ning felt that perhaps only by keeping Arthas and Jaina could he stand a chance of completing this. Because once Arthas and Jaina left the party, it meant losing a reliable tank and a controller. In fact, this run was practically a failure already. However, Zhou Ning wasn't planning on quitting the instance just yet. At the very least, he wanted to see what was coming next. Following Varian Rin into Stratholme, a foul, decaying stench instantly hit his nose. Yet, on the streets, quite a few residents still bustled about, appearing as if everything was normal. Zhou Ning had to admit the sense of smell in this game was surprisingly realistic. As he stepped through Stratholme's main gates alongside Varian, the screen zoomed out, transitioning into a cut scene. Varian planted his sword into the ground and paused, turning back to Zhou Ning. "Hero, you shouldn't have come. But I'm glad, truly glad, that in what may be the final moment of my life, I get to fight alongside someone like you. I've backed down too many times in the face of that clown. From Stormwind to Lordaeron, I abandoned my people and came to this forsaken land. But I'm done giving up. Now I have only one goal: to save those tortured by the scourge from the hands of that madman, or to die honorably in battle." Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed from nearby. The clown, a twisted version of himself dressed in a purple suit and grotesque clown makeup, stepped out from the shadows, clapping as he walked. Behind him trailed a brooding middle-aged man, and a grotesque abomination cobbled together from rotting flesh. "Well done, young king." The mad clown's lips curled into an exaggerated grin as he praised gleefully. "You remind me of an old friend. A dear, long-lost friend. And you, adventurer, your courage impresses me as well. To celebrate our reunion, I've brought you a little gift, a grand surprise." Zhou Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was his first time meeting another version of himself in a certain twisted sense. Based on his guess, every parallel world template truly existed. They weren't just cold, lifeless models. It was hard for him to imagine what sort of personal tragedy this alternate self must have endured to become such a deranged clown, a textbook case of a performative personality, utterly opposite from Zhou Ning's own reserved and grounded nature. The clown turned and looked at the middle-aged man. "Got a light, Putris?" "My pleasure." A small Molotov cocktail flew from the man's hand, igniting a nearby fuse. A moment later, boom. Dazzling fireworks erupted all around them, shooting high into the sky. Quite a few townsfolk even paused to watch curiously. As far as cutscenes went, this one, especially from a zoomed-out angle, was quite a visual spectacle. The mad clown raised both hands like a conductor, cueing the audience to applaud, laughing wickedly. As you can see, the residents here have long since been infected by the plague. The flame of life in Stratholme will be extinguished forever, and what can you possibly do? The camera zoomed back in. The cutscene ended, and in an instant, all the townsfolk on the street threw back their heads and roared, transforming into undead and mindless zombies that began wandering the streets. So densely packed, it triggered Zhou Ning's trypophobia. "Zhou Ning. Can someone tell me how the hell I'm supposed to deal with this?" Watching the gruesome scene unfold, Varian could no longer suppress his fury. He raised his greatsword and charged at the mad clown, but the latter twisted his body in an unnaturally awkward way, narrowly dodging the strike. In a blink, the purple-suited figure reappeared some distance away, snapping his fingers. Instance Phase 2, Purge Stratholme, has begun. Zhou Ning and Varian both experienced a brief moment of stiffness, and a new debuff, Fatigue Curse, appeared in Zhou Ning's status panel. Knowledge is power. Twin bolts of lightning flashed in his eyes as Zhou Ning silently recited his clan's motto. Without hesitation, he activated his racial trait, firing 2 rounds from his ebony and ivory pistols directly at the clown. A bullet hole appeared on the mad clown's purple suit. Above his head floated the number, -420. He narrowed his eyes and stared in Zhou Ning's direction. Mad clown, a Zhou Ning template, boss race, human class, warlock attributes, strength 85, agility 155, vitality Spirit 174, Willpower 85, Charisma 98, Emotion, Calm HP, 4150/4570 Status, Healthy Special Traits, Shadow Resistance plus 100%. Legendary Juggler, Unmatched Bodily Perception and Coordination, Weakness Insight, can easily identify and exploit enemy weaknesses, notorious 50% bonus to fraud, coercion, and brainwashing techniques, Lightning Reflexes, Reaction Speed plus 25%, bonus Agility plus 20, other traits unknown, Shadow Bolt, Master Level. Blink, Expert Level, Raise Dead, Master Level, Marksmanship Mastery, Expert Level, other skills unknown, so he's just cheating now, huh? A whole mess of legendary and elite perks, and somehow he's even above the current level cap. How the hell is anyone supposed to fight that? Just then, the mad clown snapped his fingers again, and a massive horde of wandering zombies surged toward the pair. As the ground visibly trembled, Varian's arms tensed. He charged into the swarm, greatsword swinging with fearless resolve. Fortunately, among this group of zombies, only 3 were elite class, the rest were just regular mobs. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Varian held his own effortlessly. A well-timed thunderclap cracked the earth beneath them, slowing all nearby enemies. With Zhou Ning's high DPS, the horde didn't last long under their combined assault. One of the zombies even generously dropped a blueprint. Schematic, World Amplifier Use, teaches you how to craft a World Amplifier. World Amplifier, Epic Purple. Use, magnifies the entire world for 10 minutes, or until you attack an enemy. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Note, only cutting-edge gnomish technology could create a device that alters the world. Requirements, intermediate engineering or intermediate precision machinery. Well, that was a pleasant surprise. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow as he picked up the blueprint. He hadn't expected such an interesting drop. This was a unique schematic from World of Warcraft, and its learning requirement wasn't too high. He could craft it right now if he wanted. Then again, whether it was truly useful depended on how it was used. Mishandled, it'd be nothing more than a toy. Zhou Ning learned it on the spot. After a brief cooldown, the second wave of zombies spawned. To be honest, they weren't all that difficult. Zhou Ning's output rivaled an entire average player party, and his survivability far surpassed ordinary players. Varian, meanwhile, was the perfect blend of tank and damage dealer. The annoying part was that the interval between zombie waves kept shrinking. During this time, the mad clown also began erratic hit-and-run harassment. Though he didn't launch a full assault, he kept flitting in and out of range, casting various debuffs and curses to wear them down. It was absolutely infuriating. Only now did Zhou Ning realize a major weakness of the gunslinger class. It was too focused on single-target damage, severely lacking in AoE abilities. His only AoE option was Conqueror's Hockey, but in such a prolonged battle, he simply didn't have the stamina to sustain it. After dispatching the 5th wave, the game interface displayed a notification, Optional Quest 2, Eliminate 100 reanimated zombies completed. You've earned 70,000 experience points. By this point, Zhou Ning's clan trait had long since expired, and his stamina bar was depleted. After surviving 9 waves, an abomination named Ramsden the Swallower entered the fray, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Ning couldn't hold on any longer, and in a flash of white light, he returned to his camp. Opening his pocket watch, he checked the time. He had spent nearly a full day in the instance, though only about 5 minutes had passed in the real world. The time flow was completely different. Instance purging of Stratholme failed. Recalling the details of the run, Zhou Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was just insane. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 166, Chapter 167, World Magnifier 1397 words. Chapter 167, World Magnifier. Even Zhou Ning, a veteran of countless battles, couldn't help but let out a sigh. The first stage had been manageable thanks to the assistance of Jaina and Arthas. It was a normal to hard difficulty level, with the only real challenge being how to quickly take down Hogger and Kurtonos to keep Arthas alive. A few more attempts would likely be enough to figure it out. But starting from the second stage, the difficulty spiked straight into hell mode. 10 waves of zombies attacked in relentless succession, leaving no time to breathe. On top of that, the insane clown's constant harassment and sneak attacks were absolutely shameless. Despite being a level 62 boss, its tactics were downright despicable. Zhou Ning hadn't even faced the clown head-on before the raid ended in failure. He suspected that even with Jaina and Arthas present, the clown would still have had another scheme up its sleeve. Zhou Ning silently lit a candle for the players who'd be entering this dungeon in the future. Though this run left him feeling a bit sickened, the rewards weren't bad. After grinding through mobs and completing 3 optional quests, he gained around 600,000 experience points. Even with players having massive experience gaining potential, that was still a very impressive haul. His experience reserves jumped to 2.6 million, just 900,000 short of reaching the 3.5 million needed to max out his Wandering Gunslinger at level 30. With one more day left, it shouldn't be too difficult to gather the rest. At that point, his combat power would definitely take a significant leap forward. He'd also gotten 2 pieces of equipment and 1 engineering blueprint. While none of them had amazing stats, they were barely passable as supernatural-grade items. Zhou Ning glanced at the leather bracers in his hand and promptly set them to hidden. Wait a minute. Zhou Ning blinked and noticed a red notification had popped up on his quest tab. When he clicked it, he saw that the History Enthusiast quest he had picked up earlier had somehow been completed during the dungeon run. This quest required collecting 5 supernatural items that were over 100 years old. The Bracer of Dark Will he had just obtained, despite only being of rare quality, apparently qualified as an antique due to its age. Adding in Frostmourne, which also had a long history, Zhou Ning had surprisingly fulfilled the quest requirements. History Enthusiast. As a history enthusiast, you are deeply intrigued by forgotten pasts. Collect 5 or more supernatural items that are over 100 years old, from either the real or simulated world. May 5th completed. He clicked to claim the quest reward, and a system message popped up. You have completed the hidden quest, History Enthusiast Part 1, randomizing reward type. Your reward this time is Specialization Reward Randomizing. Please choose one of the following 3 specializations as your reward. Zhou Ning clearly remembered the last time he got a randomized reward. It had given him the Ordinary Office Worker template. The initial excitement had turned into lasting disappointment. But this time, things were finally turning around. Not only was it a specialization reward, one of the options was even an elite-level specialization. Could it be his lucky day? Iron Will Basic greatly increases your survivability. Plus 25 stamina, plus 500 bonus HP, Keen Eye Elite. You notice details most would miss. Your identify and perception skills receive a major boost. Swift Runner. You're a speedster. Your movement speed while running increases by 30%. After reading the options, Zhou Ning pulled a wry smile. He wasn't sure if his luck was good or bad. He'd finally rolled an elite specialization, only for it to be underwhelming. Keen Eye wasn't terrible, but once your perception skill was high enough, it usually did the job just fine. As for Identify, that was a reward for promoting the Historian class to Advanced, which he hadn't even taken. That left Iron Will and Swift Runner. Was there really any choice to make here? Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. Iron Will. You have obtained the specialization, Iron Will. Zhou Ning glanced at his stats panel. The effects of this specialization were immediate. His margin for error in combat increased significantly. After completing History Enthusiast Part 1, a hidden follow-up quest appeared. Zhou Ning accepted it, and the task entered its next phase. Hidden quest can be triggered under special conditions. History Enthusiast. As a history enthusiast, you are deeply intrigued by forgotten pasts. Collect 9 or more supernatural items that are over 100 years old, from either the real or simulated world. Not bad at all, not too difficult either. Maybe, like this time, it'd get completed just by coasting through normal content. After settling the quest rewards, Zhou Ning turned his attention to Little Deathwing. After running one dungeon, the little black dragon had leveled up from 1 to 2, grown a bit in size, and its attack power had increased from 23 to 59 to 35-72, a major improvement. With that kind of monstrous growth rate, it was almost certain that this little black dragon would become explosively powerful in the future. The next morning, Zhou Ning woke up around 8 a.m. According to Edvin, the squad would likely depart for the meteorological tide tomorrow afternoon, which meant he had about a full day of free time. Even though I've temporarily left Darkland, why do I feel even busier than before? Zhou Ning chuckled and shook his head. He opened the flap window of his tent to get a breath of fresh air, but the swirling snow and biting cold quickly made him shut it again. He washed up with the fresh water stored in his tent, then took down the black trench coat and black silk top hat hanging beside his bed. Once dressed, he stepped outside. Today, his first task was to craft the world magnifier. Then he'd get back to business, serving as a skills mentor for the players. The snow still hadn't stopped. In fact, it had mixed with heavy rain, turning the accumulated snow into slushy muck. A dozen shirtless cadets were out there energetically clearing the streets. Ah, to be young again. Zhou Ning, bundled up like a dumpling, couldn't help but sigh. Under the falling snow, umbrella in hand, Zhou Ning followed the edge of the street to a shop in the town's northwest. Though the town was small, it had all the basic amenities needed for a player starter zone. As an intermediate tier blueprint, the world magnifier didn't require any rare materials, just a large quantity of copper ingots, a few silver ingots, and some shadow obsidian. In addition to gathering the necessary materials for the world magnifier, Zhou Ning also bought supplies for crafting bullets. Since he wouldn't be returning to Darkland anytime soon, and his stock of flame rounds was nearly depleted, he urgently needed to produce another batch. Shadow obsidian was a rare, or that appeared alongside copper deposits, and was worth around for roast hens. It could be bought right in town. After making a full circuit to gather all the materials, Zhou Ning rented an engineering lab in the local workshop and eagerly got started. Crafting bullets didn't take long, but the world magnifier was a bit more troublesome. His first attempt failed, but the second finally triggered a success message. You have crafted the rare item, world magnifier. You gained 8,000 experience. World magnifier enlarges the entire world for 10 minutes, or until you launch an attack against an enemy. Cooldown, 1 hour. Usage method, fire it. The final product resembled a laser gun. Zhou Ning gave it a moment's thought, then pointed the gun at himself. A beam of light hit his chest. When he opened his eyes again, the entire world had indeed grown larger. It was as if he had become Gulliver in the land of giants. A workbench that had once been under a meter tall now looked like a skyscraper, and Zhou Ning felt like he'd shrunk to the size of a thumb-sized gnome. That was the power of the world magnifier. It shrunk him down, and from the perspective of a smaller self, the world naturally appeared magnified. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 167, Chapter 168, Guild Recruitment 1576 words. Chapter 168, Guild Recruitment. The body shrinking effect lasted for 10 minutes. No one knew exactly how it worked. The so-called pinnacle of gnomish technology was always shrouded in mystery. Although engaging in combat would force him back to his original size, the miniaturized form could still be used for stealth operations, allowing him to slip into heavily guarded places unnoticed. In fact, Zhou Ning even had another idea. Once Little Deathwing grew a bit larger, he could shrink himself with the world amplifier and ride on its back, enabling short-range dragon flights. He deactivated the body shrinking effect and returned to normal size, then tucked the world amplifier away with great satisfaction. Just as he always said, this item's power depended entirely on how it was used. Next, Zhou Ning spent some time on-site crafting firearms and ammunition. Once all the materials were used up, he took out his pocket watch to check the time. It had taken the entire morning. Deciding not to waste any more time, Zhou Ning returned to camp and issued a task to Qingbai Wild Sake, who had just logged in. "You've triggered the task, spread the word." Zhou Ning would only be staying in West Lin Town until noon tomorrow. After that, he would join the Vic University expedition team for the meteorological tide exploration. The task required Qingbai Wild Sake to spread this news as widely as possible, encouraging any players who wanted to learn skills or make purchases to act fast. The task was similar to a regional announcement in other MMORPGs. But since the game Apocalypse emphasized realism, there were no such announcements. Qingbai Wild Sake accepted the task without question and quickly headed to West Lin Town and the forums to disseminate the news. As it turned out, Qingbai Wild Sake was more than up to the job. The news spread like wildfire, and when Zhou Ning returned to the town square, the number of players waiting for him had clearly swelled several times more than the past few days. As expected, people always needed a little pressure to act. The moment Zhou Ning appeared, the players swarmed him like a supermarket running a free giveaway. A rough estimate put the crowd at 2,000 to 3,000. Zhou Ning glanced over their levels. Most were around level 6 or 7. According to the persistent level rankings on the forums, the highest level player, Jin's, had already reached level 12. At that point, over half of the players above level 10 were wandering gunslingers, with only a few warriors and mages mixed in. This wasn't necessarily because wandering gunslingers were overpowered. It was simply that without Zhou Ning in Darkland to teach skills these past few days, they had nowhere to spend their experience except on leveling up. Zhou Ning felt like he had missed out on a fortune. Fortunately, the thousands of players now gathered in West Lin Town gave him some comfort. To show his appreciation, Zhou Ning added several new items to his personal shop this time. For instance, Frostmourne, standard superpower potion, and most importantly, the item he truly wanted to promote, the Starry Sky Guild recommendation letter. This was part of a plan he'd devised long ago, using the players of West Lin Town as the first test group. The letter was priced modestly at only 200 vectas, and was limited to 10 copies. This price was high enough to dissuade most ordinary players at this stage. Most of them only had a few dozen vectas in savings. Only real spenders or professional players backed by esports clubs could afford it. And those were exactly the premium crops in Zhou Ning's field of cash cows. Legendary weapon, Frostmourne type, unknown. Damage, 759-15 for attack speed, 4 attributes, plus 40 strength, plus 60 stamina, plus 50 spirit effect. Souls of those slain by Frostmourne will be absorbed. Equip, the wielder of Frostmourne shall become the new Lich King. Price, 200,000 vectas, requires 80 favorability with Wayne Sturwell. Quest item, Starry Sky Guild recommendation letter used to join the Starry Sky Guild and gain a chance to earn Wayne Sturwell's favor. Price, 200 vectas. Upon seeing the price of Frostmourne, the players paused to count the zeros, then burst out in disbelief. A legendary artifact. One player immediately spotted the key detail and exclaimed, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Holy crap, Frostmourne! A legendary weapon. Is this even something a poor guy like me is allowed to look at? Looks ridiculously high class, but at that price. Forget it. At current conversion rates, that's like 200 million renminbi. Even Sunken Star beneath the water probably couldn't afford it. Am I the only one who noticed the Starry Sky Guild letter? Compared to Frostmourne, 200 vectas isn't that bad. But what the hell is the Starry Sky Guild? Zhou Ning maintained a cryptic smile in response to their questions. It all came down to whether they had the insight to grasp it. A new guild was recruiting, and early joiners would be the founding members. First legendary artifact in the game. Frostmourne. Held by Wayne Sturwell. 200 vectas to join a mysterious faction. Is it worth it? Posts like these flooded the player forums like bamboo shoots after the rain. Frostmourne, Wayne Stirwell, and mysterious factions were all hot keywords, instantly capturing attention. Screenshots of Frostmourne and its outrageous price tag left everyone stunned. Damn, look at that damage, 759 to 2154. That's insane. My cheap little sword only does 39 to 78 damage, and it cost me 6 vectas. At Sunken Star Beneath the Water, your moment of truth has arrived. What's 200k vectas to a true whale? Why do I feel like Wayne Stirwell is getting more and more mysterious? Shouldn't artifacts like this only appear in Endgame? That's the difference between the protagonist and the rest of us. And as for the Starry Sky Guild, there were rumors it was the protagonist's faction. Sure, 200 vectas is pricey, but it might be worth it. It could give you direct access to the main storyline. Zhou Ning could only applaud the post. The more, the better. If he could, he would have created 10 burner accounts just to keep those threads at the top. Business boomed. Although no one had yet bought the Starry Sky Guild letter, guns, potions, and bullets sold like hotcakes, and his EXP shot up at a remarkable pace. 8 million, 3. 2 million, 3. 7 million. In less than an hour, Zhou Ning's experience passed 3. 7 million, rapidly closing in on 4 million. Then, as the forum threads continued to spread, the first Starry Sky Guild recommendation letter finally sold naturally to Qingbai Wild Sake, who already knew the guild's background. As a well-known content creator, money was never an issue for him. The moment he saw the item, he felt a jolt of excitement and bought it without hesitation. Soon after, another player bought a copy. The second buyer was a wandering gunslinger named Haicheng. Zhou Ning recognized him as a former pro player like XB, now retired and still very skilled. The surrounding players looked on enviously. With train services suspended, it was now extremely difficult to buy game currency. On top of that, they had been spending heavily at Zhou Ning's shop for several days. Most of them were flat broke. Zhou Ning handed the 2 letters to Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng, then immediately sent them guild invites. Wayne Stirwell invites you to join the Starry Sky Guild. Their hearts racing and hands trembling, the 2 looked at each other and clicked yes without hesitation. You've joined the Starry Sky Guild. You've unlocked the Starry Sky Guild faction reputation. Current status, neutral 0/300 inch. You are the first 2-player members of the Starry Sky Guild. Guild contribution plus 500. Current status, friendly 200/1000 inch, already friendly. Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng were both thrilled and surprised. They checked the contribution settings and discovered that contribution could be earned through faction quests, or purchased at a 2:1 rate, 1 vecta equaled 2 contribution points. By that logic, Zhou Ning had actually subsidized them 100 vectas. What a generous man. They also found that contribution points were linked to reputation, and could be redeemed for rewards. Since Zhou Ning had hidden the guild leadership from ordinary members, they couldn't see who was in charge. Instead, they went straight to the guild shop to browse available rewards. The guild shop was divided into a gold shop and a reputation shop. The gold shop featured many familiar items from Zhou Ning's personal store, such as the stone mask rental, devil fruits, fortune potions, and flight potions with names that screamed power. In the reputation shop, Zhou Ning had stocked some top-tier items for redemption, including a card containing a mid-sized mechanical construct, Hogger's heavy chain hammer, and most prominently, a dungeon summoning stone available for just 200 contribution points in absolute steel. LV10, LV20 Dungeon Summoning Stone, Gnomerigan description: the legendary gnome capital, the miracle city of Gnomerigan, has fallen to the Trog invasion. Its leader, High Tinker Mechatorque, was betrayed by his advisor, Psychothermoplug. Can you help them reclaim their home? Type: 5-player instance dungeon. Current clears, 0 highest completion rate, 0% first clear team, none a dungeon. Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng exchanged glances, their eyes lit up. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone Event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 168, Chapter 169, The Player's Challenge 1402 words. Chapter 169, The Player's Challenge. Absolutely fantastic. Even though a single dungeon summoning stone only had 3 durability points, meaning it could only be used to enter a dungeon 3 times, before needing to be repurchased, it was still totally worth it. If memory served right, this should be only the second dungeon discovered in the game so far. And it just so happened to perfectly match the player's current level. Isn't that exactly what makes the protagonist? Always delivering unexpected surprises. Even better, this dungeon was still completely unexplored, waiting for the 2 of them to be the first to venture in. With any luck, they might even snag the first clear. After a brief discussion, the 2 each spent 200 contribution points to buy a dungeon summoning stone, and planned to gather a party and test the waters. Seeing the notification that the item had been sold in the guild store, Zhou smirked and couldn't help lighting a candle for them in his heart. Unlike Stratholme, Gnomeregan only had a 3-hour cooldown. Though he hadn't visited Gnomeregan yet, based on the difficulty of purging of Stratholme, it likely wouldn't be a walk in the park either. They probably didn't realize just how fast their contribution points would burn. Though their conversation lacked context, many players caught onto the keyword dungeon and the place instantly erupted in an uproar. A few wealthy players even started buying in-game currency on the spot. The entire plaza became as lively as a farmer's market. Zhou was more than happy to see this. While standing around collecting money, all he needed to do was maintain a mysterious and inscrutable smile. He even had time to leisurely browse the forums. And sure enough, a few more players had just purchased invitation letters and joined the Starry Sky Guild. The in-game drama series had updated with 3 new episodes recently, but none featured him as the protagonist. Just like in his previous life, they focused on other countries' children of the plane. Episode 5 featured Puxami Shelley, the child of the plane from the Ruins Kingdom, a powerful alchemist and mage, albeit with a violent and twisted personality. The episode showed him battling a mutated fell demon, and the scene got extremely bloody. Episode 6 was about Emlyn, the Spear of Judgment from the Byron Republic, who ranked 7th in the last issue of Apocalypse Forecast. The video depicted his strategic battle of wits against heretics from the Sea God Church of the island nation Lavendel. The iconic scene, where his spear tip erupted with golden light, originally leaked by a player named Grantham, was featured in this episode, and was one of its highlights. Episode 7 was like Episode 1 in that it featured multiple children of the plane from different nations. For instance, there was Eugen Commons, a pirate from Lavendel, whose goal was to revive Lavendel through seaborne raids. Even the Walrus Kingdom had its own representative, Dick, a walrus shaman who, aside from his appearance, was basically a carbon copy of Cetic Bale. To Zhou, the whole thing had a pretty epic feel. These recent episodes were probably the system's attempt to flesh out the game's world-building. But the glaring issue was none of these new protagonists could match Zhou looks or appeal. Each had flaws in personality or charisma. Emlyn and Eugen were somewhat popular, but neither could truly compete with him. As a content creator, Qingbai Wild Sake naturally wouldn't miss any chance to boost his visibility. He quickly posted a thread on the forum with footage he'd just recorded. He even boldly announced that he would be live-streaming his dungeon raid death run into Gnomeregan. Most viewers responded with 666 awesome, while others began grumbling about their own countries lacking such cool protagonists. Why do only Bryston players get this kind of privilege? Discrimination much? We from the Ruins Kingdom want to do dungeons too. You can go find Puxami Shelley, he's your country's protagonist, isn't he? He's useless. Last time a group went looking for him, he nearly roasted them with a single fireball. As the NPC with the friendliest attitude toward players, Zhou once again found himself in the spotlight thanks to the ongoing discussion. The new dungeon brought both excitement and anticipation, and it was easy to imagine that once he returned to Darkland, even more players would join the Starry Sky Guild. It would be the perfect time to expand his backup team. After spending 200 contribution points to get a dungeon summoning stone, Qingbai Wild Sake waited in the plaza until he finally gathered 5 people to form a party. The party was. All 5 were roaming gunners. But neither Qingbai Wild Sake nor Haiching thought it was a problem. Let's be honest, how could the strongest class possibly go wrong? Let's go in and give it a shot. With some luck, maybe we'll get the first clear. Qingbai Wild Sake started the live stream. After the 5 selected the small stone monument, they clicked confirm without hesitation, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the crowded plaza. The 5 exchanged glances and found themselves in what looked like a strange city. In their field of vision, a number of red-named stonejaw creatures roamed nearby. A prompt appeared on their screens. You have received a request from Gnomish Chief Engineer Jelbin Mekatork. Save Gnomerigan. Can you repel the Trog invasion, slay the traitor Mechanier Thermoplug, and rescue this great city? Dungeon objective: survive until the end and save Gnomerigan. Reward: 6,000 EXP. Optional Quest 1. Kill 50 Trogs. Reward: 8,000 EXP. Optional Quest 2. Rescue the Advanced Robot. Reward: 9,000 EXP. Optional Quest 3. Kill the Electrocutioner. 6,000. Reward: 12,000 EXP. Optional Quest 4. Kill the Grand Traitor Mechanier Thermoplug. Reward: 18,000 EXP. Dungeon failure condition: party wipe. That's a crazy amount of EXP. The group stared at each other in disbelief. The current mainstream level was only 7 or 8, and regular quests, giving 2,000 to 3,000 EXP, were already considered generous. Even that level 10 dungeon in the Byron Republic only had 2 bosses, and gave under 20,000 EXP in total. Yet this one gave nearly that much just for completing one of the optional quests. Once the countdown ended, the dungeon began. The first wave of enemies consisted of 4 wandering trogs, ranging from level 12 to 15. Qingbai Wild Sake took a deep breath, cautiously approached, and fired a shot at one of the trogs, triggering aggro across the board. All 4 trogs instantly charged at him. Quick, take aggro! Qingbai Wild Sake shouted. In a frenzy, the 5 roaming gunners opened fire. Haiching managed to peel off one trog, but the others charged straight in, and down Qingbai Wild Sake in a single round of basic attacks. Your teammate Qingbai Wild Sake has died. What the hell? The remaining 4 weren't exactly eloquent, so what the hell was the best they could muster. Haiching drew aggro next. Though he kited and managed to kill one trog, he was soon swarmed and taken down. These are all elite mobs. How the hell are we supposed to win this? Haiching cursed at the combat panel. The remaining 3 didn't fare much better, and were quickly wiped out by the relentless trogs. Dungeon Gnomerigan failed to clear. This dungeon will be available again in 3 hours. They all stared at each other, stunned. That was it. They couldn't even get past the first group of mobs. Elsewhere, Zhou Ning hadn't seen the battle firsthand, but judging from how fast they came back out, yeah, it was a wipe. These players clearly weren't the type to give up easily, though they were already gearing up for the next attempt once the cooldown expired. Zhou Ning. At this rate, the dungeon summoning stone might just turn out to be the real cash cow here. By the time he closed up shop in the evening, every gun and potion he'd brought had sold out. His account balance had soared to 22,000 vectas, and his EXP total had reached 4 million. An incredibly fruitful day. And that was without bringing much inventory to begin with. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 169, Chapter 170, max level 1362 words. Chapter 170, max level. This also meant that the players in Westland Town had pretty much been harvested. Seeing all those zeros stacked behind his experience points on the game panel, Zhou Ning felt the unfiltered joy of cheating his way through a game. Meanwhile, the recorded live stream of the 5-man team, led by Qingbai Wild Sake, as they pioneered the dungeon had started making waves on the forums. Zhou Ning took some time to peek at it. Just as he expected, their first attempt ended in a total wipe right on the first wave of mobs. But on their second run, they got a lot smarter and came fully stocked with healing potions, bull power potions, and stone shield potions. Their thorough preparation was like equipping the perfect Pokémon at the perfect moment. By chugging healing potions like water, they pushed through with barely a hitch, cutting down several waves of monsters in a row, and even made it all the way to the first dungeon boss, a water elemental called Viscous Fallout. This water elemental had poisonous attacks and contagion skills, and it packed a punch. It wasn't long before the five-man team was wiped out again, utterly bewildered. Still, they didn't walk away empty-handed. Besides the massive XP haul, one of the kobolds they cleared dropped a rare firearm with +3 agility. In the end, Haiching spent 20 Vecta to secure it, which instantly sparked a frenzy among the players. They realized that not only did the dungeon have a full-fledged backstory, it actually dropped gear too. Players who had been on the fence couldn't sit still anymore. Many eager to tackle the dungeon scrambled to buy the Starry Sky Guild's recommendation letter. As a result, the 10 test run letters put up that afternoon sold out entirely in just a few hours. Zhou Ning realized he had underestimated players' spending power. Those who managed to get a dungeon summoning stone started recruiting teammates to form parties. Since one stone allowed 5 players to run the dungeon 3 times, pooling together 100 Vectas for 3 runs was a bargain. Quite a few teams were formed. But just like the plots of most Milan Kundera novels, gorgeous openings followed by tragic endings, players charged in full of enthusiasm, only to come out defeated and dejected. To clear the dungeon, players needed to rescue Nomorigan. But the less skilled ones couldn't even get past the first mob wave. The slightly stronger ones still got stuck at Viscous Fallout, getting wrecked into oblivion. Smarter players, though, chose to bypass Viscous Fallout altogether, and went straight to farming mobs in the back, completing side quest 1, kill 50 kobolds to earn 8,000 XP for free. This strategy was dubbed the Nomorigan Kobold Party. But most players weren't satisfied with spending so much just to farm regular mobs. They spent the entire evening furiously grinding the dungeon, getting stomped into a euphoric kind of despair. That's the 3rd time I've been blasted to death by the water elemental. This thing is toxic. No sh*t, it literally uses poison attacks. Of course it's toxic. Players, frustrated and tilted, flooded the forums with complaints about the dungeon's difficulty. Some pro players took notice too. Amid the salt, a few offered tips. Based on the footage, the water elemental's deadliest output is poison damage. If you can get a paladin to activate a resistance aura, you might just be able to kill Viscous Fallout. Reading that, Zhou Ning blinked. Antidote potions were a recipe unlocked through intermediate alchemy, something he had happened to master a few days ago while researching formulas. Now was the perfect time to make some and sell them to players, helping them clear Viscous Fallout. If he remembered correctly, Nomorigan had 4 bosses: Viscous Fallout, the Kobold Grubbus, the Electro Executioner 6000, and the Great Trader Psychothermoplug. Crafting antidote potions would not only help players with their progression and let them earn better rewards, it would also make Zhou Ning a tidy profit. After leaving the plaza, Zhou Ning immediately rented an alchemy lab and mass-produced a batch of antidote potions and low-tier healing potions. He stocked them in the Starry Sky Guild's faction coin shop. As a result, the players who were being tormented into nirvana by Viscous Fallout immediately took notice. Despite the high price tag, the newly stocked antidote potions sold out in seconds. Compared to his other income streams, this was just a modest few thousand Vectas, small change, but watching his wealth steadily grow still gave Zhou Ning a real rush. Cheating really was the ultimate productivity hack. Thinking back to how he used to grind away for a whole month just to earn 5 Vectas, he couldn't help but sigh. Around 8 p.m., Zhou Ning returned to the camp and headed into the mess hall. Rosie was on cooking duty again. Maybe because it was her last supper, the food was unusually fancy today. On her recommendation, Zhou Ning grabbed a beef sandwich, a steak, an oyster consommé, and some roast chicken, then made his way to a nearby table. If he were eating out, this meal would have easily cost at least 5 roast hens. Savoring a feast for free brought him immense satisfaction. Just as he was finishing up, 2 familiar faces approached him. One was Professor Wesley, his mentor. The other was Professor Raleigh, a warrior class instructor responsible for teaching physical combat and the one who had once flunked his previous self. "Good evening, Mr. Wesley, Mr. Raleigh." Zhou Ning stood up, doffing his cap and greeting them respectfully. Wesley gave a small nod, a rare smile appearing on his stern face. "Good evening, Stirwell. I've heard some things about you. Well done. But don't abandon alchemy. A little-known alchemist once said, a great alchemist can even outmatch truth itself. Guns can't do that. Blades can't. Fists can't." Zhou Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Professor Raleigh, meanwhile, chuckled. "But blades, fists, and guns can take down an alchemist." Zhou Ning hadn't interacted with him much before, but it seemed the guy had a pretty good sense of humor. He gave a slight smile, finished his meal, put down his utensils, chatted briefly with the 2 professors, and then headed back to his tent. Once inside, he shut the door and pulled up his panel to review the day's earnings. After one last wave of player farming, he was left with a whopping 4.6 million XP. He could finally max out his Wandering Gunslinger level. Zhou Ning could hardly contain his excitement. Ever since players entered the game, his level-up pace had been like a rocket, going from the low 20s to level 42 in just over 10 days. Once his Wandering Gunslinger hit level 30, not only would he unlock a new class specialty, he could finally begin planning for the Wandering Gunslinger's second-tier advancement. As for the name of that class, Zhou Ning had tentatively decided on Gun God. Right now, his Wandering Gunslinger was at level 25. The remaining 5 levels would require, conservatively, about 3 million XP. Level up. After painfully dumping a total of 3.72 million XP, Zhou Ning finally maxed out his Wandering Gunslinger. A prompt appeared on his panel. Your Wandering Gunslinger has reached LV 26, Agility +3 with an additional +0.5 from the Extraordinary Physique Specialty, Stamina +1, Spirit +1. You've gained 2 free attribute points. Your Wandering Gunslinger has reached LV 30, Agility +3 with an additional +0.5 from the Extraordinary Physique Specialty, Stamina +1, Spirit +1. You've gained 2 free attribute points. Your Wandering Gunslinger class has reached max level. You've gained an additional bonus of +6 Agility, +2 Stamina, and +2 Spirit. Upon reaching max level, Zhou Ning received another round of attribute boosts. But the real highlight came with the next message. Your Wandering Gunslinger has reached level 30. You have earned a class specialty. Please choose one from the 3 options below. Note, this specialty will apply to all Wandering Gunslingers. Choose carefully. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 170, Chapter 171, Elite Specialization. 1354 words. Chapter 171, Elite Specialization. With the system panel notification, 3 new options appeared. Rapid Fire, your speed with ranged weapons far surpasses the average. Attack speed +20%, and an additional +5% when wielding a revolver. Battle Expert, after entering combat, all attributes increase every 30 seconds, up to a maximum of +15%. The effect gradually fades after leaving combat. Firearms Genius, you excel at using all firearms. Every gun is equally deadly in your hands. While wielding firearms, your attack power increases by 20%, and your critical hit rate gains an additional +3%. As this was the ultimate specialization for a level 30 class, all 3 options were dazzling and nearly as powerful as elite specializations, making the choice quite difficult. The first option offered a massive boost to attack speed, allowing one to maximize the impact of supernatural bullets. With this boost, the Ebony could even reach a 145% firing rate, definitely worth considering. The second option was equally powerful, offering a stat boost every 30 seconds during combat. Not only would this enhance output, but it would also boost survivability and magic resistance, a truly overpowered ability. As for the third option, it provided a straightforward, raw boost, 20% more attack power, and a 3% increase in crit rate. Simple and brutal. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Ning chose the third option. Sometimes, simplicity is beauty. You have acquired the level 30 class specialization, Firearms Genius. Your specialization Firearms Genius shares traits with specialization Firearms Knowledge and Talent Firearms Master. Would you like to fuse them? This is a unique specialization other gunslinger players are unaffected. This specialization can actually evolve. Zhou Ning blinked in surprise. In the game Apocalypse, some specializations could indeed be fused. For example, Zhou Ning previously obtained Revolver Specialization Beginner. If he had chosen Revolver Specialization Intermediate at level 20, the beginner version would have been replaced, and the intermediate version would receive a slight boost. That was precisely why Zhou Ning had skipped that talent back then. Synthesis complete. You have lost talent, Firearms Master. You have lost specialization, Firearms Knowledge. Firearms Genius has evolved into Firearms Genius Elite. You excel at using all firearms. Every gun is equally deadly in your hands. While wielding firearms, your attack power increases by 33%, and your critical hit rate gains an additional plus 5%. This talent is universally effective for all firearms. Zhou Ning let out a breath of relief. If the original Firearms Genius was close to elite tier, the upgraded version could be considered top tier even among elite specializations. With a straight 33% increase in attack power, and that final line universal firearm compatibility reactivating both his Revolver Mastery talent and Revolver bonuses, Zhou Ning estimated that his actual damage output might have risen by as much as 40%. Terrifying, to say the least. With a healthy amount of experience points remaining, Zhou Ning didn't bother holding back. He instantly maxed out his Alchemist subclass from level 10 to 20. Factoring in the bonus from his extraordinary physique specialization, this class provided him with 5 agility, 15 willpower, 15 spirit, and 10 free attribute points. Advanced Alchemist had now reached the level 20 cap. Further advancement would require alchemy to reach the expert level, but Zhou Ning didn't have enough blueprints yet. Upgrading the Alchemist class had cost him about 600,000 experience points. With over 300,000 left, he decided to hold on to the rest for now. With 30 free attribute points remaining, Zhou Ning immediately invested 10 into Vitality, distributing the rest evenly between willpower and spirit to shore up his weaker stats. His total level was now 57, and his personal attributes were as follows: Strength 38, Agility 170, Vitality 105, Willpower 79, Spirit 87, Charisma 100. HP, 1760/1760 Stamina, 1060/1060 Willpower, 7979 Combat Power, 10,698 Note, your strength is now enough to establish yourself in this world, but your looks remain your most defining trait. His combat power had finally broken the 10,000 mark. With the natural growth from the ripple breathing technique, his strength had reached 38, and agility soared to 170. Combined with the elite tier Firearms Genius specialization, and its nearly 40% damage boost, Zhou Ning himself could hardly imagine just how devastating his DPS had become. Zhou Ning was confident that if he went all out, using every last trump card, he might not yet be able to defeat the most overpowered players he knew in the current version, but the gap was narrowing. At worst, it would be a 30-70 split, maybe even 40-60. More importantly, he still had room to grow. As long as players existed, he would never run out of experience sources. As the saying goes, a man with a sharp blade is bound to have killing intent. With my current strength, I should be able to start messing with the Curse God cult. Once I return to Darkland, the one who's going to have a headache will be Harrison Rivers. After maxing out the Gunslinger class to level 30, Zhou Ning noticed that the class transfer button next to it had lit up. Upon clicking, a prompt appeared, Class Advancement Requirements. 10 Class Specializations, Requirement Met Current, 7 Click to view for core buff skills, Requirement Met Current, 2 Click to view 15 active skills, Requirement Met Current, 10 Click to view. After reading through the full requirements, Zhou Ning received a new quest. You have triggered D-Rank Quest, Gunslinger Class Advancement Quest Description. The Gunslinger class you've developed has reached a bottleneck. To progress further, your gunplay must advance through practical application. Quest objective: defeat or kill 5 boss-level enemies using firearms. Reward: eligibility to advance the Gunslinger class. Zhou Ning. The advancement requirements were pretty harsh. He'd now have to enter a long period of skill fusion, a likely painful process that would involve continued skill hunting through the simulator. However, while the advancement quest seemed tough, it was actually the easiest part for him. If nothing else, bosses like Hogger, Harold Cortonos, Ramsden, and even the clown from the Purification of Stratholme dungeon all qualified. Worst case scenario, he'd just run the dungeon multiple times and knock them off bit by bit. Thanks to the antitoxin potion Zhou Ning had crafted, players finally managed to defeat Nomorigan's first boss, Viscous Fallout. The results were thrilling. They not only received a massive amount of experience, but also obtained the first rare-grade staff in the game, Watervine, a typical supernatural weapon. It provided +10 frost resistance, +3 spirit, and even granted the player a supernatural ability, underwater breathing. A true top-tier item that only required level 12 to equip. The discovery caused a stir across the forums and sparked a wave of motivation among players in West Lynn Town. By the time Zhou Ning returned the next morning with a fresh batch of potions and 10 recommendation letters, he was mobbed in the town square. Compared to the dungeon's incredible rewards, the upfront investment of 200 vectas seemed trivial. Groups quickly pooled funds to buy recommendation letters, making it well worth the price. By the time Zhou Ning wrapped up his final day in West Lynn Town and returned to the camp at noon, he had practically squeezed every ounce of potential from the player base there, earning himself a windfall of both cash and experience. Before leaving West Lynn Town, Zhou Ning also posted a lucrative follow-up quest for Qing by Wild Sake, who, as a commentator, would be temporarily accompanying him. But when he saw the hopeful look on Haicheng's face, he thought for a moment and gave him a follower quest as well. After some observation, Zhou Ning felt the guy had decent strength and, more importantly, was loaded. Worth nurturing. And with the coming meteorological tides full of danger, it would be helpful to have a meat shield to scout ahead. After all, players could be resurrected. He could use them freely and without restraint. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 171, Chapter 172, Entering the Meteorological Tide, 1305 words. Chapter 172, Entering the Meteorological Tide. Returning to the Vic University camp with Qing by Wild Sake and Haicheng, Zhou Ning found the place bustling with activity. Many students were rushing around, preparing supplies. For the vast majority of students, the meteorological tide was tied to the War of the Gods, and divine battlefields often meant countless treasures. As a result, most of them felt not even the slightest fear about venturing into danger. Instead, excitement and anticipation were running high. They acted more like tourists heading off on a treasure hunt. Zhou Ning even suspected some of them would have brought picnic gear and kites if they could. Zhou Ning also noticed that a few more professors from the Warrior Department and Meteorology Department had arrived at the camp. They were covered in dust, clearly having just rushed over. 2 of them were about as burly as the Hulk, exuding sheer combat power at a glance. Since today's lunch would be the last meal before entering the meteorological tide, the food was even more lavish than last night's. There was even fresh fruit salad and sea fish, though no one knew how they managed to get it. So much food. Qing by Wild Sake and Haicheng, both curious and excited, followed Zhou Ning into the dining hall. In the game, players did have a satiety stat, but as long as it didn't drop to 0, they wouldn't starve. So most players acted like camels, gorging themselves on enough food for a week, then not eating again until they had to. Of course, who could say no to a free meal? Imitating the others, they picked up plates and added some food, though they didn't dare take too much. Qingbai Wild Sake opened his video recorder and began filming material. He was especially fond of lifestyle scenes like this. They added flavor to his videos. In his opinion, this game was absurdly amazing. Even seemingly ordinary scenarios were packed with detail. No matter whose perspective you looked from, that person had their own behavioral logic and backstory. It all felt like a real, living world. Qingbai Wild Sake even overheard, not far away, the secondary male lead, Leandro, complaining to his companion about how the chef had overcooked the cucumbers yesterday, so much so that when he went to the washroom this morning, he found a strip of cucumber still stuck to his butt. Qingbai Wild Sake. He stared at the cucumber salad on his plate, lost in thought. That wild. Suddenly, he felt like he could never look at the second male lead the same way again. Nearby, the protagonist Wayne Sturwell had clearly overheard too, recoiling in horror and edging away from the two. Not feeling particularly hungry, Zhou Ning simply packed up some roasted meat and left the dining hall. At the nearby weather observation deck, Edwin was working with a female meteorologist in her late 20s or early 30s, measuring weather conditions. Her name was Rachel, the most popular female professor in the meteorology department. She stood nearly 1.8 meters tall and, while not exactly beautiful, she had a rather generous bust. At the moment, she was standing on tiptoe, collecting data from 7 massive metal rods. Meteorologists in this world had their own methods for forecasting the weather, but the most common technique involved these rods, gathering data from 7 giant metal poles and taking the median reading. After a while, Rachel came over holding one of the rods and a paper filled with notes. She told Edwin, "It'll keep snowing for the next few days, but the weather index near the meteorological tide's entrance looks relatively mild. At least for the next 2 days, we shouldn't see any extreme conditions." "I agree with your assessment," Edwin said, also holding a rod and sheet. He squinted seriously through thick glasses, then smiled. "Then we'll set out at 3 p. Make sure all supplies are packed, no oversights." "Yes, Vice Principal Edwin." The students cheered enthusiastically. Since he hadn't brought much to begin with, Zhou Ning adjusted his cap and headed back to his tent. There he summoned Little Deathwing again. The tiny black dragon was curled up on the table like a boneless caterpillar, clearly lacking energy. But the moment Zhou Ning dangled a piece of roast meat in front of it, it perked up instantly and gulped it down with a loud chomp. Little Deathwing's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 64. Still in its hatchling stage, this little black dragon was greedy, lazy, and undiscriminating. It only took some simple feeding to raise its affection. It was surprisingly easy to care for. "Is that?" Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng, who had followed Zhou Ning, witnessed the scene, and felt Zhou Ning's aura of mystery level up again. "That's right. Its name is Little Deathwing." Zhou Ning chuckled. After playing with the little dragon for a bit, he stored it away once more. By around 2:40 p.m., the entire camp was ready. Nearly 300 expedition members were equipped with supply-laden backpacks and ready to depart. Edwin once again stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "This expedition into the meteorological tide may be dangerous. According to legend, this area was one of the 3 major battlefields between the sun goddess and the god of death. Death energy and weather anomalies are highly active here. In the past year or two, the meteorological tide has even shown signs of expanding. Just this year alone, it's grown by 37 meters. The first explorer, Count Robbins of Wisdom, failed to conquer this place. Our goal is to survey the outer regions of the tide to prepare for a more comprehensive exploration next time. Once inside, we'll split into 2 groups based on department. Each group will explore the perimeter, led by Professor Rachel and myself. The main exploration force this time will be the university staff. Bringing you along is mostly to give you first-hand experience. The weather inside the meteorological tide is wildly unpredictable. There are all sorts of supernatural creatures, many elemental monsters, and even some ancient, malevolent entities. Be extremely cautious. I've assigned powerful combatants and skilled meteorologists to each department. Stay close to your team, and don't get too curious. If you fall behind, it means death. The students exchanged uneasy glances. Many of them had come in thinking the tide wasn't very dangerous, treating it like a field trip. Edwin's words shattered that illusion. Now, everyone understood how serious this was. Qingbai, Wild Sake and Haicheng, however, were unusually excited. Among everyone present, they were the most relaxed. After all, they could respawn if they died. As long as they stuck with the protagonist, they were bound to reap rewards. Hearing Edwin mention death energy, Zhou Ning blinked thoughtfully, recalling a particular quest. In my previous life, I heard there was a strange old man in the eastern part of Darkland near the trade district who was collecting death cores dropped by undead monsters. If you gave him 10 or more high-quality cores, he could craft an alchemy potion that increased mental strength. Really useful. These collection-type quests were usually repeatable. With this opportunity to enter the meteorological tide, it might be worth trying to gather more death cores. The entrance to the tide was located about 4 kilometers west of West Lin town. From the outside, it looked like a vast expanse of white fog, with only brief glimpses of swirling snow, gloomy skies, and a few towering stone pillars visible through the mist. The expedition team trudged through thick snow for about an hour before arriving at the entrance. Let's go. Time to head in, Edwin said calmly. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 172, Chapter 173, Splitting Up 1229 words. Chapter 173, Splitting Up. As Edwin's figure vanished into the thick mist, the other students followed one after another, stepping into the meteorological tide. Zhou Ning adjusted his hat with a tug, and didn't waste another moment. He strode directly into the fog. The instant he entered the mist, Zhou Ning felt as if he had stepped into another world. Though the area ahead was still shrouded in snow and fog, the density was far less than outside. Through the thinning haze, he could make out a vast complex of dilapidated castles and palaces in the distance, desolate and ghostly. Not far ahead, Vice Principal Edwin stood with arms crossed, clearly waiting for all the students to arrive. Zhou Ning instinctively glanced back. The entrance had already been swallowed by wind and snow. One by one, students continued entering the meteorological tide, curiously surveying their surroundings. Soon after, all the students had assembled within the meteorological tide. Edwin swept his gaze across them and said in a deep voice, "From this point on, we'll split into 2 teams to explore, one heading north, one heading south. Regardless of what you find, regroup here at noon tomorrow. The warrior, meteorology, and alchemy departments will come with me to the north. The mage, engineering, cleric, and history departments will go south under Professor Rachel's lead." Per his instructions, the expedition force naturally split into 2 teams, heading in opposite directions. As an alchemy student, Zhou Ning of course joined the northern team. It wasn't until after the teams separated that Zhou Ning realized just how stacked their group was. Himself, Leandro, Cressbraden-Reiser, Rosie Lilly, and even Warren Morton were all present. It was practically a gathering of plot-armored protagonists. Surely the team's survival odds were decent. At that moment, heavy snow fell inside the meteorological tide. Fog clung thick in the air, making visibility extremely limited. Edwin led the way, cautiously scanning the road ahead. According to the information provided by Wisdom, Count Robbins, if we follow the road straight ahead, we should reach an ancient ruin of indeterminate age in the north. That's our destination. There'll be a fair number of monsters along the way, but most of them will be handled by Professors Raleigh, Wesley, and other instructors. You all just need to assist from the sides. There shouldn't be much danger. Let's hope so. Zhou Ning nodded silently without a word. Before long, Zhou Ning squinted his eyes, sensing a mild but distinct threat. With his observation hockey, he could clearly see a pair of glowing blue eyes in the fog not far ahead. It was an enormous frost lord at least 10 meters tall, double the size of the one Zhou Ning had encountered on the train. It was watching the intruding expedition team from a distance. A massive aura of cold radiated from around it, freezing a large area of surrounding snow and suspending ice crystals in midair. A frost lord. It was a frost lord. In the kingdom of the walrus people, the frost lord symbolized ice and snow itself, one of the most loyal servants of the snow goddess. Facing this creature, Zhou Ning, now level 57, felt it would be a tough fight, but manageable if given enough space to maneuver. He should be able to take it down. Just then, a sudden howling wind erupted. The frost lord surged forward, unleashing an overwhelming tide of ice-blue energy that swept toward the group like a crashing wave. A chill ran up their spines. Edwin, standing at the front, immediately scattered a handful of yellow powder. In a flash, a blazing surge of magma burst forth from the ground, only to instantly freeze into black basalt under the ice. A wall of black rock rose beside Edwin, blocking the icy wave with an earth-shattering roar. Then, golden light shimmered in Edwin's hands, and the black basalt morphed into a row of jagged stone spikes that lunged toward the Frost Lord. The Frost Lord barreled forward with terrifying momentum and slammed into the stone spikes, sending shards flying. It crashed through where Edwin had stood moments before but struck nothing, sliding past. Professor Edwin is strong. Zhou Ning murmured in surprise. Edwin's secondary class seemed to be focused on earth element combat magic, or perhaps, like certain boss-tier NPCs, he was dual-classed, with specialties in both earth and meteorology. Quite formidable. Taking advantage of the moment, Professor Raleigh, Leandro, and several other warriors charged forward with greatswords raised. Although the frost aura slowed them down, the effect wasn't too severe thanks to their heated battle aura. Leandro in particular landed a mighty blow to the Frost Lord's chest, carving a web of cracks into its icy core. Zhou Ning surmised that Leandro likely had a specialty like weak point strike. That slash had struck the Frost Lord's ice core dead on, delivering a devastating hit. Leandro was flung backward, slamming into the ground. From midair, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Wayne Stirwell, wearing his signature black top hat, having circled around to the Frost Lord's front at some point. In the next instant, Wayne raised his arms, aiming a black and a white pistol at the Frost Lord. With a thunderous crack, the twin bullets tore through the crack in the Frost Lord's chest and embedded deep inside. In the blink of an eye, the colossal ice monster toppled with a crash, sending snow flying in all directions. A 40% attack boost from his gunner genius class, combined with a weak point strike just enough for a killing blow. The battlefield fell silent. Even though Zhou Ning felt it was a bit like kill-stealing, the sheer impact of the scene was too overwhelming. The massive Frost Lord collapsed like a felled tree before a lumberjack. Even Edwin looked startled by the shot. Zhou Ning holstered his pistols as a notification popped up on his interface. You have slain a boss-tier creature, Frost Lord. Contribution, 42%. You have gained 36,000 EXP, progress for defeating 5 boss-tier creatures with firearms, 1/5. A pleasant surprise. Zhou Ning hadn't expected to gain quest progress this soon, after entering the meteorological tide. Even a kill steal counted. Well done, Wayne, Edwin praised sincerely. Though the threat was swiftly neutralized, the skirmish still resulted in a casualty. A warrior student was hit directly by the Frost Lord and killed instantly. This served as a stark wake-up call for the remaining expedition members. This wasn't just a game anymore. The Frost Lord's ambush was only the beginning. Not long after, the team faced a second attack, this time from a swarm of iceworm monsters. But Zhou Ning didn't even need to act. Professors Raleigh and Wesley, who bore an uncanny resemblance to superheroes from back home, dealt with the creatures with ease. A while later, Edwin halted again. Taking a deep breath, he said, I suggest we rest here for now. According to meteorological warnings, a hurricane is expected to hit the area ahead. I don't know exactly when it will arrive, but to be safe, it's better to wait it out here. As the vice principal of Vic University, a senior bishop in the Temple of Earth, and head of the meteorology department, Edwin's authority in such matters was unquestionable. No one objected, and they quickly set up a temporary camp to shelter from the coming storm. Chapter 173, Chapter 174, Ruins. 1287 words. Chapter 174, Ruins. Although Zhou Ning had only just begun learning meteorology, he'd already heard more than once about the three cardinal rules of meteorologists: understand nature and respect nature. Never face a fully formed snowstorm or hurricane head-on. Always prepare for the worst when confronting extreme weather. Summed up in one line, never try to act tough in the face of a natural disaster. About 40 minutes later, the sky suddenly changed. The dim heavens filled with thick, goose-feather snow abruptly shifted to a dark yellow hue, with a clearly visible boundary between the sky and the clouds. A vast swath of dark yellow cloud cover swept across the area. A sudden violent windstorm, accompanied by torrential rain and lightning, sent the swirling snowflakes scattering in all directions. Amid the howling roar, a massive tornado appeared on the far side of their field of vision. It was the largest tornado Zhou Ning had ever seen. Even the most colossal of creatures seemed insignificant before it. Amid the lightning and the swirling snow and rain, it spiraled through the air. Wherever this terrifying tornado passed, snow was dislodged as if by an avalanche, and everything on the ground was swept into the sky. Zhou Ning even saw a hulking frost giant get sucked into the vortex, only to be shredded into icy fragments in an instant. "Get down!" Edwin shouted urgently. Bang, bang, bang. Almost instantly, the tent frames began shaking violently, nearly getting ripped from the ground and flung skyward. All the snow on the ground was swept up and pelted down like a hailstorm. Even those huddled in the wind-shadowed part of the camp felt as if the world were about to end. "Holy crap!" exclaimed Qingbai Wild Sake, who had nearly been blown away. "This really isn't a place for beginners, is it?" Since entering the meteorological tide, Qingbai Wild Sake had felt as though he'd stepped into a fantasy film. Everything was so astonishing that all he could do was silently film video footage. Luckily, the tornado didn't last long. Less than 10 minutes later, it dissipated on the spot, and once again, thick snow began falling. "We're good now," Edwin said as he got up from the ground, brushing off the snow. "It'll be nightfall in about half an hour. We can rest here for a bit, and eat something to regain our strength. But no wandering off alone, and don't leave the camp perimeter." Zhou Ning felt a strong sense of having survived a disaster. No matter how powerful one might be, facing a catastrophe like that head-on was surely beyond anyone's capabilities. No wonder nearly all powerful adventuring teams had a meteorologist as their leader. Because of the harsh environment, dinner consisted of nothing more than cold peanut butter and some bagels, but surprisingly, they tasted pretty good. In the meantime, Edwin issued some patrol assignments around the area. These were released in the form of daily tasks. To test a theory he had, Zhou Ning accepted the task and reassigned it to Qingbai Wild Sake, who happily went off to complete it. A few minutes later, as Qingbai Wild Sake returned from patrol, Zhou Ning received the task prompt: daily task, patrol completed. You gain 17,000 EXP. Your reputation with Vic University increased by 300. As expected. Zhou Ning grinned. It was clear now cultivating a few capable tools was going to be very advantageous. After about 20 minutes of rest, Edwin stood up. "Let's move out." Zhou Ning finished the last of his food, clapped his hands clean, and stood. He noticed that by now, most of the students were clearly losing their nerve, stark contrast to the eager enthusiasm they'd shown when first entering the meteorological tide. Soon, darkness began to fall. In the meteorological tide, the sky was perpetually misty, making it difficult to see the moonlight. Anticipating this, Edwin had people light gas-powered lanterns, illuminating a snow-covered natural trail ahead. Perhaps due to the recent tornado, they didn't encounter any massive monsters like the Frost Lord for quite a while. However, all sorts of unusual elemental creatures appeared along the way. Most of them were ice elemental, likely due to the extreme snowbound climate, and posed no real threat to the expedition team. As they walked, the thick snow overhead thinned, and under the lantern's glow, they saw a mist-shrouded, desolate half-collapsed ruin ahead. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and here and there lay broken stone slabs. What made people's skin crawl were the desiccated corpses in black uniforms belonging to the Kingdom of Bryston, scattered across the ground. They were likely left behind by Count Robbins of Wisdom and his survey team. Be careful. I sense necrotic energy nearby, and it feels strangely familiar, said Molly's voice in Zhou Ning's mind, tinged with concern. Zhou Ning nodded, his alertness now fully heightened. Because of the dense fog and pitch darkness, even Zhou Ning's exceptional eyesight could only make out the nearby black stone pillars, each bearing the ornate designs characteristic of the Four Heroes era. After inspecting the bodies, Edwin tapped 4 times over his chest, drawing the diamond-shaped sacred emblem of the Temple of Earth, and offering a prayer for the dead. These are definitely from Count Robbins' expedition team. According to his notes, they were attacked by monsters in these ruins. Some of the members died here permanently. Zhou Ning looked at the ground. Blade and axe marks could still be seen, along with traces of dark red blood, clear signs of a fierce battle. A history professor walked over to one of the stone tablets, knelt down, and examined it with a magnifying glass for a while before speaking. No doubt about it, this ruin matches the one Count Robbins described. The inscriptions on this tablet include historical records from the Four Heroes period, but much of the writing is too damaged. It'll have to be taken back and studied via rubbings. The professor didn't elaborate on what the text said but continued, what's odd is, judging by the wear patterns, this tablet was probably erected less than 200 years ago. Could the meteorological tide have a different flow of time compared to the outside world? No one really understands what goes on inside the meteorological tide, Edwin replied with a chuckle. Zhou Ning frowned slightly. He had keenly noticed that the dried corpses on the ground seemed to twitch just a little. Suddenly, a scream rang out beside him. A skeletal hand shot out from the ground, clutching at someone's ankle. Zhou Ning, standing right next to it, reacted immediately. Narrowing his eyes, he gathered ripple energy and kicked out with force. With a crisp crack, the skeletal wrist snapped, and the hand was sent flying. Thanks, the terrified student stammered, clearly shaken. Zhou Ning waved it off. Then he noticed that more ragged corpses nearby were beginning to sit up. Seeing this, Edwin halted in his tracks. From a pocket in his black priest's robe, he pulled out a silver-white necklace. Gripping it, he muttered an incantation in the ancient Phauric tongue, Holy Light. The necklace was instantly engulfed in radiant light, and silver beams materialized in midair. They rained down from above, enveloping the undead below. With bone-chilling screams, the dry corpses dissolved like snow under the sun, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once it was all over, Edwin put away the necklace and said calmly, as if nothing had happened, continue making rubbings of the tablet. Once that's done, we'll move on. That necklace must be some kind of unidentified relic. I guess the university's got more depth than I thought, Zhou Ning mused silently. Chapter 174, Chapter 175, Archibald 1279 words. Chapter 175, Archibald. It took nearly 40 minutes to make rubbings of the nearby inscriptions. Zhou Ning followed along, circling the site as well. He was also literate in ancient Phauric, and from what he could decipher, it seemed this ruin was somehow connected to one of the Four Heroes. Archibald. Most of the inscriptions were severely damaged and needed to be pieced together, but one relatively complete stele read, Today, I received a divine oracle from the Mother Goddess. It was a terrifying prophecy. The earth will turn to scorched wasteland, a plague that turns humans into zombies will spread everywhere, the weather will become chaotic, and countless people will die from plague and war. Wandering in despair, and the Mother Goddess told me, all of this is because of my brother, my comrade. Upon reading this, several history professors exchanged startled glances. If this stele had been recorded in Archibald's voice, then the brother comrade mentioned who could that be. The lack of historical records on the four heroes left them burning with curiosity. Only Zhou Ning had a faint idea of the truth. If he wasn't mistaken, that brother and comrade referred to another version of himself, the pirate king Zhou Ning. After the rubbings were finished, the team continued onward. The ruins were far larger than expected, with a stone-paved corridor stretching deep into the darkness. The sparse snowfall lasted for a while before suddenly giving way to a downpour. To guard against potential acid rain, everyone opened umbrellas crafted by Blyce. Under the glow of the lanterns, they could see restless undead wandering everywhere through the ruins. Some retained their human appearances, dressed in ornate clothing, aimlessly roaming about, not attacking, almost as if they lived in a different dimension. Others had lost all reason and lunged at the expedition team. There were many of these undead creatures, but their strength was average, mostly level 40 standard monsters. Leandro's blazing greatsword and the unidentified artifact in Edwin's hands were particularly effective against them. Zhou Ning noticed that Leandro's strength seemed to have increased since a few days ago. With his full power unleashed, they encountered no serious resistance along the way. Cress Bradenreiser also began to show her own strength. Like Leandro, she was a warrior and likely had some kind of special inheritance. Her swordsmanship was agile and precise, and her reflexes exceptionally quick. Zhou Ning also took the opportunity to make a few moves himself, harvesting a batch of undead cores. Not long after, the group had crossed over half the ruins and entered the true core of the area, the region surrounding the ancient structure. According to Edwin, this ruin was over 700 years old. White trees, unique to Bryston, were planted throughout. The buildings were overrun with weeds and vines, but strangely, there were no signs of collapse, almost as if someone had been maintaining them. "We're almost there." Edwin pointed toward a building in the distance, a look of excitement flashing across his face. Just then, Zhou Ning tilted his head slightly, having faintly heard light footsteps coming from within the ruins. The footsteps echoed from deep within the mist, close together, clearly more than one person. "Be careful." Zhou Ning immediately gave a warning, and the rest of the expedition team quickly reacted, holding their breath as they stared toward the source of the sound. Soon, they saw a group of raggedly dressed humans hauling stones through the rain, emerging from the mist and continuing further in. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. Using his observation hockey, he could clearly see them: pale faces, rotting skin, no signs of life. They were unmistakably undead. They seemed to be enslaved by some kind of supernatural force, laboring away at a construction of some sort. "Two of you come with me to take a look. The rest, stay here," Edwin said grimly after a moment of silence. He turned to Zhou Ning. "Raleigh, Stirwell, you're with me." He handed them each a potion. "This is a wind elixir. It boosts your running speed. If danger arises, don't hesitate, drink it immediately." Zhou Ning nodded and took the potion. Edwin gripped his umbrella with one hand and carried a lantern with the other as they moved deeper into the fog. After a while, Edwin suddenly stopped, his face darkening. In front of him was a massive white tree. Through the gaps in its trunk, they could faintly see what lay beyond. This area had thinner mist, and they could clearly make out a building that was being rebuilt. Likely due to the storm, much of it had collapsed, leaving only high stairs and rubble overgrown with weeds. Countless undead were laboring to move stones, completely ignoring the rain, working like tireless ants, thousands of them, enough to trigger trypophobia. What stood out most was a hooded figure on top of the tall stairs, radiating a potent aura of death. Even from a distance, Zhou Ning could sense the immense threat he posed. Though the mist still hung in the air, in a flash, Zhou Ning had already used his long-range sight to clearly see the figure. It was a man in a black hood, with blue flames burning in his eyes. His black robe was simple but ancient-looking, and on his chest was a large, familiar flame emblem. "Archibald," came Molly's stunned voice in Zhou Ning's mind. "Archibald." Zhou Ning was dumbfounded, unable to control his emotions for a moment. He didn't doubt Molly's words, but it was hard to reconcile this hooded figure with the statue by the Seton River. Historically, the fate of the four heroes was a mystery. If this hooded man truly was Archibald, why was he here? He felt a jolt like he was peering into history itself, brushing against something long buried. At that moment, the hooded man across from them seemed to sense their presence. He slowly turned his head and all the undead halted at once, turning their heads in unison to face the intruders. The uniformity of the movement made Zhou Ning's scalp prickle. Edwin shouted urgently. Zhou Ning's heart clenched. He didn't hesitate, immediately drinking the wind elixir. A gust of wind swirled around him, as his speed doubled instantly. Behind him, heavy footsteps followed. The undead surged like a tidal wave, flooding toward them. But with the help of the wind elixir, the three of them quickly fled the depths of the ruins and rejoined the main expedition team. We can't stay here any longer. Edwin exhaled deeply. Suppressing his own turbulent emotions, he relayed what they had seen, glossing over the identity of the powerful undead figure, merely emphasizing its overwhelming strength. Zhou Ning understood why. In the game's lore, Archibald was an apostle of the Earth Goddess, and one of the 5 saints of the Temple of Earth. He held great authority, even influencing the royal crest of the Fauric Kingdom with the Flame of Justice emblem. As the current High Priest of the Temple of Earth, Edwin naturally had to avoid acknowledging this revelation whether he recognized the figure or not. Let's leave the ruins for now. We'll return tomorrow in daylight, Edwin said darkly. During the day, the deathly energies won't be as active. The area should be much safer. The meteorological tide had no concept of time. Skies were perpetually overcast, so they checked their watches. It was 9 p.m. They set up camp outside the ruins and rested for the night. At daybreak the next morning, the expedition team began preparing for a second exploration. This time, fewer people participated. Most remained camped outside the ruins in relative safety, while only a dozen or so followed Edwin back in. Chapter 175, Chapter 176, Entering the Ruins 1493 words. Chapter 176, Entering the Ruins. When Edwin began counting heads, both Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng logged in one after the other. At first, the group had been surprised by the two's uncanny ability to appear and vanish without warning. But after witnessing them resurrect even after death, everyone gradually grew accustomed to it, ultimately accepting that they were chosen ones. This second expedition included 9 professors, as well as powerful combatants like Leandro, Cress, and Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning even brought along 2 players. Edwin didn't object. Before departure, he pulled several alchemical potions from his pocket and distributed them among the group. These are iron armor potions to enhance your defense, war god potions to boost your attack, and a few antitoxin potions. Don't be stingy, use them if you're in danger. Don't make mistakes. Everyone accepted the potions and nodded solemnly. After yesterday's experience, no one dared take things lightly. That morning, the weather was bizarre, an extremely rare winter snowstorm with thunder, coupled with intermittent acid rain. Lightning and thunder raged through the falling snow for a full hour before abruptly turning into a torrential downpour. Let's go. Only after the rain had been pouring for some time did Edwin finish his weather analysis and give the command to depart. The rain was heavy. As Zhou Ning approached the entrance to the ruins, a pungent stench of decay hit him. The fog within the ruins seemed even thicker than the day before. The layered storm clouds and pouring rain made the surroundings look apocalyptic. They had entered the domain of undead creatures. Nearby, weathered and tattered figures wandered aimlessly and tirelessly. Suddenly, the figures seemed to sense someone approaching. Slowly, they turned toward the group. They were corpses, rotting skin, blank expressions. After yesterday's experience, Zhou Ning understood that these corpses needed to be dealt with immediately. The number of undead in this ruin was countless. No one could guess what might be hiding in the shadows. The longer the fight dragged on, the more dangerous it became. This time, Zhou Ning didn't opt for firearms. Instead, he charged forward and unleashed a divine banishment. A blazing sword light surged forth, instantly engulfing a large number of corpses. Almost at the same time, Rosie Lily completed her incantation. Her alchemy bottle triggered a powerful fire spell that detonated in the midst of the corpses. Flames roared to life, incinerating nearly 10 corpses before they could even turn around. Not to be outdone, the fiercely competitive Leandro charged with his flaming greatsword and launched a leaping cleave. Everyone present was formidable, and their coordination was flawless. It didn't take long before they had wiped out nearly all the undead. When Zhou Ning eliminated the last one with a ripple shot, the battle was over. The fight didn't yield much experience, but Zhou Ning harvested around 20 fairly high-quality undead cores, making the trip worthwhile. The road ahead wasn't exactly peaceful either. Broken bones and incomplete skeletons littered the path. Though many high-level undead preferred to wander at night, the chaotic meteorological tides here made it difficult to distinguish between day and night. Zhou Ning saw with his own eyes a giant skeleton cloaked in black, dragging an enormous scythe, roaming through the thick fog. He wasn't sure of its strength, but judging by Edwin's wary posture and the extremely lethal warning from his own detection skill, it was not something they could afford to provoke. Given his own level, 57, for the system to warn him of extremely lethal, that creature had to be at least level 69 or higher, an ancient, malevolent being. They waited in place for 15 whole minutes, until the giant skeleton wandered off. Only then did Edwin let out a sigh of relief, and lead the team around from another direction. The weather on the next leg of the journey was wildly erratic: rain, then snow, then sun, and back to snow, followed by another storm. Everyone finally got a full taste of what meteorological tides really meant. With frequent stops to assess the weather and avoid potential natural disasters, they finally returned after more than an hour to the place they had retreated from the day before. Fortunately, this time there were no undead in sight. Perhaps Edwin was right. The death energy was less active during the day, and undead creatures preferred to roam at night. As they passed the collapsed building where they had encountered Archibald yesterday, Zhou Ning couldn't help glancing that way. It was empty, no one in sight. But the once half-collapsed structure had been completely restored overnight, as if it had never been damaged. The newly restored building didn't look like a residence, it resembled a floating mausoleum. It was eerily familiar, strikingly similar to the undead main base from Warcraft. Zhou Ning. He had a rough idea why the architecture here remained in such pristine condition. Undead creatures, tireless and unceasing, had silently taken on the work of restoration. Following a nearly invisible path forward, Zhou Ning saw more buildings, each resembling those floating mausoleums. Though they weren't ruined or collapsed, they were overrun with tangled, unknown vines and black vegetation, giving them an air of decay brought on by time. Before long, the group came to a halt. In front of them was a staircase made of black stone, astonishing in scale, with no fewer than 200 steps. To the west stood a broken bell tower, long devoid of a bell. This was the destination of their expedition, the ruin once visited by Count Robbins of Wisdom, only for him to return in defeat. Looking up at the grand structure, Professor Albert from the History Department said, "This is a classic example of church architecture from the Four Heroes era. Raymond Cathedral in Darkland uses this style, a spire at the top, the whole structure striving toward the heavens. A bell tower always stands on the western facade because, according to legend, the gods dwell in the Sea of Mist to the continent's west. The bells ring toward them for their ears." Quite reasonable. Zhou Ning surveyed the area and nodded in agreement. Edwin, unable to wait, took the lead and began climbing the black stone steps toward the main door. Soon, Edwin reached the entrance. He extended his hand, gripped the handle, and pulled the door open. With a rusty creak, the heavy doors slowly swung wide. Ahead lay a vast hall, classic in St. Raymond style, a long, narrow nave. Compared to the mostly intact exterior, the interior had seen some collapse. 2 of the 4 supporting pillar rows had fallen. The pointed arches of the pillars intersected in the vaulted ceiling like upward thrusting branches growing from underground, creating a strong sense of vertical momentum. According to Albert, this upward momentum symbolized reverence for the gods and yearning for the divine realm. The moment Zhou Ning stepped through the doorway, a system prompt appeared on his panel, triggering a new quest, Temple Exploration. You've accidentally entered a temple devoted to an ancient god. Try to explore it as thoroughly as possible to uncover the secrets buried deep in history. It was a B-rank exploration mission. The objective was to delve as deeply into the temple as possible. The final completion score would be determined based on how much of the temple they had explored by the time they left. Exploration quests like this usually only showed up in large team dungeons. If his guess was right, this temple was probably a team dungeon that had never been discovered in his past life. Exploring a high-level map like this would likely yield no less than 600,000 experience points, plus generous bonus rewards. Tagging along with this crew could mean a sizable windfall, Zhou Ning thought with satisfaction. Following the others into the temple in single file, Zhou Ning instinctively scanned his surroundings. He noticed a side door on each end of the hall, both shut. Leandra walked over and tried to pull one open. It wouldn't budge. Instead, bits of rubble began to fall from above, clear signs of potential collapse. "Don't touch anything," Professor Wesley scolded. Leandra withdrew his hand sheepishly and moved toward the opposite side. Zhou Ning chuckled and looked away. He noticed that the hall interior featured a steeply pitched gable in the Gothic style. Numerous vertical lines and buttresses divided the wall into 5 sections, and the buttresses were covered with vivid, ornate murals giving off a deep yet somewhat flamboyant atmosphere. One mural in particular stood out. The background was a war-torn, blood-red land. Gallows stood everywhere. The land was barren, even the trees had withered. Swarms of skeletons and zombies were advancing on a village. On the left, a wagon was fully loaded with priests in white robes. And behind the skeletons stood a towering man, gloomy expression, gray hair, holding an ice-blue greatsword. Zhou Ning. His pupils constricted sharply. He recognized the man in the mural. That was the Reaper. Chapter 176, Chapter 177, The Truth in the Lie. 1211 words. Chapter 177. The truth in the lie. There was no doubt about it. Zhou Ning had seen the Grim Reaper's portrait over 10,000 times in the Apocalypse game. The Reaper often played the villain or loomed in the background in many mythological tales, but his combat prowess was unquestionably formidable. Though he had mentally prepared himself, Zhou Ning still felt his mind freeze, and his scalp prickle slightly when he saw the Grim Reaper appear before him in the flesh. Could this place actually be the Reaper's temple? According to legend, the Grim Reaper was cunning and capricious. Though myth had it that he was jointly impaled and sealed away by the Sun Goddess and the Nature Goddess, many people still doubted whether he had truly perished. Zhou Ning's lips twitched slightly. Speculation was just speculation, after all. Perhaps the truth had long since been buried in history. He looked up and saw a shadowy corridor ahead, its end lost in darkness. Before long, the expedition team had finished exploring the entire hall. Although there were no major discoveries, the alchemical detection instrument did register a fairly strong spiritual signature behind a side door, likely indicating the presence of a supernatural item. Unfortunately, just like what had happened with Leandro, when a few of the professors tried to open the side door, they accidentally triggered a significant collapse. In the end, Albert could only regretfully declare that the interior had been completely filled with rubble, and mud. It would require a proper excavation team to open it up again. That left only one path for them to explore, the corridor at the end of the hall. Edwin withdrew his gaze from the murals on the wall and said, "Let's keep moving." He and Albert took the lead, progressing step by step down the corridor in the deathly silence of the ruins. The corridor wasn't particularly long. On both sides were reliefs depicting various scenes of war. Some showed the Grim Reaper receiving devout prayers from black-robed followers, others depicted brutal battles between humans and the undead, with the Reaper's solitary figure standing atop a bone dragon, overlooking the battlefield. Because of the angle, the Reaper's gaze seemed to fall directly on anyone viewing the relief, as though he were staring into the soul of every observer. Zhou Ning's heart suddenly began to race. Perhaps it was just a trick of the eye, but he could have sworn that the figure gave him a wink and flashed an exaggerated smile. Zhou Ning jolted in fright, cold sweat breaking out across his back. At the end of the corridor was a heavy wooden door. Without hesitation, Edwin reached out and pushed it open. With a creak, the light ahead dimmed significantly. There were no windows in the space beyond. It was pitch black, the kind of darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The only sources of light were the lanterns carried by Edwin and Albert. Fortunately, as a wandering gunslinger, Zhou Ning had exceptional vision and could make out the interior relatively clearly. Just like the main hall, the walls on either side were adorned with faded but richly colored murals. Most were too damaged to discern clearly, but a few remained intact enough to depict scenes of war or plague. Along both sides of the corridor stood four statues of varying forms: elves, humans, walrus people, and even a half-man mammoth. They were lifelike, indistinguishable from real beings. Perhaps due to the uncanny valley effect, Zhou Ning felt a constant unease as they passed through. He kept wondering if the statues might suddenly come to life. Apparently, the others felt the same. No one said a word as they walked through the line of statues. Only after they had moved past and entered a new area did someone finally speak up. "This should be a temple of the Grim Reaper, Keel," Albert said after examining the space with his lantern for a while. According to legend, Keel embodies lies, cold, and death, all of which align perfectly with the conditions outside. Ahead lay a forest of stone steels, densely packed across the ground. Each bore modeled characters etched in bizarre, twisted narratives. Judging by the decipherable fragments, these were short stories written by the Reaper to mock his victims. The frontmost stele read, "The Reaper's First Trophy. A northern woman skilled in archery. But those best at swimming often drown, and the Reaper thought dying by the arrow would best suit his aesthetic." This stele likely refers to the arrow goddess Boudica, Albert said excitedly. "I never imagined her death was linked to the Reaper." Other steles described various figures, like the walrus totem warrior, the half-man mammoth Katuwa who died in a contest of horn toughness against a diamond, and the elf mage Kylan who perished due to an accidental blow in a planned assassination. The largest and most eye-catching stele stood at the center. Its inscription read, "The Reaper's magnum opus, Archibald. A naive fool, a man who upheld justice, and ultimately betrayed it. He chose suicide as his final act, a curious journey with a mundane end. So the Reaper savagely tormented his soul, and made him a loyal servant." Archibald. Everyone present, professors and students alike, was stunned. In the annals of history, the fate of this most powerful knight had been even more shrouded in mystery than that of the wartime art troupe. No one knew what became of him. But now it seemed he had been turned into an undead by the Reaper. If nothing else, this discovery alone would shake the entire historical world. Edwin was also reading the stele. His expression darkened, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, he and Zhou Ning had come to the same realization. Zhou Ning also noticed some supplies left behind by a previous expedition, along with some dried, reddish-brown bloodstains. It was obvious that a battle had occurred here too. No corpses remained. Very likely, they had been turned into undead by some lingering supernatural force. After making rubbings of the inscriptions and gathering supplies, the group pressed on after about half an hour. Ahead were two side doors left and right, and a corridor leading further forward. Both side doors were locked. Though there was still a visible gap that might be pried open with a small knife, to avoid triggering another collapse like before, the group decided after some discussion to continue down the main corridor for now. At the corridor's entrance were strange markings resembling script of the dead. According to a folklorist who came with them, the inscription likely said something akin to "The living must not pass." The corridor ahead was extremely deep and devoid of any lighting. As they ventured deeper, they suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps echoing from within, growing louder and closer. The members of the expedition looked at one another in alarm. Even the bravest among them began to break into cold sweats. Then, Zhou Ning saw a figure emerge from the depths of the corridor, a man in a black hooded cloak. His eyes blazed with blue fire. His black robes were simple and archaic, and on his chest was an unmistakably familiar emblem, a large flame insignia. That was Archibald. Zhou Ning's heart leapt in shock. Chapter 177, Chapter 178, Awakening 1375 words Chapter 178, Awakening. Archibald's heavy footsteps echoed as he strode down the other end of the passageway. As he drew closer, Zhou Ning could finally make out his features. He wore a black hooded cloak, and his face bore a rugged, masculine look, with faint frown lines on his forehead. Strands of brown hair peeked out from under the hood. If not for his deathly pallor and the scattered corpse spots on his face, he would have been perfect for a leading heroic role. "It really is you, Sir Archibald," Edwin said in a low voice, pupils narrowing slightly. The other man didn't respond. His eyes, glowing faint blue, merely flickered. Zhou Ning cast a scan on him. Sure enough, the danger level showed as extremely lethal. That thought flashed through his mind briefly before being dismissed. He still had a bunch of trump cards he hadn't played. Turning tail now would be nothing short of cowardly. Besides, what if Archibald still retained some human consciousness? After some consideration, Zhou Ning made a decision. He opened the mission editor and quickly created a one-time quest, tossing it to the other two. One person stepping on the landmine would be enough. Communication attempt. Use the intelligence and charm of a chosen one to attempt communication with the undead creature ahead. Whether you succeed or fail, you'll receive generous rewards. Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng. They stared at the mission in disbelief, then looked at Archibald walking toward them from across the corridor. He didn't look like someone you could talk to. "I believe in you guys," Zhou Ning said with a smile. "Whatever, fortune favors the bold." Haicheng gritted his teeth, and accepted the quest ahead of the others. The reward was hefty enough that even dying once, and losing some XP, would still be a net gain. Following the mission's instructions, Haicheng mustered his courage and approached Archibald. Edwin, knowing Haicheng had resurrection capabilities, didn't stop him and silently watched him go. 50 meters flew by in a flash, but before Haicheng could even speak, Archibald's hand suddenly manifested a nearly 2-meter-long runic greatsword and brought it down on him. Haicheng didn't even get a word out before he was smashed into a blur of pixelated chunks. Seeing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but flinch. Damn, this bastard hits fast and hard. Half a minute later, Haicheng respawned just outside the corridor with a grin, delighted by the reward, 12,000 XP, and 100 contribution points. When he posted the rewards in the party chat, Qingbai Wild Sake was immediately consumed by jealousy and regret. If only he'd been a little quicker. But before Haicheng could savor his gains, a massive shadow appeared before him. Half a second later, he was slammed again, this time, like being hit by a dump truck flying through the air, and once again becoming pixelated carnage. Standing nearby, Qingbai Wild Sake witnessed the carnage and shouted, "Enemies behind us." Startled, Edwin quickly led the group out of the corridor. To their shock, 3 more cold, lifeless figures had appeared in the main hall. The one in the center was a hulking half-mammoth humanoid, over 3 meters tall, and 4 meters long. Its decaying body was riddled with pits and gashes, one horn broken, a crack across its skull. It held a massive blood-stained warhammer. Beside it stood a female elf, relatively more intact, clad in tattered elven floral garb, with patches of grayish-white skin exposed. The last was a tall northern woman, around 2 meters in height, wearing a pirate-style captain's hat. She had no weapon but radiated a dense aura of death. Zhou Ning's gaze instinctively drifted to the statues he saw. When they first entered, and as expected, 3 were now missing. No doubt, they were the very figures now standing before them. Just then, the 3 newly awakened statues simultaneously fixed their chilling gazes on the intruders. The half-mammoth charged straight at Rosie, the closest one. The elven woman conjured a crackling black energy sphere in her hand, while the northern woman mimed drawing a bow, pulling an arc of energy taut as a glowing arrow began to form. Meanwhile, from the corridor, Archibald's heavy footsteps grew louder. He was clearly on his way. Professor Raleigh reacted first. To Zhou Ning's surprise, it turned out he hadn't even been going all out earlier. As his body expanded, his head transformed into that of a leopard, his speed abruptly spiking. Sword in hand, he dashed toward the half-mammoth, moving so fast Zhou Ning almost couldn't track him. His greatsword clashed with the mammoth's massive hammer, sending both combatants skidding back 7 or 8 steps. The half-mammoth's charge was completely halted. Zhou Ning. So Raleigh was one of his devil fruit customers all along. If he'd known, he would have charged him double. With a helpless sigh, Zhou Ning realized they had no choice but to fight. And they had to do it fast. Compared to the 3 undead, Archibald was still the greater threat. He muttered silently, "Knowledge is power." Sparks of electricity flickered in his eyes. With the clan teachings activated, his skill levels surged dramatically. In his mind, he saw the northern woman's energy arrow nearing completion, about to be loosed toward the group. He pulled his hand from his coat pocket, arm bent, 2 pistols appearing in his palms, one black, one white. Casually, he raised the ivory gun and fired at her. The bullet seemed to land with prophetic precision, striking her nearly complete arrow. The arrow disintegrated instantly in a flash of energy. Meanwhile, agile as ever, Cress launched herself at the half-mammoth's head. The beast didn't even flinch, swinging its hammer at her. Cress used the impact to spring away early, then bent low and charged again, her blade slashing across its waist with a loud clang. "It's happening." Qingbai Wild Sake perked up and quickly aimed the recording view at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning glanced briefly at Cress, not yet joining the melee. Instead, he quickened his pace toward the center of the battlefield. As he neared the half-mammoth, he had already seen its next attack. With a swift sidestep, he slipped past the hammer blow like a walk in the park, coat flaring as he passed. He raised both the black and white pistols. With a thunderous shot, the bullet traveled a short distance and struck the northern woman. With the clan's power boost, it was a rare critical hit, the highest single-shot damage Zhou Ning had dealt so far. A screen popped up, "Based on your level, you've gained the following intel: Boudica total level, 66 class, Arrow Deity Template, Boss. Stats, Strength 51, Agility 154, Endurance 90, Spirit 25, Willpower 64, Charisma 12. Status, Weakened HP, 2235/3200. Special traits, Undead Body, Pain Immunity, Dark Resistance, Eagle Eye. Others unknown. Skills, Archery Divine, Eagle Eye Divine, Others unknown, a triple advanced class, Boss Template. Yet Boudica's stats, in her weakened state, were barely on par with Zhou Ning's first-tier self. Classic Glass Cannon. As a ranged class, she clearly couldn't handle close combat. A total pushover. "Goodbye," Zhou Ning muttered. He didn't plan to show mercy. He raised the muzzle and pulled the trigger. On the 4th shot, the bullet's ice effect from the enchanted ammo activated, slightly slowing Boudica's movement. As she faltered mid-aim, Zhou Ning fired again. The 5th bullet sealed her fate. Empowered by both hockey and ripple energy, the golden bullet pierced her forehead, igniting a sacred, pure flame where it struck. "You have slain the boss-class creature, Arrow Deity Boudica. 100% participation. You gain 76,000 XP. Boss kills with firearms, 2 out of 5. At that moment, Archibald reached the corridor's exit. Edwin, already prepared, activated the mysterious artifact necklace. A holy light beamed down from above, enveloping Archibald. The entire hall was lit up like daylight. Archibald seemed largely unaffected, only minor burns marked his face and hands. His eyes glowed bright blue as he raised his 2-meter-long runic sword and charged at Edwin. A black sword slash followed in its wake, but Leandro intercepted it, coughing blood as he was flung back. His left arm became sheathed in thick frost. Chapter 178, Chapter 179, Predicament 1029 words. Chapter 179, Predicament so strong. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. He could tell that during Leandro's attack just now, he had activated his unique skill, hot-blooded focus. This was clear from the intense spiritual glow radiating from his body, and the shimmering visual effects that enveloped him. As a skill exclusive to a child of the plane, it temporarily boosts the user's combat power by 70% and grants immunity to all control effects somewhat similar to Zhou Ning's clan ability. But even with such an overpowered skill, and going all out, Leandro was still sent flying by Archibald with a single slash, coughing up blood on the spot. That alone spoke volumes about Archibald's terrifying strength. At that moment, Archibald turned toward Leandro. A faint skull suddenly appeared in his palm, and in the next instant, Leandro's body was being dragged toward him by some invisible force. With a burst of pale yellow powder, Edwin summoned a thundercloud. A bolt of lightning struck down upon Archibald, rescuing Leandro in the nick of time. Several more lightning strikes followed in succession. Archibald's body swayed slightly but quickly stabilized. With a half-turn of his massive frame, he raised his greatsword and swung it ferociously at Edwin. Archibald's runeblade smashed into the ground, instantly freezing the floor. Cracks spiderwebbed outwards with terrifying speed. Edwin immediately blinked away. At the same time, the necklace in his hand trembled lightly, glowing with light. A beam of pure, sacred radiance descended from the heavens once again, enveloping Archibald. This time, the holy light was far more intense than before. It was clear that Edwin's spirit was severely drained in exchange. However, Archibald wasn't caught. He suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging the holy beam. Yet he didn't continue attacking, he simply closed his eyes. Zhou Ning frowned. In his mind's eye, his observation hockey suddenly presented a vivid scene. Leandro rushed into attack, but Archibald gripped his sword with both hands, dropped to one knee, and plunged the runeblade into the ground. Instantly, the floor froze, frost spreading rapidly, and both of them were encased in ice. "Watch out!" Zhou Ning immediately shouted a warning. He quickly aimed his gun at Archibald and pulled the trigger multiple times. Compared to when he'd fought the arrow god Boudica, these 4 bullets each imbued with ripple energy, armament hockey, and even laced with Conqueror's hockey barely did 800 total damage. Just as he had seen in his mind, Archibald suddenly bent low, dropped to one knee, and drove his runeblade into the ground. The floor beneath them shifted from black to blue, and cracks radiated outward. The destructive power was horrifying. As the fractures spread, they didn't just devastate the terrain, countless undead erupted from the ground, launching attacks on all intruders nearby. At that moment, Archibald's status panel appeared. Based on your level, you can view the following information. Archibald total level, 72 class, Death Knight. Template, boss attributes, strength, 171 agility, 154 vitality, 290 spirit, 105 willpower, 94 charisma, 82 status, normal HP, 5994/6800 traits, undead body, pain immunity, dark resistance, defense barrier elite, terror charge elite, legendary tenacity legendary, others unknown skills, army of the dead master, raised dead master, oblivion master, frost strike grandmaster, rune mastery expert, others unknown. A boss level boss, with insanely high defense and 6800 HP. A complete nightmare for a damage dealer like him. It was already far beyond what he could handle alone. Zhou Ning's hunch was probably right, this temple must be a raid dungeon that had gone undiscovered in his past life. After his decisive strike missed, Archibald's cruel and malevolent gaze shifted toward Zhou Ning. But he was soon distracted again by the returning Leandro. Zhou Ning. He couldn't help but shiver. Since arriving in this world, this was the strongest enemy he'd ever faced. Could vampire Zhou Ning even stand a chance against him? Checking the remaining time on his clan technique, less than 2 minutes. There was no time to think further. While Archibald was entangled with Leandro and Edwin, Zhou Ning needed to focus on helping eliminate the surrounding undead as fast as possible. He turned to the other battlefield. Everyone had their hands full. Rosie, Warren, and a few professors were clearing the oncoming undead, but 2 students had already fallen to the horde. The fight was brutal. On the other side of the battlefield, a massive half-man mammoth raised a colossal warhammer and smashed it into the ground, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Opposite him, Cress leapt nimbly into the air, dodging the shockwave and slashing at the beast in return. At that moment, although still battling Professor Raleigh, the elven mage finally finished forming the glowing orb in her hand and hurled it at Cress. Caught midair, Cress couldn't evade in time. The orb struck her squarely, and with a loud smack, she was thrown backward, hitting the ground hard and coughing up a mouthful of blood. In her blurred vision, she saw the mammoth giant raising his enormous hammer high, but she had no time to react. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her shoulder and yanked her away. A massive crater appeared where she'd just been. The mammoth's hammer had missed. It was only then that Cress realized Wayne Stirwell had appeared beside her, saving her at the last moment. "Pay more attention to your surroundings during battle," Zhou Ning said curtly, then pulled her away again, narrowly dodging another attack. Cress wasn't weak herself. With Zhou Ning's help, she quickly recovered. After drinking a high-grade healing potion, her HP began to rise. She circled behind the half-man mammoth and re-engaged the fight. Zhou Ning glanced at the remaining time on his clan ability, about 40 seconds, and his stamina bar was dangerously low. After catching his breath for a few seconds and swapping in a fresh magazine, he raised his ebony and ivory pistols and opened fire on the mammoth brute. -492, -596, -965, -462. After several rounds of heavy fire, the half-man mammoth finally crashed to the ground. You have slain half-man mammoth Katoa, LV-62. You gain 72,000 EXP. Bosses defeated using firearms, 3 out of 5. Chapter 179, Chapter 180, Cheating 1324 words. Chapter 180, Cheating, not bad at all, Zhou Ning murmured in approval as he racked the bolt. A spent shell casing ejected from white ivory with a crisp clink. The half-human mammoth, like the arrow goddess Boudica, was an undead boss still in its weakened state. Though it had high HP and attack power, its movements were sluggish, and its fighting was purely instinctual, far easier to deal with than a supernatural of the same level. With the boost from his clan instruction skill, it could only suffer in silence as it became a convenient source of XP. The hammer in the mammoth's hand was probably a decent extraordinary item, but Zhou Ning wasn't interested in it. Nor did he bother looking for other loot. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked toward the remaining female elf. After 2 days of intense combat, his remaining ammunition was almost depleted. The clan instruction buff had only 17 seconds left, after which it would enter a 4-hour cooldown. But he had no intention of stopping. From the last 2 kills, he had discovered something. The progress for the class change quest didn't seem to depend on damage contribution. Boudica had 100% of her own damage output counted as 1. The mammoth Katoa only had 27% of its damage dealt by him, yet it also counted just a kill steal, and still valid. It seemed all that mattered was landing the final blow. Compared to the other 2 bosses, the female elf mage was in an even worse position. As a newly resurrected undead, she could only fight on instinct. And being a mage, she was ill-suited for close combat, leaving her battered and bruised from the surrounding assault. Her only advantage was her exceptional spatial abilities. She could continuously blink to avoid damage, creating a strange sort of balance in the battle. Zhou Ning silently observed her, using observation hockey to track her movements. With 3 seconds left on clan instruction, he finally saw her next blink location. In a flash, he slid forward. His black trench coat flared behind him as both guns swung up to aim at empty ground -542. The crowd, who had just started rushing over, froze in stunned disbelief. What they saw was nearly miraculous. It looked like pure coincidence, 2 bullets fired at empty space, yet it was as if the elf mage blinked right into them. One after the other, both bullets pierced her body. And then it was over. In a burst of good luck, the special bullets from Ebony happened to trigger the light element effect that dealt maximum damage to undead. On top of that, a 1.9x critical hit occurred. The second bullet exploded with unprecedented power. The fire in the elf mage's eyes extinguished instantly as she collapsed. At that exact moment, clan instruction ran out. A system prompt appeared on his panel. You killed elf mage Kylan LV63, damage contribution, 19%, you gained 52,000 EXP. Boss kills via firearms, 4 out of 5. When it came to kill stealing, Zhou Ning had never feared anyone. After the elf mage died, she dropped an old-fashioned ring on the ground. With a casual twirl, ebony and white ivory vanished from his hands. Zhou Ning crouched down and picked up the ring. It was worn and weathered, with a barely visible carved portrait. To his surprise, it was an unknown relic. Traveler's ring. Allows the wearer to consume stamina to perform short to mid-range teleportation. However, there's also a chance of random teleportation upon being attacked. Origin. Crafted by the alchemist Wendigon during the Age of the Four Heroes, in memory of his late father. Wendigon carved his father's image into the ring, and used his incredible alchemical skills to create it. Effect 1. Allows mid-range teleportation similar to a mage's blink, but not limited to it. Effect 2. Wendigon again. Zhou Ning chuckled. Guess he really was my foster son in a past life. He felt an odd sense of affinity. Though he really wanted to keep the ring, he prided himself on being an honest man. Stealing kills was one thing, but looting gear. Not his style. Based on Edwin's earlier promise, everyone would get to choose one item freely after the expedition. He had already decided this ring would be his pick. Just then, as if sensing the death of his companion, Archibald once again dropped to one knee and plunged his rune sword deep into the earth. This time, the soil rapidly withered and decayed, as if weathered by centuries. Thin black threads spread outward from the blade. Moments later, hordes of undead burst from the ground once more. What made everyone's skin crawl was that even Boudica, the mammoth, and the elf mage rose again, swaying as they returned to the fray. It looked like it was time to play his trump card. Zhou Ning could only hope that his nearly ultimate self would deliver. He curled his lips into a smirk, opened his inventory, and selected an item he'd been saving for a long time. Epic Vampire, Zhou Ning character possession card activated. It will now disappear. In an instant, Zhou Ning's entire demeanor shifted. His gaze grew deep and ancient. He had entered the epic vampire state. You all go. Leave this to me, he said calmly. The moment he finished speaking, he dashed straight into the swarm of undead, moving so fast he seemed to teleport. Wait, Sturwell! Professor Raleigh shouted, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Zhou Ning had already plunged into the undead horde. In Raleigh's view, countless undead surged from all sides, completely engulfing Zhou Ning. Then, with a loud snap, Zhou Ning clenched his fist. A golden ripple spread from his palm. In an instant, several nearby undead ignited and melted in the blazing wave. The recently revived mammoth, now unarmed, instinctively attacked, rearing up to stomp Zhou Ning. But Zhou Ning didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed its foreleg. He clenched tightly and injected ripple energy directly into the beast. Scarlet-colored ripple surged into it, and within moments, the 3-meter-tall, 4-meter-long mammoth ignited in flames. Zhou Ning grabbed it with both hands, and heaved it into the air. Using it like a ripple-conducting weapon, he swung it in a wide arc. A shockwave burst out as undead creatures around him were flung away. Like a firework display, flames erupted in a full circle around him, oddly beautiful. 2 minutes later, he dusted the ashes from his sleeves and walked out from the sea of fallen undead, frowning as he looked toward Archibald. Edwin was using a third unknown relic on Archibald. A silver pillar of light engulfed the undead commander just as he was pulling his sword from the ground, but it did little damage, only leaving some new burns on his face. Instead of weakening him, it seemed to enrage Archibald. He stepped forward, and with a chilling wind, Edwin's ice armor and stone shield shattered layer by layer. But just then, Zhou Ning silently appeared in front of Archibald and reached for the rune sword. Zhou Ning's arm instantly froze over, coated in thick ice, but it was quickly melted by his scorching ripple energy. Edwin blinked away just in time, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale and haggard. He had already done his best to stall Archibald, but the power gap between them was hopelessly wide. 3 uses of unknown relics, and he still hadn't inflicted any meaningful damage. Meanwhile, both he and Leandro were seriously injured, spent forces on the verge of collapse. And now, as the hall began to shake violently, 3 more statues in the distance began to stir. This time, a greatsword-wielding warrior, a female cleric, and a walrusman were coming to life. "You all go." "I'll handle this," Zhou Ning repeated, his tone as calm as before. Chapter 180, Chapter 181, Exploration ends. 1337 words. Chapter 181, Exploration ends. Seeing that Edwin still had no reaction, Zhou Ning fixed him with a deep gaze, the corners of his lips absent of a smile. Edwin's pupils shrank involuntarily. Even though the other man was his student and held no malice in his eyes, in the instant Zhou Ning looked at him, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat, far more terrifying than even Archibald. He nodded unconsciously. By this time, the 3 reawakened statues had already charged into the hall. Along with them came a fearsome gray-black monster that looked especially menacing. It seemed a mysterious power was continuously reviving powerful undead creatures and driving them to attack all intruders. Leandro, who had witnessed the whole scene, couldn't help but exclaim with genuine admiration as he saw Wayne Sturwell step forward and grip the blade of the rune sword barehanded. In that moment, Leandro once again felt the same instinctual dread he had experienced over a month ago. Just like back then, facing Wayne felt like confronting a natural enemy, someone who could kill him at any moment. Clearly, Wayne hadn't shown his true strength during their previous fight. Just like Edwin, Leandro sensed a danger that exceeded even that of Archibald. "Let's go." Seeing the endless wave of undead flooding into the hall, Edwin realized this ruin was nothing like he had imagined. It reeked of a death god's aura. In fact, the area seemed to be under the influence of the death god's authority. Otherwise, there couldn't be this many undead continuously resurrecting and gathering here. Creatures like Archibald shouldn't have retained their strength from life. If they lingered any longer, they could all die here. After recovering a bit, Edwin quickly led the team in retreat, drawing the awakened statues and undead monsters away with them to Wayne Sturwell room to fight one-on-one. Elsewhere, Archibald looked up and met Zhou Ning's eyes. Within his hollow sockets, 2 bright blue flames burned. Without hesitation, he swung the rune sword at Zhou Ning. In an instant, white frost condensed in the air as a cloud of freezing, translucent mist swept toward him. Zhou Ning pulled his hat down and walked straight through the mist, unfazed. He raised his right hand and once again grabbed the rune sword squarely, completely ignoring the cuts tearing into his palm. In his epic vampire form, his regeneration was maxed out. Trading injuries meant nothing to him. A slight smile tugged at Zhou Ning's lips. As his palm gripped the blade, a brilliant white light flared from it, surging through the rune sword. Instantly, black smoke hissed from Archibald's hand along with the sound of searing flesh. Archibald let out his first scream of pain, and instinctively released the rune sword. But at that moment, his supernatural powers exploded outward. A wave of layered frost slammed into Zhou Ning, forcing him back a step as ice coated his arms and body. Dozens of translucent wraiths and spirits appeared in the air, surging toward their enemy. Holding the rune sword he had just snatched from Archibald, Zhou Ning calmly watched the ghostly swarm. He could feel the bone-deep chill radiating from their very souls, but he didn't dodge. He waited until they were almost upon him, until countless ghostly hands reached for his body before a layer of radiant, white energy rippled across his skin. The wave-like radiance, bright as sunlight, erupted from his body. With a crackling sound like fat sizzling in flame, every spirit that touched him was instantly reduced to ash. At that moment, even the ever-dedicated content creator, Qingbai Wild Sake, was left stunned. Wayne Sturwell glanced at the rune sword covered in sinister patterns, clicked his tongue in disgust, and just like his guns that appeared and vanished mid-battle, the sword disappeared from his hand as well. Wait, did he just loot the enemy's weapon like that? He casually tossed the rune greatsword into his inventory and launched another assault without hesitation. Leaning forward, Zhou Ning dashed ahead. However, to his surprise, Archibald's hand-to-hand combat was quite formidable. He continued summoning spirits and wraiths to attack, and although they were restrained by Zhou Ning's ripple energy, without a weapon Zhou Ning was evenly matched for the moment. After a brief scuffle, Zhou Ning saw Archibald aim his palm at him, from which dozens of black threads suddenly shot forth death's grasp. Zhou Ning felt himself being pulled forward uncontrollably. But instead of resisting, he used his extraordinary physique to halt himself mid-drag. Then, in a flash, he grabbed Archibald's arm and sent a surge of powerful ripple energy into it. A burning stench filled the air, and plumes of black smoke rose from Archibald's body. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, dark symbols lit up in Archibald's glowing blue eyes. Reflexively, he tried to draw his sword to strike, but his hand was empty. After a moment of stunned silence, black, viscous liquid suddenly spread beneath his feet, quickly expanding across the ground. From within the liquid, one black monster after another emerged and lunged at Zhou Ning. Despite Qingbai Wild Sake and Haiqing dying again under the black tide, the monsters posed no threat to Zhou Ning. Any creature that touched his ripple aura was instantly burned to ashes. Zhou Ning had no intention of letting Archibald off. He yanked him forward, clenched his fist, leaned back, and launched a devastating punch straight into Archibald's face. Direct hit. Archibald staggered backward, reflexively reaching for a sword that wasn't there. Zhou Ning took the opening to charge again, dragging him back and hammering him with a flurry of ripple-powered punches like a torrential rainstorm. Massive damage numbers flooded the interface like a waterfall. After 2 full minutes of brutal pummeling, Archibald's life finally hit 0. Wait a second. Zhou Ning paused, then drew his ebony and ivory pistols and aimed the barrel at Archibald's head. Smiling faintly, he bid him farewell. You have defeated Archibald LV, 72 Death Knight across levels. Your personal damage contribution, 92%. You gained 156,200 XP, and 1 legendary point. Cross-level kill bonus 15 levels, plus 150% XP. You gain 234,300 XP. Boss defeat progress via firearms, 5 out of 5. You have earned the right to create an advanced class. Zhou Ning's smile faded. He glanced at Archibald's corpse, bones shattered in countless places, and noticed that the log said defeated instead of killed. Could that mean he might revive again? Just then, another message popped up. The temple exploration quest had been settled. Edwin and the others had likely escaped the temple successfully. Quest: Explore the temple completed. Explore Grand Hall, complete. Explore Ritual Chamber, complete. Explore Statue Hall, complete. Explore Exhibit Room, complete. Explore Grand Altar, incomplete. Explore Underground Catacombs, incomplete. Quest rating: B. You gain 230,000 XP. You received Dungeon Summoning Stone, Temple of the Death God, upper floor LV. Zhou Ning let out a long breath. Though this adventure had been dangerous and exhausting, and even forced him to use some of his trump cards, the payoff was substantial. A point of legendary fame, something money couldn't buy, was well worth it. A definite profit. Zhou Ning looked at the 2 players who had just been killed in the black tide, and then revived. He casually crafted an exploration quest with a hefty reward just for them. Their performance had been solid, worth cultivating. Since he got the lion's share, he figured they could at least get some scraps. The quest had no requirements and could be turned in instantly. This left Qingbai Wild Sake and Haiqing ecstatic, and only strengthened their resolve to stick with him. After giving the rewards, Zhou Ning seriously debated whether to continue exploring. But after thinking it through, he decided to play it safe. If the upper floor of the Temple of the Death God was already at level 72, the lower floor would only be more dangerous. Better to quit while ahead and return once he was strong enough. Chapter 181, Chapter 182, The Reunion. 1234 words. Chapter 182, The Reunion. Greed breeds fools. At times, restraint is more important than desire. Zhou Ning stepped forward and activated his ripple, reducing Archibald's corpse completely to ash. He didn't know whether this would truly prevent the men from resurrecting, but he understood the importance of taking precautions. Along the way, he picked up a strange, gelatinous item with peculiar markings that had fallen to the ground. This was a supernatural material dropped only by Lord-level monsters. In the hands of a skilled alchemist or craftsman, it could be used to forge all sorts of supernatural equipment or even mysterious artifacts. Just like the traveler's ring made by Wendigon, which he now wore. At that moment, a bone-chilling wind swept through the hall, signaling that something new was unfolding. Zhou Ning paused, frowning slightly. He turned back to glance down the dark corridor, and listened to the increasingly erratic sounds of the undead he had encountered on his way in. Deep within the temple, he could feel an icy and formidable power drawing closer. He adjusted the brim of his hat, bowed slightly in that direction, and offered a polite farewell. No need to see me out. Although 6 minutes still remained before his main account was forced offline, Zhou Ning didn't linger to see what changes might occur. He immediately chose to leave the temple, taking the 2 burdensome players along with him. Navigating the winding corridors, Zhou Ning came across numerous groups of undead. He even passed the corpses of a student and a professor, who had died along the way, the latter killed by a harpoon-like weapon, likely the work of that undead walrus creature. Feeling the powerful force approaching ever closer, Zhou Ning held nothing back. He activated his unmatched mowing mode, cutting through everything in his path with fluid, unstoppable ease. He neither paused nor bothered collecting loot, charging straight through corridors lined with reliefs and murals, heading toward the temple's shadowy exit. Up ahead, by the dark archway of the temple's exit, the harpoon-wielding walrus creature paced back and forth. The chill intensified behind him, pressing in. Zhou Ning's eyes narrowed. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed in like a ghost. The 2 players behind him had been bracing for a hard-fought battle. Instead, they watched in stunned silence. The black trench coat fluttered slightly, and with one swift punch an explosive damage number flashed on screen. The savage-looking walrus creature's health bar plummeted in an instant, and it crumpled to the ground. You have slain boss-level creature, Walrusman Ike. Damage contribution, 47%. You gained 59,000 experience points. 1 punch KO. With the walrusman dispatched, the space ahead opened up, revealing the dim world outside and snow falling like goose feathers. Ignoring the 2 dumbfounded players behind him, Zhou Ning grabbed them both, stepped forward, and activated the teleportation effect stored in the traveler's ring. Their forms shimmered and vanished, reappearing moments later in a clearing far from the temple. At the same time, a frigid wind howled as a blurred female wraith shot from the temple gates, trailing swirling snow behind her. After a brief pause, she reluctantly withdrew back into the temple, the massive doors slamming shut with a final bang. As the 15-minute countdown ended, the possession effect of the epic vampire quietly faded. Zhou Ning felt the overwhelming power drain from his body, and let out a silent sigh. Compared to the first time he had used the possession card, this experience had left a much stronger impression. That near-overwhelming strength had shaken even him. It was a level of raw power capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Hulk in a pure fistfight. Still, recalling how he had acted during the battle, Zhou Ning couldn't help but fall silent. The vampire version of himself was just way too obsessed with putting on a show. It didn't match his usual low-key, reserved image at all. As he silently grumbled to himself, Zhou Ning pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. It was nearing 1 p.m. He looked toward the towering building in the distance. The exploration just now had lasted nearly 4 hours, easily the most dangerous adventure he had ever experienced. If he hadn't used that possession card, or had the traveler's ring, he doubted he would have made it out alive. Nearby, the rest of the expedition team still deliberating whether to retreat spotted Zhou Ning. Rosie quickly waved and called out, "Over here." Zhou Ning steadied his emotions and walked over calmly. Right now, his image was that of a strongman who had just defeated a powerful foe. He had to maintain that presence. He watched as Leandro approached him, and gave a respectful bow. "You're the bravest person I've ever met. You were willing to sacrifice yourself for your companions and face a monster like that one-on-one. My brother's death wasn't your fault. Let's put it behind us. If anything, I owe you now. No, you're misunderstanding. That wasn't me sacrificing anything. That was just the vampire template's built-in need to show off. Zhou Ning silently complained. By now, even students and professors including Cress had begun expressing their admiration and surprise. I'm just glad you made it back alive. You saved all of us. I wanted to stay and fight by your side, but I was in no condition to help, Edwin said, stepping forward with a smile. It was clear from his tone and expression that after everything that had happened, Edwin no longer saw Zhou Ning as just a student, but as a fellow powerhouse. You're too kind, Mr. Edwin, Zhou Ning replied with a smile. Honestly, I only did what I had to do to survive. I wasn't confident I'd win, but I was lucky I managed to kill Archibald. Edwin was stunned. He had assumed Zhou Ning had merely escaped from Archibald, not defeated him. After all, that was Sir Archibald, the Flame of Justice, one of the four heroes, a legendary figure. To prove it, Zhou Ning retrieved Archibald's rune sword from his inventory and handed it to Edwin. Incredible, Edwin muttered. After asking a few more questions, especially regarding the potentially even greater dangers still lurking within the Temple of Death, he took a deep breath and looked Zhou Ning in the eye. Vic University will remember your contribution. You have my full friendship. A system prompt appeared on Zhou Ning's panel. Vic University Affinity plus 5,000. Vic University, Respect 3,000/6,000 Temple of Earth Reputation plus 1,000 Temple of Earth, Friendly 1,000/1,200 at the same time. The other two players received the same prompts, unlocking two new factions, Vic University and the Temple of Earth. This hidden quest was totally worth it. No doubt about it, sticking with the main character is the way to go. The two players said tearfully. Zhou Ning was pleasantly surprised as well. Reputation with Vic University was quite useful. This was, after all, the most prestigious institution in the apocalypse world. Many of the rare alchemy recipes and tomes in its library could only be accessed by exchanging reputation or credits. The Temple of Earth's reputation, on the other hand, was crucial for knights and meteorologists, not much use to him, but it could come in handy someday. After returning to camp, the expedition team wasted no time. They packed up and made their way to the predetermined rendezvous point, where Rachel and the other half of the expedition team were already waiting. Chapter 182, Chapter 183, Clashing Steel and Galloping Horses. 1330 words. Chapter 183, Clashing Steel and Galloping Horses. Similar to the expedition heading north, the team heading south under Rachel's leadership also suffered losses. 4 to 5 members perished, including a professor and the second-ranked second-year student from the mage department. A significant number of undead creatures and ice elementals had emerged in the south as well, with sightings even of living followers of the cursed god cult. There they discovered a structure reminiscent of the Four Heroes era and countless altars. But before they could delve deeper into the building, they were overwhelmed by a swarm of undead. Upon hearing the news, Edwin's expression turned slightly grim. To be frank, the expedition had been a success overall. Though the cause behind the meteorological tide's outward expansion had yet to be uncovered, at least the team had mapped the outer perimeter of the phenomenon, laying the groundwork for a more thorough exploration later. But the real concern was that even the things found on the outer edge alone sent a chill down Edwin's spine. A massive temple with traces of the god of death inside, guarded by the legendary knight Archibald, and the party had nearly been wiped out halfway through exploring it. Not to mention there seemed to be another similarly sized structure to the south, where the shadow of the cursed god cult had surfaced. Who knew what else might lie within? The top priority now was to report their findings to the temple and the upper echelon of Bryston, and let them decide whether to proceed with further actions. Our current condition isn't suited for continued exploration. Since we've basically fulfilled our objectives, I suggest we withdraw for now and wait for the next full-scale expedition, Edwin said solemnly. No one present objected. They all began packing up their gear in preparation for the return trip. Their rendezvous point was near the entrance to the meteorological tide, so 40 minutes later, Zhou Ning had already returned to West Lin Town and their previous camp. After more than a day, the blizzard in West Lin Town had lessened significantly. Having experienced the meteorological tide's wildly shifting weather for a full day, even this milder snowfall felt unusually comforting to Zhou Ning. At the northern train station, Zhou Ning learned that most of the railway lines had been gradually restored, and that service might resume as early as tomorrow morning, meaning he could finally return to Darkland. A look of relief appeared on his face. Back at the camp, Zhou Ning was immediately summoned by Warren to Edwin's main tent. Upon entering, he saw Edwin and several professors distributing the spoils of the expedition. According to their agreement, the hammer obtained from killing the half-man mammoth, along with various materials, the traveler's ring, and a sword and staff dropped by 2 rare undead, were considered communal loot. However, the rune sword acquired from killing Archibald belonged solely to Wayne Stirwell. As the one who contributed the most on this expedition, you get first pick twice, Edwin said with a smile. No one objected. Zhou Ning's contributions were evident to all. By merit, he definitely deserved to pick twice. Zhou Ning didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately reached for the ring. I'll take this one. With this ring, his survivability and mobility would be significantly improved, giving him far more flexibility in combat. No problem, Edwin nodded. The choice was expected. The ring was arguably the second most valuable item from this expedition. Even for non-spellcasters like Zhou Ning, it offered great utility. As Edwin watched Zhou Ning reach for the pile of necrotic cores, his expression changed slightly. You're sure about that? Edwin asked in surprise. Necrotic cores were rare, yes, but their only use was in crafting Scourge Slayer potions that enhanced damage against undead a niche application. He'd honestly expected no one to pick them. I'm sure, Zhou Ning replied with a smile. He could have chosen something better like the staff, which was in some ways superior even to the ring, but he wasn't a hoarder who clung to everything shiny. Especially when it came to items he didn't really need. Edwin gave a thoughtful nod and silently reassessed Zhou Ning. After the loot was distributed, Zhou Ning returned to his tent, took out his stored clean water, gave himself a quick wash, did his laundry, and then lay comfortably on the bed to review the spoils from the meteorological tide expedition. First were over 300 high-quality necrotic cores. According to rumors, that old men near the trade zone only needed 10 to trade for a single vial of spirit-enhancing potion. These 300 cores would be enough to make him sick of drinking the stuff. Then came the traveler's ring, and the rune sword, 2 extraordinary items along with a rare crafting material, and a dungeon-gathering stone. The traveler's ring needed no elaboration, it was extremely valuable for him. As for the rune sword, Zhou Ning took it out. The touch was icy cold, and its surface was covered with layer upon layer of disturbing, unholy blue runes that made him feel instantly irritable just by looking at it. Archibald's Oathblade type, 2-handed sword quality, epic. Damage, 169 to 574 attack speed, 3, attributes, plus 20 strength, plus 21 agility, minus 10 constitution. Use effect, revive the dead. Required level, 60. Required willpower, 90. Required spirit, 90. Description, a dark aura clings to the blade. 5 words are engraved on the hilt, wield this blade for justice. The stats were fairly standard, essentially a mini version of Frostmourne. The equipment requirements weren't particularly high either. Zhou Ning figured he could probably equip it by the time he hit level 60. But the problem was that the sword looked far too sinister. It instinctively gave him a strong sense of danger. He returned the sword to his inventory and examined the remaining 2 items. His initial thought for the rare material was to hire someone to craft it into a new extraordinary item. But he wasn't sure if Darkland had craftsmen capable enough. The creator would need expertise in alchemy, enchanting, and blacksmithing, and a deep knowledge of mysticism. Zhou Ning's own alchemy was only at the expert level and still far from sufficient. The last item was a dungeon-gathering stone, and from the looks of it, it wasn't something he could challenge anytime soon. LV55, LV72 Dungeon Summoning Stone, Temple of the Death God Upper Tier. Description: the most devout followers of the cursed god built a massive temple here to pray to the god of death day and night. Over the years, this place has become a forbidden zone of life, impenetrable to outsiders. Yet the god of death's servants still roam the halls, trying to bring their master back to the material world, hoping that his presence will once again plunge the war-ravaged apocalypse world into darkness. Type: 40-player retrospective raid. Clear count: 0. Highest completion rate: 0%. First clear team: none. A level 72 raid dungeon for 40 players. At this stage, Zhou Ning had zero desire to even attempt it. Checking the time, it was only 8 p.m, still early. After some thought, Zhou Ning decided to grind the game a bit. Now that he'd completed his class advancement quest, the only thing holding back his progression was his skill set. He opened the simulator panel. The last dimension jump had refunded him 56 traversal coins. Over the past 3 days, he'd collected 3 more from the daily minimum, giving him 59 total. Zhou Ning then spent 210 vectas to recharge another 21 traversal coins, and chose the newest map, Clashing Steel, and Galloping Horses, to jump once more. Preparing to traverse. Traversal coins -80. Please select your traverse mode. Direct traverse. Traverse using parallel world template. Sticking with his usual method, Zhou Ning chose the second option to preview the scenario first. After the past few days of gains, he suspected he could finally be considered truly wealthy. A tinge of emotion stirred in him at the thought. Chapter 183, Chapter 184, The Ambition of the Rampaging Tiger. 13-19 words. Chapter 184, The Ambition of the Rampaging Tiger. After reshuffling, 3 relatively unfamiliar templates appeared before him once again. The first template featured himself holding an umbrella, dressed in a black tailcoat, exuding gentlemanly demeanor. His personality traits were gloomy, cruel, and paranoid. His talents were Master Weaponsmith Purple, High Intelligence Purple, Criminal Genius Purple, Intimidation Expert Purple. Skills: Extortion Expert, Weapon Crafting Master, Combat Techniques Expert. The price wasn't high, just 50 traversal coins. The title: Penguin Man. Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning couldn't help but suspect he'd stirred up Gotham's nest. What the hell was he supposed to do with the penguin? Be Joker's sidekick? And what made it even more baffling was that the original Joker only cost 25 traversal coins, but he cost 50. Still, since it was cheap, Zhou Ning went ahead and bought it. Most likely, it'd just sit unused or be used for synthesis. The second template showed himself holding an electric guitar, singing at the top of his lungs in front of a massive crowd. His personality traits were rebellious, eccentric, and highly curious. His talents: musical inspiration purple, rock star purple, dyslexia gray, sex addiction white, drug dependence gray, attention-seeking blue. Skill: music master. This was the worst template Zhou Ning had ever seen. 2 gray and 1 white negative talents. Still, it was dirt cheap, just 10 traversal coins. The title: Rock Star Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning was stunned. He couldn't even carry a tune. How was he supposed to sing? Still, cheap goods are cheap for a reason. He bought it anyway. That was the confidence of being rich. He didn't have much else, but he was filthy rich. Then Zhou Ning turned his attention to the last template. After long observation, he had mostly figured out the pattern. The first 2 were usually ordinary, and the last one was typically mediocre. The third template was himself wearing a black robe and a monocle, appearing refined and scholarly. His personality traits: cunning, cautious, and adventurous. All his talents and abilities were shrouded in mist. Sure enough, the price was thoroughly mediocre, just 16,200 traversal coins. The title: Zhou Ning. He couldn't even see the talents and abilities, and they expected him to pay for it. Zhou Ning silently skipped it. After purchasing the first 2 templates, his collection now totaled 7. The rock star couldn't be matched for synthesis yet, but Penguin Man, Zhou Ning fit nicely with the ordinary office worker and mad clown, completing a trio in the Villain Boss series worthy of celebration. After sweeping through the templates, Zhou Ning still chose to check option 1 to see the 10 new talent choices. Rampaging Tiger Zhou Ning was only average. What if something stronger popped up? You've selected Traversal Mode 1. Please choose 3 out of the following 10 talents as matching conditions. The Forgotten Purple. You are an undead being, ageless and immortal yet still self-aware. Love's Victor Purple. You'll always be the winner in love. Scion Green. The more you lose, the stronger you become. Don't kid yourself. There's no such thing as a scion. You're just a masochist. Provocateur White. You love stirring up trouble and trouble always finds you. 60 Hearing Green. When you turn 60, your hearing will drastically improve. Born Friendly Blue. Your social skills are maxed out. You can befriend anyone instantly. Playboy Blue. You have overwhelming charm toward women or any female-gendered beings. Habitual Liar Blue. You lie constantly, and your lies are hard to detect. Soul Traversal Blue. Your method of traversal is soul transfer, granting limitless possibilities. Innate Kindness Green. You never do anything bad. Zhou Ning. If only this were a dating world. Loves Victor Purple plus Born Friendly Blue plus Playboy Blue, AQWE triple combo. He'd sweep every girl off their feet in no time. Too bad the words Clashing Blades and Iron Steeds screamed War World. These talents were obviously unusable here. You selected option 2 and chose Rampaging Tiger Zhou Ning to enter the simulation. Match successful. In a parallel world, you've traveled from the modern era to ancient times and become a warrior capable of taking on thousands alone. You are brave, skilled in battle, unruly, and masterful in all cold weapons, a veritable one-man army. However, your erratic personality has somewhat tarnished your reputation. What changes will you bring to this world? Let's find out. Current world exploration, 0%. Unlock the next map when exploration reaches 66. Note, death during this simulation ends the game. Note, using a template allows you to freely choose the time and location of traversal. Note, in rewind mode, the template character has strong autonomy. Rampaging Tiger Zhou Ning is chaotic neutral, and you have no control over his actions. You did not choose a traversal time or location. You arrive in Luoyang in the 5th year of Guanghe. The wheels of history begin to turn. July 1st, Guanghe Year 6, you stand on the streets of Luoyang with nothing. You're intimately familiar with this world. It's the very place you were in before traversing the Three Kingdoms era. You curiously observe your surroundings. Before your traversal, you held the noble title of Marquis Wen and had a mansion here in Luoyang, but this version is clearly a parallel world. You wonder, does this world hold Lu Bu or? By the calendar, this should be the year of Rinshu, with just under half a year before the Jiazi year, when the Yellow Turban Rebellion breaks out. If you could find a noble patron, with your combat ability, making a name for yourself wouldn't be hard. You might even manage to adopt a powerful foster father. But after a stroll around Luoyang, you realize something's wrong. You see street performers casually tossing around 800 to 900 Gene, 400 to 450 kilograms, stone lions like toys, their strength on par with yours. You soon realize this is the norm. The people of this world are far stronger and more physically capable than in your previous life. You even witness a constable chasing a thief casually slash out a blade of sword energy, leaving you momentarily dizzy. July 2nd to July 6th, Guanghe Year 6. After a few days of investigation, you grasp the state of this world. Back during the power struggle between Lu Xiu and Wang Mang, a sudden meteor shower changed the physiology of the natives. Everyone could now cultivate with ease. Over hundreds of years, this world developed its own unique methods of body tempering. For instance, the army has its own dedicated training techniques. The mightiest generals can literally take on thousands alone. So, before fully understanding this world, you shift your target from joining a noble house to enlisting in the army. At least it'll feed you. You join a newly forming army, and the officer overseeing recruitment is Chun Yu Cheong, whom you'd encountered once in your previous life. Unlike back then, he now stands over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, making him seem nearly invincible. Even regular soldiers possess better physiques than you, and you have to go all out just to beat them. But after showing off your skills, you're still only rated as excellent martial ability, skilled in archery and horsemanship, but physically mediocre, barely acceptable. Your pride takes a serious hit. July 7th to November 2nd, Guanghe Year 6. Fortunately, your physique has clearly improved since arriving in this world. After learning the local methods of body refinement and training rigorously for over 4 months, you break through several bottlenecks. Your physical strength has nearly doubled since your arrival. You're now among the top physically in the unit. You gain the skill, Body Tempering Technique Advanced. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone Event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 184, Chapter 185. The Yellow Turban Rebellion. 1422 words. Chapter 185. The Yellow Turban Rebellion. Though it's a bit of a blow to your pride, a calm and objective assessment of your current abilities places you somewhere between a second-rate and third-rate general. However, you have an edge over others. Your mastery of cold weapons is maxed out, and your archery and horsemanship far surpass those of your peers. Thanks to this superior skill set, you quickly caught the attention of Chun Yuqiong. At first, he tried to test you, but your enhanced physique made you a completely different opponent from before. After a hard-fought battle, you barely managed to defeat him. November 6th, in the 6th year of Guanghe. Today is your birthday. You've also received your first gift from this world, a promotion to the rank of company commander in the army, placing 500 men under your command. During this period, you've continued your training without letting up. According to the original timeline, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, which would deeply impact the political landscape of the late Eastern Han, will break out in 3 months, in February of next year. If you want to rise in this world, strength is non-negotiable. Over the past 3+ months, you've not only improved physically and technically, but also gained a better understanding of the world. Here, it's not just generals who are formidable, civil officials are no less impressive. The most powerful among them can resonate with the heavens and earth, alter the weather, and even wield complex formations capable of severely suppressing top-tier generals. It's utterly absurd. Striving for progress, you tried your hand at becoming a plagiarist scholar and participated in several literary gatherings. But this world is brutally realistic. Without status or literary fame, you can't even get in the door. In the short term, your aspirations of becoming a copycat scholar seem out of reach. You met a fellow in the same boat, a chubby man named He Jin. He was a butcher until recently and is now an idle official with no real power, stuck at the bottom of the social hierarchy like you. With your knowledge of history, how could you pass up this opportunity? You deliberately befriended him, and before long, the two of you became close friends. As the saying goes, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Never underestimate a young man's potential. According to your knowledge of history, He Jin is set to rise rapidly and become Grand Marshal. A true man, born into this world, how can he endure living beneath others? So when he invited you to join him, you didn't hesitate in the slightest and switched allegiances to serve under him. You have earned the achievement, chameleon. In December of the 6th year of Guanghe, your friendship with He Jin continued to deepen. In mid-December, his sister Lady He became Empress He, instantly turning He Jin into one of the most sought-after figures in the empire. As the first person to back the right horse, you were appointed as his chief clerk, a clear promotion in status. He even gifted you a high-quality Fangtian Huaji, a halberd-like weapon, which touched you deeply. The only pity was that you two were about the same age. You have received an epic weapon, Fangtian Huaji. January of the 7th year of Guanghe marked your first new year in this world since transmigrating. Just as you remembered, before launching his rebellion, Zhang Jiao sent his disciple Tang Zhou to Luoyang to report on their contacts within the court eunuchs Feng Su and Su Feng. But Tang Zhou turned coat and reported Zhang Jiao's plans to He Jin, leading to the arrest and execution by dismemberment of Yellow Turban sympathizers like Ma Yuani in Luoyang. In early February of the 7th year of Guanghe, as in recorded history, Zhang Jiao, forced to act prematurely after his plans were exposed, launched his uprising in Wei Commandery. Within mere weeks, the entire nation responded. And on your side, you didn't need to wait 30 years, only 3 months. Your friend and superior He Jin got his big break. Emperor Ling of Han appointed him as Grand Marshal, putting him in command of the left and right Feather Forest Corps to defend the capital. Thanks to He Jin's recommendation, you received your greatest opportunity yet since arriving in this world. You were appointed as military advisors Wuju and Sima, under Huang Fusong, tasked with quelling the Yellow Turban rebels in the Yingchuan region. If you stick to the original script and follow Huang Fusong's orders diligently, you should be able to defeat the rebels and build a solid foundation for your career. From March to April of the 7th year of Guanghe, after arriving in Yingchuan, you were thrown into a non-stop string of battles. As expected, your current combat ability, though significantly improved, is still not first-rate. Even when facing the relatively weaker Yellow Turban forces, you didn't hold an overwhelming advantage. Still, thanks to your refined cold weapon skills, your battlefield record looks quite impressive on the surface. What really surprised you is that sorcery actually exists in this world, and it's powerful. Some Yellow Turban commanders can summon wind and rain or conjure soldiers from beans. Enhanced by such magic, a single Yellow Turban strongman can boost his combat power by 40 to 50%, nearly rivaling an average general. Even you find them tough to deal with. In a series of subsequent battles, though victory didn't come easily, the crucible of combat continued to hone your abilities. By May, after defeating Bokai and Pengtua, you could clearly feel how far you'd come since first arriving in this world. You might now be approaching the level of a top-tier second-rate general. War truly is the best training ground. Especially in your duel with Pengtua, who was roughly a third-rate general. He couldn't even withstand 10 moves before falling under your halberd. During these battles, you also reconnected with your old acquaintance Cao Cao and the familiar face of Sun Jian. Truth be told, you had several chances where you considered killing Cao Cao, but the men turned out to be stronger than expected and had a few capable second- and third-rate generals under him. Left with no better option, you decided to befriend him instead. By August of the 7th year of Guanghe, thanks to your joint efforts, your forces defeated the Yellow Turban faction led by Bui at Santing, capturing him and killing over 7,000 enemies. You alone accounted for nearly 1/10 of that number. At this point, Zhang Jiao had entrenched himself in Guangzhou and taken control of Hebei's heartland. However, Lu Ji, who had been fighting in Hebei, was falsely accused by eunuchs and recalled. His replacement, your former adoptive father Dongzhuo, was defeated. The court then issued an edict ordering Huang Fusong and you to march against Guangzhou. There in Guangzhou, you encountered your former adoptive father from your previous life. Dongzhuo was still every bit the kindly figure he once was. You also witnessed firsthand 2 of this world's top combatants, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. In your original world, the 2 of them together would have only been on par with you. Their technique and physique were inferior. But in this world, with razor-sharp weapons and powerful builds, the situation was completely reversed. You couldn't even beat one of them. The contrast was staggering. You saw Guan Yu single-handedly kill nearly 40 Yellow Turban soldiers, in one swing of his blade, completely extinguishing your desire to fight him. If not for the overly powerful sorcery of Zhang Jiao and Zhang Liang, you suspect Guan Yu and Zhang Fei alone could have decided the outcome of the entire battle. Based on your calculations, at your current rate of progress, you'll need at least another 3 to 4 years before you can contend with the 2 brothers, and even then, victory won't be guaranteed. By the end of August in the 7th year of Guanghe, with Zhang Jiao's death from illness, the war drew to a close. With Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, and yourself leading the charge during the assault on Guangzhou, the defenders didn't stand a chance. The city fell in a single day. Zhang Liang was killed, over 30,000 were slain, and another 50,000 drowned themselves in the river. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was, for all intents and purposes, over. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone Event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 185, Chapter 186. The Typing Essentials and Chi Observation Technique. 1556 words. Chapter 186. The Typing Essentials and Chi Observation Technique. Though this war ended rather swiftly, after several rounds of combat, Zhang Ju's power still left a deep impression on you. As the saying goes, human strength has its limits, and the will of heaven is ultimately fixed. But with just a wave of his hand, Zhang Ju could change the celestial phenomena and summon thunder and lightning. He exuded such presence that it felt as if even heaven, earth, and the spirits of gods and ghosts moved in response. In the second-to-last battle, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Dong Zhuo, who had committed a capital offense, and was desperate to redeem himself, was unexpectedly killed by the desperate remnants of the yellow turbans. Looking upon Dong Zhuo's face, still bearing a kindly expression despite death, you couldn't help but feel deep sorrow. Thus, after Zhang Ju's death, you leveraged your advantage as a transmigrator, and led the charge into Guangzhou City, personally killing Zhang Liang to avenge Dong Zhuo. You immediately searched his body, and found the Typing Essentials. You have obtained the epic item, Typing Essentials. In October of the 7th year of Guanghe, following the deaths of Zhang Ju and Zhang Liang, the only enemy left was Zhang Bao, who had stationed his forces in Xiyang. Although they still had over 100,000 troops on paper, without Zhang Ju, they were nothing more than a disorderly rabble. The remainder of the war lasted less than 10 days. With Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian joining the fray like walking cheat codes, Zhang Bao was ultimately slain by your own hand. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was temporarily quelled. At the end of October, upon returning to the capital, you quickly experienced the pleasures of connections. Due to the merits of this campaign, Sun Jian was appointed as administrator of Changsha. Zhu Jun, Huang Fusong, and Cao Cao were promoted to marquises and generals. With He Jin's support, you were promoted to colonel of the Middle Army, just like when you first arrived in Chang'an in your past life. You couldn't help but sigh at the many coincidences life has to offer. You have earned the achievement, Groundhog Day. In the late Eastern Han, the rank of colonel of the Middle Army was already a very high position, with a salary grade equivalent to 2,000 Dan, just slightly below that of general officers. Keep in mind that if Dong Zhuo hadn't died, he would have held only the same title at this point. In December of the 7th year of Guanghe, Emperor Ling of Han announced a change of era name to Zhongping and issued a general amnesty. In February of the 2nd year of Zhongping, your 2nd year in this world, you lived a highly fulfilling life in the months that followed. There's an old saying, poor in literature, rich in martial arts, meaning it's acceptable to lack money when studying literature, but martial cultivation demands wealth. In this high martial world, countless rare treasures and heavenly materials exist to enhance your strength and temper your body. As a trusted aide of the Grand Marshal and a highly favored figure in the court, you naturally lacked for nothing. Soon, your household stockpiled a large cache of such resources, enough to last you for quite some time. Moreover, through He Jin's network, you met many civil and military talents, including Su Huang, Li Su, Hua Xiong, Niu Fu, Zhang Ji, and Li Ru. The first was discovered when he enlisted, while the others were formerly Dong Zhuo's subordinates who had lost their backing and were seeking a new patron. Sentimental as ever, you took them in without hesitation. Meanwhile, you also attempted to study the Typing Essentials, though most of its contents were far too profound for you to grasp. The only portion you managed to learn was the section on Chi observation. By observing the color of a person's aura, you could roughly assess their health and fortune. At a banquet, you tested this on advisor Lu Tao and saw his Chi as black and sinking. According to your past life's history, he was destined to die in prison, seemingly quite accurate. You have gained the skill, Chi Observation Technique Intermediate. At the end of February in the 2nd year of Zhongping, a great fire broke out in Luoyang, destroying nearly 2,000 residences as well as the southern palace. Court eunuchs Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, and others urged Emperor Ling to raise land taxes to fund the construction of a new palace. Timber and decorative stone were requisitioned from all over the empire, and the West Garden was opened for the sale of official titles. Seeing the empire on the brink of chaos, Lu Tao submitted a memorial admonishing the emperor, blaming the eunuchs for the unrest. Just as you had predicted, Lu Tao offended the powerful and was imprisoned, where he ultimately committed suicide. You couldn't help but marvel at the uncanny workings of fate. Later that same month, under unbearable oppression, the people rose up once more. Millions of Yellow Turban remnants including the Qingzhou Yellow Turbans and the Black Mountain Army rose in rebellion again, attacking counties, killing officials, and spreading their uprising like wildfire. In Liangzhou, Beigong Boyu also joined forces with Han Sui, Bianzhong, and others in revolt, leading tens of thousands of cavalry under the banner of Eliminate the Eunuchs to invade Chang'an. The situation became increasingly perilous. With Dongzhuo's death, the first major butterfly effect occurred. In the original timeline, Dongzhuo and Huang Fusong were supposed to suppress the rebellion together. But thanks to He Jin's recommendation, Emperor Ling appointed Yu and General of Chariots and Cavalry Huang Fusong to lead the Liangzhou campaign, with Huangfu as the commander and Yu as his deputy. From April to August of the second year of Zhongping, your forces engaged in several battles with Han Sui and Beigong Boyu, mostly ending in stalemates. Though your side had the advantage in numbers, the rebels held the terrain. With a force of 60,000 cavalry, they moved freely across the vast plains. In late August, Huang Fusong was dismissed due to poor performance, and Minister of Works Zhang Wen was appointed as the new General of Chariots and Cavalry to oversee the three adjuncts' military affairs. You were granted the title of General who breaks the rebels and continued the confrontation. Perhaps you truly possess the innate courage of a ferocious tiger. Over the past few months, between battlefield tempering and personal cultivation, your combat power advanced further so much so that even you were surprised by your own growth. In November of the second year of Zhongping, you finally seized a rare opportunity. One night, a meteor streaked across the sky, its light shining directly into the rebel camp. Their mules and horses shrieked in panic. Believing it an ominous sign, the rebels prepared to retreat. You, however, used the night as cover and launched an attack. Amid the chaos, you killed Beigong Boyu and captured Bianzhong alive, routing the rebel forces. The most awe-inspiring moment came when, under a sky full of yellow sand, you raised your halberd and unleashed a blinding gust of wind, felling Beigong Boyu in a single strike from horseback. Among the 5 columns Zhang Wen had dispatched, only yours returned victorious. You garrisoned your troops in Yufufeng, while all the others suffered defeat. The court, in recognition of your service, granted you the title of Marquis of one with an estate of 1,000 households. As always, life is full of strange coincidences. From December of the second year of Zhongping to January of the fourth, you remained stationed in Yufufeng, occasionally returning to Luoyang. At one of He Jin's banquets, you met a man named Su Xiao, who was skilled in physiognomy. His assessment of you was, a true tiger among ministers, fierce as a roaring tiger. It was from this moment that the nickname, Fierce Tiger, began to follow you. During your time in Luoyang, you also took the opportunity to challenge many powerful individuals, including the imperial tutor Wang Yu. In this world where the personal strength of martial generals is dramatically amplified, Wang Yu stood among the elite. What gratified you was that, although you didn't win, you knew that in a fight to the death, he would not survive. This confirmed that you had indeed become a top-tier warrior in this world. In March of the fourth year of Zhongping, Grand Minister of Ceremonies Lu Yan, noting the ongoing chaos across the land, submitted a memorial to Emperor Ling proposing to replace inspectors with governors, who would wield full military and administrative authority over their provinces. In an effort to suppress the constant uprisings, Emperor Ling accepted the proposal. Lu Yan was appointed governor of Yi Province, Minister Steward Huang Wen was made governor of Yu Province, Minister of the Imperial Clan Lu Yu of Donghai was made governor of Yu Province, and you were appointed governor of Bing Province. Until your official appointment, you would remain stationed in Yufufeng. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 186, Chapter 187, Sworn as Godfather 1392 words. Chapter 187 Sworn as Godfather. Over the course of the past year or so, aside from training yourself, you've kept busy consolidating power. You managed to win over many of your godfather's former subordinates, figures like Niu Fu, Fan Chou, Su Rong, and Jia Su. Thinking back on your godfather's voice and smile, you can't help but grow misty-eyed. In April of the 4th year of Zhongping, you officially took office as governor of Bing province. Upon arriving in Henei Commandery, you immediately summoned the local officials. As expected, among them you found him a man slightly taller than you, powerfully built, and with a demeanor remarkably similar to your own. Only, you were far better looking. You were under no illusions, you weren't Lu Bu's match just yet, but should it come to blows, the gap wouldn't be overwhelming. In May of the 4th year of Zhongping, you appointed Lu Bu as your chief clerk. He was so moved he nearly wept and even wanted to make you his godfather. For some reason, that sent a chill down your spine. Besides Lu Bu, you also discovered Zhang Liao and Gao Shun among the officials, two men whose loyalty and talent you knew inside and out. From June to August of the 4th year of Zhongping, you often sparred with Lu Bu. Physically, he had the edge, but in terms of melee weapon technique, your 2 lifetimes of experience gave you a slight advantage. Overall, he still had the upper hand, but the gap steadily narrowed. By September, you finally fought him to a draw for the first time. You could feel your body entering its peak state. While true peak was still a bit off, you weren't far behind Lu Bu anymore. At 26, you figured your prime would probably come closer to 30. From November of the 4th year to February of the 5th year of Zhongping, the Liang province rebels returned in full force under the leadership of Wang Guo and Liang Gang, attacking Yufufeng and besieging the county seat of Qinsong. You were urgently summoned back to Luoyang by the emperor and appointed general of the front, tasked with leading 40,000 troops to relieve Qinsong. Throughout November, the battlefront remained deadlocked. But on December 27, you adopted Li Ru's strategy to burn the rebels' grain supplies, and had Jia Su conjure a rainstorm to mire them further. When the exhausted enemy began to retreat, you showcased your overwhelming prowess. Gripping a halberd in one hand, and your horse's reins in the other, you swept your weapon forward. A rift opened in the earth, and within a range of 120 paces, Liang Gang and several cavalrymen caught in its path were cleaved in two, horse and rider alike. The thunderous roar lingered long in the air. The battle ended in a crushing victory, and rebel leader Wang Guo fled only to die of illness not long after. In January of the 5th year of Zhongping, you returned to Luoyang to report to the emperor. The emperor initially intended to promote you to Marquis of Lixiang with a fief of 2,000 households, but the 10 attendants dissuaded him, claiming you lacked the virtue to match your rank. As you stepped out of the palace, you sighed. Using your aura reading technique, you could see that the emperor's health was already in dire shape. He likely had only 1 or 2 months left to live. Later, you shared drinks with He Jin. Drunk, he even tried to introduce his sister to you. Was that the Empress Dowager He? At the time, you genuinely felt he might be someone you could work with. In June of the 5th year of Zhongping, 2 months later than in actual history, news of the emperor's death spread from the palace. Just like in recorded history, your close friend He Jin rose to power. The first thing he did after assuming control was write to you, asking you to lead troops into the capital and eliminate the eunuchs. Honestly, there was a moment you really wanted to warn him about what was about to happen in history, that he would be killed by the 10 attendants. And in the end, you did. Although in some sense you were a man of shifting allegiances, you'd never betrayed a friend. In August of the 1st year of Yuanxi, following He Jin's request, you dispatched troops to the outskirts of Luoyang and, without hesitation, entered the capital. When you arrived at the palace with Lu Bu, Su Huang, and others, the coup began. With your help, your forces purged the 10 attendants and their faction, seizing full control of the palace. Thanks to the butterfly effect you created, history was forever altered. In September of the 1st year of Yuanxi, Emperor Lu Bian named you Minister of Works, one of the 3 excellencies. Your power reached heights you'd never achieved even in your past life. Now that you controlled the military, even He Jin didn't dare speak too forcefully to you. In many respects, you had already replaced him as the real power behind the throne. You weren't particularly interested in the position itself, but with the arrow knocked, you had no choice but to fire. You were no longer acting for yourself alone, you now represented an entire faction of vested interests. In November of the first year of Yuan Shi, you got married. Your bride was the beautiful daughter of Tang Mao, the administrator of Kuaiji. But your interest in Empress Dowager He hadn't waned. She was only 28 now, a classic alluring mature beauty. Strangely enough, He Jin seemed to have forgotten his own offer. Not only did he fail to introduce her to you, he even started harboring intentions of his own. According to secret intelligence, He Jin was now plotting with several officials to force you to hand over your military command. While you understood his motivations, you couldn't help but feel disappointed. Jiasu advised you that He Jin had begun to grow suspicious of you, and that if you gave up your power rashly, you might not even have a burial site left. As reluctant as you were to believe it, your political instincts told you Jiasu might be right. Especially when your godson Lu Bu came and told you that He Jin had sent people to bribe him to assassinate you. His exact words were, "Lu Bu's loyalty can be attested by heaven and earth." Utterly ridiculous. So, without hesitation, you struck first. That very night, you led troops into the Grand General's mansion, placed He Jin under house arrest, and seized control of the empire entirely. Unlike Dong Zhuo, you didn't plunge the realm into chaos. Instead, you opted for a slow and measured consolidation of power. There were plenty of historical precedents to draw from, an advantage only a time traveler like you could possess. From January of the second year to May of the third year of Yuan Shi, your seventh year in this world, at the age of 29, you finally reached your true peak. Not only had you refined your physique to the utmost level this world allowed, but you also bested Lu Bu in one-on-one combat for the very first time. You acquired the specialty, legendary physique. During this period, you recruited a large number of talented individuals as your advisors, bringing men like Sun Shuang, Han Rong, and Chen Ji into court service. Your influence expanded immensely, and your reputation soared. Though your conduct in court was more than respectable, with not the slightest intent to rebel, many forces still opposed you, just like with Dong Zhuo. They believed you were using the emperor to command the lords and harbored treasonous ambitions. In July of the third year of Yuan Shi, as in real history, officials across the eastern provinces rallied behind Yuan Shao as their leader. With Zhang Yang, Cao Cao, and Xiao Mao leading the charge, they formed a coalition to campaign against you. The anti-Zhou alliance was divided into three forces: the Xuanzhou coalition from Yan and Yu provinces, the Heniai coalition from Ji province, and the Luoyang coalition from Jing province. Bing province, however, remained firmly under your control. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 187, Chapter 188. The Three Kingdoms conclude. 1528 words. Chapter 188. The Three Kingdoms conclude. You're a little surprised by the scale of this anti-Zhou alliance. Despite your relatively good reputation, this time there are over 20 warlords involved compared to the 18 who rose against Fatty Dong in your previous life, making it seem like they're hell-bent on destroying you. Are they insane or what? Due to the timeline shift, this anti-Zhou coalition formed nearly a year later than the original anti-Dong alliance. As a result, beyond the original 18 warlords, Liu Beihu made significant contributions thanks to the butterfly effect, and Han Sui, the governor of Jincheng who surrendered last year, even Liu Biao, the governor of Jing province, have all joined the alliance. You sharply realize that this campaign may become a battle that decisively determines the fate of the realm. On July 4th, third year of Yuan Shi, the anti-Zhou coalition gathered at Xuanzhou, then rode the momentum westward, charging toward Qinggao, a vital strategic location east of Luoyang. Much like 4 centuries ago, when Xiongyu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, and Liu Bang, the future Han emperor, clashed at this very spot in a pivotal battle between Chu and Han. Seizing Qinggao would mean a straight path to Sishui Pass, and then into Luoyang itself. Over 400,000 elite troops from east of the pass advanced westward toward Qinggao, crowding the 2 main postal roads with men and horses in constant motion. The anti-Zhou coalition assembled on the wide plains near Sishui Pass. West of this point lay mountains, to the east, flatlands. Luoyang, the capital of the Han, was just 50 li away. Although your Zhouning forces were clearly outnumbered, morale remained high. In this high-powered martial world, elite warriors like you and Lu Bu could single-handedly sway the tide of battle. On July 6, third year of Yuanxi, despite commanding massive numbers, the anti-Zhou alliance did not rush headlong into glory. Yuan Shao positioned each faction at key defensive points to support one another and dispatched Sun Jian as the vanguard, marching straight to Sishui Pass to issue a formal challenge. You held no particular opinion about Sun Jian. Though known as the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, his actual strength was unremarkable. When he loudly called out your name to challenge you, you donned your armor without hesitation. His shouting was simply too obnoxious to ignore. When you rode onto the battlefield, Cheng Pu charged at you wielding his iron-spined serpent spear. Yet within just 2 rounds, both man and horse were slain, skewered cleanly on your halberd. Next came Huang Gai and Han Dang, one wielding a whip, the other a broadsword, charging at you together. These were just the kind of foes you liked, direct and fearless. You charged straight at them and, relying on your terrifying strength, pierced them both in one strike, their corpses strung together like candied hawthorn skewers. Life, death, sickness, and age mortality is inevitable. For these old Eastern Wu generals, this was a worthy death. Your gaze turned to Sun Jian. Even he couldn't help but flinch under your imposing presence. Compared to the earlier 3, Sun Jian barely qualified as a first-rate general, with significantly stronger skills. After more than 10 exchanges, however, he was still forced to flee in defeat. It wasn't until Cao Cao and Xiao Mao arrived to assist that you let out a hearty laugh and pulled your horse back. Sun Jian's forces lost over half their number, and the allied army was forced to retreat 10 li to set up camp, a crushing first blow. On July 7, third year of Yuanxi, the tide turned. It was now your turn to challenge the enemy camp. This time, 12 allied warlords emerged. First came Fang Yu, a renowned general under Wang Quang from Heniai. To be honest, his strength had been severely underestimated, comparable to Han Dang and Huang Gai. He had only 2 lines in historical records, likely because he had the misfortune of encountering Lu Bu. This time, he met the same fate, impaled by your halberd and flung skyward. Next up was Mu Shun, a general under Zhang Yang. He too was slain with a single thrust. The only one who posed any real threat was Gongsun Zan. He was far stronger than Sun Jian, a true battle-hardened warrior skilled in cavalry combat, archery, and infantry warfare. Yet even he succumbed after 3 exchanges, his arm numb, forced to retreat. You led a cavalry squad, charging east to west through the battlefield like a knife through butter. Cutting a straight line through the enemy formation, you alone routed over 2,000 men. What happened next would be talked about with admiration for generations. As you pursued, Gongsun Zan, a young general in white robes, intercepted you. He was nearly your equal in power and skill, with a spear technique that flashed like thunder in stormy clouds, a dragon briefly revealing its fangs. You dueled for 30 rounds without a clear victor. Then Zhang Fei joined the fray. While not as technically skilled in weaponry, his brute strength demanded your full attention. The 3 of you fought fiercely for 50 rounds with no outcome. Then Guan Yu rode in, swinging his blade with a fierce momentum. A flash of azure like a dragon surged toward you. Only by a hair's breadth did you parry with your halberd. The clash was cataclysmic, shaking the heavens and earth. Even celestial signs changed. The 12 allied lords stood in stunned silence. This became a legendary scene immortalized by countless storytellers. After dozens more exchanges, you began to falter. You spurred your horse and retreated. The 12 armies roared and pursued, but as they breached your lines, they stumbled directly into a trap set by 2 cunning strategists, Jia Su and Li Ru. Legend points +1 with the synergy of divine wrath, city scorch, and martial chaos. How could they withstand it? In a flash, fire raged within and beyond the pass. Lu Bu arrived with 70,000 elite Bingzhou cavalry. His strength rivaled yours, none present could match him. With top-tier warriors like Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Hua Xiong beside him, this elite assault became the turning point. Even though a few top strategists tried to use tactics and sorcery to salvage the situation, they were powerless before the collapse. In the end, Yuan Shao, Han Sui, and Zhang Yang died amid the chaos. The rest either surrendered or were captured. Only Tao Qian of Shuzhou, Lu Yen of Yizhou, and Lu Yu of Yuzhou were spared simply because they hadn't shown up. This battle ended shockingly quickly. In August, third year of Yuanxi, after winning this war, the outcome was essentially settled. Over the next month, heeding Li Ru's advice, you executed some, co-opted others, and successfully split the coalition. Gradually, you solidified your power, and began plotting to usurp the Han dynasty. From Yuanxi III to year 9, you, as a time traveler, gathered a large number of wise ministers and generals. With their help you abolished the provincial governor system, governed the country with leniency, and gradually won over the hearts of the people. In July of year 9, your first friend in this world, He Jin, passed away from grief. Honestly, you don't feel you let him down. On July 7, year 9 of Yuanjia, the young Emperor Liu Bian, acknowledging your popular support, issued an edict to abdicate. After several polite refusals, you finally accepted the throne, retained the Han imperial title, declared a general amnesty, and changed the era name to Taining. Under your leadership, this new Han dynasty began its ascent to glory. You received a legendary item, the Imperial Jade Seal. In September of Taining Year 2, you dispatched envoys south across the sea, discovering and annexing Yizhou and Danzhou. In October of Taining Year 3, you sent Sun Jian to lead a seaborne campaign against Fusang. At the time, the island was under the rule of the Yamatai Queen Himiko, still primitive and tomb-obsessed. With the army closing in, Yamatai's minister Ashiki defected and led the way. In less than 2 months, Fusang was annexed into Han territory. In September of Taining Year 5, you ordered Cao Cao and Lu Bu to lead a northern campaign against the Wuhuan. With a final decisive battle, the Wuhuan were completely subdued. From September of Taining 5 to December of Taining 11, you personally led campaigns that successively pacified the western regions, forever preventing the chaos of the 5 barbarians, and began expanding the empire westward. Meanwhile, Sun Jian led the navy eastward to explore. In September of year 9, they reached a new continent, a land untouched and unexplored. From Taining year 11 to year 32, under your rule, the nation was completely transformed. The people lived in peace and prosperity, and the empire's territory expanded fourfold. This era of Han became the most powerful period in all of Chinese history. In July of Taining year 32, you died of illness at age 72. Simulation complete. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 188, Chapter 189, Summary and Episode 8 of the drama series 1253 words. Chapter 189, Summary and Episode 8 of the drama series. Summary, congratulations. You've completed a brilliant and glorious life. You've cleared this map with a perfect run. In this journey, you surpassed 99% of all other transmigrators. You successfully pacified a chaotic era, and even prevented the 5 barbarians' invasion of China, establishing an immense nation that remains the most powerful country on this blue planet even many years later. Historians of later generations regard you as the greatest emperor, and a pivotal figure who altered the course of history. Unexpectedly, you also became a benchmark for combat power. Alongside Xiang Yu, you are viewed as a symbol of courage and strength, the ceiling of human combat prowess. Your legend will be passed down through the ages. Evaluation, S-World Exploration Rate, 99. Because your exploration exceeded 90%, you've earned 45 Traversal coins. Due to your unprecedented impact on world history, you've earned an additional 40 Traversal coins. Having perfectly cleared clashing blades and iron steeds, you've gained the opportunity to retain one talent in the real world. Because you received an S-rank rating and cleared the scenario, Rampaging Tiger Zhou has been upgraded to Supernatural Rampaging Tiger Zhou with a significant boost in strength. Congratulations, player, on completing the scenario. A new map and new features have been unlocked. After clicking Confirm, the Traversal Simulator will enter maintenance for an update. Your current alignment tendency, Lawful Neutral Chaotic Neutral. Please select your reward promptly. Option 1. Randomly obtain 3 skills or specializations acquired during your transmigration. Option 2. Randomly obtain 3 items obtained during your transmigration. What the hell, is this trying to copy some trashy mobile game? Now we've even got a maintenance update. Sure enough, a new update option appeared in the bottom right corner of the simulator. According to the prompt, clicking Confirm would begin the update. Zhou didn't choose to update right away. He let out a long sigh. This Rampaging Tiger Zhou template turned out to be far stronger than he'd expected. He cleared the entire map in one go, with an unprecedented completion rate of 99.5%, nearly reaching a perfect 100%, even bringing the server to a halt with his performance. In an era dominated by cold weapons, Rampaging Tiger Zhou truly was a nuke-level force. As for the reward options, both choices were tempting. Option 1 included the highly coveted body tempering technique, the legendary physique specialization, and the extremely useful chi observation technique. Not to mention, Rampaging Tiger Zhou had several other incredible skills that could potentially be drawn. Option 2 offered clear, tangible gains. Up for grabs were items like the Typing Essentials, the Fangtian Halberd, and the Imperial Seal, all at least epic tier. Among them, the Typing Essentials could even be a rare skill book. Any one of these would bolster the collection at the Hall of Curiosities, and might even complete the History Enthusiast 2 quest. After a tough decision, Zhou ultimately chose option 1. It was an agonizing call. Those rare items were nearly impossible to come by, but what he needed more right now were skills. With a heavy heart, he passed on option 2. You have selected option 1. You obtained the skill, Chi Observation Technique Beginner. You obtained the skill, Cold Weapon Mastery Master Level. You obtained the specialization, Legendary Physique. Detected that you already possess the specialization Extraordinary Physique Advanced. Merging now. Merging complete. You have lost the specialization Extraordinary Physique Advanced. Legendary Physique has been upgraded to Legendary Physique Advanced. Chi Observation Technique Beginner. By consuming stamina, you can roughly observe a person's short-term fortune or physical condition. Cannot be used on yourself. Cold Weapon Mastery Master Level. You've mastered all cold weapon techniques. Proficiency with all cold weapons increases. Attack power increases by 25% when using cold weapons. Legendary Physique Advanced. You possess superhuman resilience. Every level up increases a main attribute by 1 point. Passively regenerates 8 HP and 8 stamina per second. Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. At first, he was a bit disappointed not to draw the body tempering technique, but upon seeing the Legendary Physique specialization, he felt it was more than worth it. Extraordinary Physique Advanced was something Zhou received after injecting Tony Stark's Super Serum A crystallization of alternate universe technology. He hadn't expected the Legendary Physique gained from this scenario to evolve that elite specialization even further. Now his main attribute bonus had doubled from 0.5 to 1 point per level. His passive HP and stamina regeneration had also doubled from 4/4 to 8/8 per second. It was effectively like having 2 elite templates. Zhou was delighted. His agility had increased by 15 points, and both his spirit and will had risen by 7. His HP cap had also slightly increased. His stamina and endurance had doubled. His strength had once again taken a solid leap forward. Because you've perfectly cleared Clashing Blades and Iron Steeds, you may now retain 1 talent in the real world. Proceed with selection. Almost forgot about that, yes. You have obtained the talent, Martial Arts Prodigy. Martial Arts Prodigy increases combat skill proficiency gain rate by 20% and reduces the XP required to level up skills by 20%. You'll perform noticeably better when learning combat skills in the simulation world. Well, it wasn't a golden talent, but this one was still extremely useful. Honestly, it was a bit overpowered. After checking over all the rewards, Zhou Ning turned his attention to the newly unlocked map. The new map was titled, Blades and Storms. The name alone reeked of traditional martial arts. It might just be time for peerless hero Zhou Ning to make his debut. But the price had hit an all-time high, 140 Traversal coins. That was absurd. Faced with such a ridiculous price, Zhou Ning completely lost interest in transmigrating again. He simply clicked Update. The screen immediately shifted. A panda riding a tricycle full of pineapples appeared on screen, along with a progress bar. Update progress, 1%. Maybe the server was just too far from Earth. Connection speeds were painfully slow. Nearly 2 hours passed, and the update had only crawled to 5%. What is this, dial-up internet? Zhou Ning felt a wave of impotent rage. Since the game was still updating, Zhou Ning decided to get some rest. He'd been adventuring non-stop for the past couple of days, and had barely slept. He slept like a rock. The next morning, around 7 a.m., Zhou Ning was abruptly awakened by the annoying system notification sound. Important notice: Episode 8 of the Apocalypse drama series has been simultaneously released on the forums and all major platforms. This series is auto-generated by the AI brain. Players interested in the game's backstory are encouraged to check it out. They're releasing a new episode now. Zhou Ning was a little surprised. First, he checked the update progress. After a whole night, it had only reached 12%, looks like it would take another day or two to finish. He casually tapped into the forums to check out the new episode. As a loyal fan of the series, Zhou Ning hadn't missed a single installment. The last episode had featured the story of the walrusman Dick, Lavendel, and the pirate protagonist Eugene Commons. Following the usual pattern, this episode might focus on another minor world protagonist. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 189, Chapter 190, Count Robin's 50 Power Stones, unlock 1253 words. Chapter 190, Count Robin's. Zhou Ning eagerly clicked into the forum and opened the pinned post. In less than 2 minutes, the thread had already racked up thousands of replies, proof of just how insanely popular the game had become. He glanced at the video's length. Unbelievable. A full 168 minutes. Just think, the last video covering the walrusmen Dick and Commons only totaled 40 minutes combined. He paused the video and headed to the kitchen to grab a plate of bread, assuming a posture of determined long-term resistance. He was going to binge-watch this new episode in one go. Once he hit play, bullet comments began flooding the screen like a blizzard. Here we go, nearly 3 hours of continuous drama. Lemme slap on a diaper first. Smart folks already hooked up a catheter ahead of time. As a mournful BGM played, the screen filled with battle scenes, fights between humans, gods, and even between gods and humans. The ground burned with fire, stars fell from the sky, and even humans who had died were transformed into skeletons that rose to fight again because of the gods' conflicts. Not only had the gods themselves fallen into slumber, but the elemental laws had also become chaotic, triggering a wave of elemental outbursts that created intense meteorological surges everywhere. The music grew more intense. Suddenly, the screen flashed to a resolute-faced knight. He raised his sword and plunged it into his own chest. The screen went black. A bell tower tolled. When the scene lit up again, the camera panned to the 4 hero statues standing on the banks of the Seton River. A great flock of white doves flapped skyward. Among the doves, the statue of the Flame of Justice, Sir Archibald, stood tall, steady, and solemn as ever. The scene shifted again, and a line of text appeared. 3 years ago, in the town of West Lynn, an expedition team ventured into the meteorological surge for exploration. As the subtitle faded, an elderly man with a kind face and gentle eyes appeared on screen, leading his team through the turbulent terrain of the surge. Since this was 3 years ago, the footage was slightly yellowed and abbreviated. But through a series of simple scenes, viewers could tell that this elderly man was a highly accomplished meteorologist. He calmly and methodically directed the team's progress, occasionally pausing to battle various elemental monsters. Players saw how, after a difficult journey, they eventually discovered the ruins of a hidden temple on the outskirts of the surge. When they cautiously entered the dead silent temple, and had advanced a short distance, the doors behind them suddenly slammed shut with a heavy bang. In front of them stood a man holding a blue rune sword, hood pulled low, emanating an eerie chill. Before long, he plunged his sword into the old man's chest. As screams echoed, the screen was swallowed by darkness again. At this point, the bullet comments exploded with "damn" reactions, filled with outrage toward the AI. This was such a cliché horror movie scare tactic. Who were they trying to scare, anyway? Zhou Ning. He was genuinely shocked at this point. Goosebumps crawled up his skin. This elderly man often appeared in various Darkland newspapers and publications. He was none other than the wisdom Count Robbins that Edwin had mentioned. One of the kingdom's ancestral knights. He was also the close friend of the late King Charles VI, and the mentor of the current King Charles VII, a true aristocrat of the highest order. A man who stood at the absolute apex of the kingdom's hierarchy. And he was also the initiator of this expedition. Edwin had launched the meteorological surge exploration campaign at school, at Count Robbins' personal request. But here's the problem: Count Robbins had clearly returned to Darkland alive, so who was the person killed by Archibald? Let's assume for a moment it was highly likely that someone had impersonated Count Robbins and infiltrated the upper ranks of Bryston. They incited this expedition, knowing the team likely wouldn't make it back. And even if they did, it would draw the attention of more official supernatural forces. That would make it much easier to pursue other, hidden agendas. Zhou Ning frowned. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. But the question was, how should he report it? He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. Just dealing with Baron Harrison had already left Chi and West at a loss. And now we were talking about someone leagues above him, Count Robbins. Zhou Ning's thoughts ran wild. After a while, he calmed down and decided to wait it out for now. He'd try to learn more about Robbins' identity through Edwin first, then figure out a proper way to inform the Sunwatchers responsible for this case. He turned back to the video. He was very curious about what would happen next. Moments later, the video lit up again, and his own close-up filled the screen. He wore a black trench coat, a matching silk top hat, and stepped into West Lynn town amidst a flurry of falling snow. Zhou Ning. He was already starting to guess where the AI was going with this. Damn thing was coming to milk him dry again, and this time, it planned to milk him for all he was worth. The moment he appeared, the bullet comments exploded. OMG, my hubby. Crying AI finally remembered who the real protagonist is. It's been so long, but my hubby's still just as handsome. Now I can rest easy. Looking at their ridiculous comments, Zhou Ning could only sigh inwardly. These idiots never change. He shook his head with a wry smile and ignored the bullet chat, focusing back on the video. In the footage, Zhou Ning arrived at the adventurer camp. After a few scene changes, viewers learned that Wayne Stirwell would also be participating in this meteorological surge expedition. At that moment, Qingbai Wild Sake was also watching this epic video. When he got to this part, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and silently thanked the AI for sparing his life. So far, the AI had used cinematic editing techniques. It hadn't spliced in him or Haiching, not really. At most, it showed a profile shot. That meant the first-person video he had, which included more details and behind-the-scenes footage, might actually fetch a higher price. The video continued. At this point, time was fast-forwarded, and after 2 days of prep, the expedition team was finally ready to depart. Throughout this process, the camera remained glued to Zhou Ning, following him around even when he went to the washroom. He had no words. Thank goodness he'd always carried himself with idol-like poise. Note to self, as a pretty boy idol type, even going to the toilet must be done with style. Once they entered the meteorological surge, the BGM suddenly turned ominous. From a high-altitude view, players could clearly see the weather in the surge divided into 7 sharply distinct zones: snowstorm, thunderstorm, torrential rain, clear skies, heavy snow, hurricane, and acid rain. At random intervals, these weather patterns would shift again. This made it clear to everyone just how treacherous, unpredictable, and dangerous the world of meteorological surges really was. Under such conditions, the expedition team split into 2 groups and began their exploration of the surge. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 190, Chapter 191, Execution 1348 words. Chapter 191, Execution. At this moment, the camera remained steadily focused on Zhou Ning, only occasionally switching to the other expedition team using a split-screen technique, clearly determined to milk their star power for all it was worth. The adventure after entering the meteorological tide was an intense thrill ride. With frequent cuts between the 2 expedition teams, viewers saw them encountering hurricanes, blizzards, acid rain, and other extreme weather conditions, as well as waves of elemental and undead monsters. Zhou Ning made a few moves in between, each time easily crushing the enemies with flair. His dazzling footwork and flamboyant gunplay greatly enhanced the visual spectacle. His fluid, graceful movements and aesthetically pleasing combat style had the viewers spamming 666 Chinese internet slang for awesome in the chat. Aside from Zhou Ning, Leandro, who fought with a giant flaming sword and a wild, ferocious style, and Edwin, who served as a key stabilizing force in both exploration and battle, also caught the attention of many players. The infamous Wayne hater Grantham was also watching the video at the time. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but curl his lip. He had always believed Wayne Sturwell's record lacked credibility. He looked good, sure, but he couldn't be all that strong. Has anyone else noticed? Wayne might be decent, but he only ever performs when he's fighting cannon fodder. As soon as a real opponent shows up, he crumbles. Like last time, he couldn't even handle Harrison Rivers. Leandro might actually be stronger than him. When Grantham posted this opinion as a comment, he was immediately flooded with mockery, which quickly escalated into a full-on flame war. Naturally, Zhou Ning saw the comment too. Honestly, this Grantham guy was kind of entertaining. Rude, sure, but not wrong. The funny thing was, every time he trashed Wayne, he just happened to pick the exact moment when Wayne was about to show off. If everything went according to script, the next scene would be Zhou Ning utterly wrecking Archibald. He couldn't help but wonder how many people would tag Grantham when that moment aired. You had to hand it to the AI editor, its editing skills were top-notch. A lot had actually happened during the expedition, but the AI managed to cut all the filler and retain only the key battles and discoveries. The seamless flow of the footage made viewers feel like they were watching a cinematic adventure, fully immersed in the journey. It was as if they themselves were trekking through the meteorological tide with the expedition team, heading toward the mysterious temple. As Zhou Ning and the team pushed open the temple's massive doors and stepped into its enigmatic interior, the background music abruptly shifted to something eerie and unsettling. The haunted soundtrack combined with the shadowy, labyrinthine setting made it feel just like a horror movie. Thinking back to everything the expedition had been through, viewers were left with the strong sense that this temple was teeming with danger. They subconsciously held their breath as they watched the team press forward through the grand pediment in ancient Phauric style, past crumbling, dimly lit reliefs, and along a long, dark passageway until they finally reached a hall filled with 8 statues and a dense forest of stone tablets. At that point, the AI thoughtfully labeled each statue and its corresponding tablet story. There was Boudica, the arrow god who killed herself with her own bow; Katoa, a half-man mammoth who died from trying to test his horn's hardness against a diamond, his skull shattered from the impact; and Kylan, an elven mage who fell victim to an honor killing. The scene was so lifelike it sent chills down viewers' spines. Some even felt like a terrifying monster was lurking deep within the passage ahead, waiting for the expedition team to walk into its trap. The tension was so thick that even the stream comments grew sparse. Then the screen split into two. On one side was Zhou Ning, and the team venturing deeper into the corridor. On the other was the statue hall, zoomed in on several particularly twisted and pained-looking statues. The background music grew heavier and more oppressive. Then, the team ran into Archibald, a hooded figure wielding a blue-runed sword. At the same time, Boudica, Katoa, and Kylan's statues suddenly came to life, charging toward the team with heavy thuds. Before anyone could react, Haicheng, visible on screen, let out a startled grunt as he was flung into the air, his head tilted, instantly dead. Holy crap! That scared the hell out of me. High alert ahead. I was kinda terrified, but that guy's comic relief saved me. Thanks, Mun. As viewers watched in mounting tension, the background music picked up in pace. To Zhou Ning, it even began to resemble something out of a wildlife documentary. First, Professor Raleigh transformed into a leopard and leapt at the half-man mammoth. Then Wayne Sturwell pulled out two pistols, one white, one black, and took aim at the onrushing arrow god Boudica. As he fired, the AI helpfully gave Zhou Ning a full-screen close-up. Viewers could clearly see every move. One bullet intercepted Boudica's freshly launched arrow midair. With a flourish of his coat and a graceful sliding step, he closed in, raised both guns, and pulled the triggers in quick succession. Accompanied by the frantic rhythm of the drums in the BGM, Boudica was gunned down in less than 2 seconds. Another insta-kill. Damn, my mun is so hot. But Wayne wasn't done. In a fluid motion, he closed in on the half-man mammoth, Katoa. As if he had precognition, he sidestepped a hammer blow with a slick evasion shot, then unloaded a volley of bullets. Katoa's massive form crashed to the ground. The stark contrast in their sizes made for a jaw-dropping visual impact. Meanwhile, on the other half of the screen, Archibald, clearly the main villain, had entered the fray against Leandro and Edwin. Although he had the upper hand, Leandro's elegant swordsmanship and Edwin's precise control over localized weather held him back just enough to keep the battle gripping. But most eyes were on Wayne Sturwell, who hadn't paused for a second. He now rushed toward the third statue-turned-enemy. Facing Kylan, the elven mage who kept teleporting, he suddenly slid forward, his black coat billowing. He aimed both guns at a seemingly empty spot. The moment that followed was almost unreal. Kylan happened to appear exactly where he aimed. With just 2 bullets, the fiery light in her eyes was snuffed out, and she collapsed to the ground. It looked as effortless as eating or drinking. Before anyone could cheer, the camera cut to Zhou Ning in the second screen, rapidly moving toward the first screen. The camera zoomed in again, locking back onto Zhou Ning. His destination was unmistakably Archibald. On the other side, Leandro and Edwin were clearly losing ground. Leandro was severely injured, and Edwin was mentally drained. Archibald had already plunged his dual swords into the ground. As black water surged, he summoned more undead, and even more statues began to stir. The situation was becoming dire. And just then, viewers heard Wayne speak. His gaze was deep, his voice steady. "You guys go. Leave this to me." Watching the playback, Zhou Ning couldn't help but smirk. The vampire version of himself really loved showing off. The AI editor knew how to play things up, too. Back in episode 4, during the battle against Elvis, it had even created a character theme song just for him. The song always kicked in when he was about to dominate a fight, or enter serious mode. The melody had a vibe similar to Hot-Blooded Duelist. As Edwin finally made the call to lead the team in retreat, the BGM swelled into something heroic. It's here. The execution theme is here. No one defeats me when my BGM is playing. The comment section exploded. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 191, Chapter 192, Execution Part 2 1264 words. Chapter 192, Execution Part 2. As the suddenly impassioned execution theme surged through the air, the viewers' adrenaline spiked straight through the roof. They watched Zhou Ning's coat-tails fluttering as he pressed down the brim of his hat, body leaning forward slightly. Without dodging or retreating, he strode through the nearly opaque frost mist, and as Archibald's sword slashed down toward him, Zhou Ning calmly reached out and gripped the opponent's rune sword. Thanks to a close-up, the audience could clearly see blood flowing freely from Zhou Ning's hand as he held the blade. Yet his expression remained serene, the corners of his lips curving into a refined smile. A sudden blaze of blinding white light flared from between his fingers, and a pure golden flame silently burst forth. Archibald's hand recoiled as if burned, forcing him to release the rune sword. The rune sword, which had moments ago radiated a biting chill, instantly quieted, subdued and obedient. Then, it vanished from Zhou Ning's hand. The players? Just like Qingbai Wild Sake's first reaction, their initial thought was that someone had looted a boss weapon on the spot. But before they could start complaining, they saw a flicker in Archibald's ghostly blue eyes. A sudden burst of layered icy shockwaves erupted from him, and with the camera pulling back sharply, the players could clearly see frost rapidly forming across the ground, on Zhou Ning's arms, and all over his body. In an instant, it was as if the entrance to hell had opened. Countless translucent phantoms surged from the void, wailing silently as they charged at Zhou Ning in a tidal wave. Normally, this would have had the players on edge, but with the execution theme's rapid tempo still going strong, they oddly found themselves a little worried for the enemy instead. Just as the phantoms reached him, a layer of radiant, sun-like white flame suddenly erupted across Zhou Ning's body. In less than a second, every specter that touched him was reduced to ash. At that moment, the viewers saw Archibald hooded in black raise his right arm again, and thrust his palm forward. His hand turned instantly incorporeal, ghostly like it belonged to a wraith. Dozens of black threads shot out from his palm, lashing toward Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning was dragged forward several steps by the threads but quickly stabilized himself, giving Archibald no time to react. Instead, with a sudden snap, he grabbed the man's hand, yanked him closer, tightened his grip, leaned back, and threw a vicious straight punch right into Archibald's face. Right then, the execution theme reached its climax. Zhou Ning's fists pounded down in a relentless flurry to the rhythm of the drums, hammering Archibald for a full 30 seconds. Only then did he draw his twin pistols, flash a smile, and bid his enemy farewell, sending the bullet curtain into a frenzy. "My husband is so hot I could cry." "Is this the same guy Grantham said could only fight small fry?" I actually believed him. Bro, you're a dude calling him your husband. You XB fanboying or what? You can always count on Wayne Sturwell, especially when the BGM kicks in. Say no more. Rewatching now. See y'all at the beginning. At Grantham, your thoughts on this clip. At Grantham, your thoughts on this clip. Grantham stared at the flood of mentions, grinding his teeth in frustration, but he had no room to argue. Wayne Sturwell's strength had completely blindsided him. It was absurd, unreal. All he could do now was play dead. Zhou Ning. He couldn't help but light a candle for this old pal again. Every time he used the vampire template, Grantham popped up. It was practically astrological incompatibility. To be fair, what Grantham said wasn't wrong. If Zhou Ning hadn't kept his trump card vampire Zhou Ning in reserve, they'd probably already be arranging his funeral feast by now. By this point in the video, things were winding down. The next scene showed Zhou Ning removing his hat, nodding farewell to the enemies deeper in the corridor, and escorting 2 weak players out of the temple. He moved forward with effortless grace, his black coat trailing behind him. As he passed, golden flames lit up on the undead around them, casting a pure glow across the dim corridor and the pitch-black depths of the temple. Moments later, the undead were reduced to ash, never to rise again. Then, as he punched a walrusman straight through and burst out of the temple's main gate, the execution theme cut off with perfect timing. At last, the players let out a collective breath. They were satisfied. Utterly satisfied. Entering post-hype cooldown mode. What followed was relatively calm. Zhou Ning successfully reunited with the main expedition team, bringing his segment to a close. The video then shifted to another team heading southward. Zhou Ning noticed that the two teams' situations mirrored each other. Near the structure, they too found an altar. But in addition to the undead, this team encountered robed cultists of the curse god cult, performing ritual prayers. These cultists didn't attack the undead. On the contrary, they coexisted peacefully. Ultimately, this expedition team's journey ended in disaster, overwhelmed by the combined assault of the undead and the curse god cultists. After losing 3 members, they had no choice but to retreat. Once the two teams regrouped and escaped the meteorological tide, the scene cut again, this time to Puxami Shelley, the chosen of the Ruins Kingdom, following the academic exchange team from Inyuk University en route to Bryston. The screen faded to black. The film ended. Everyone who'd binged it had just one thought in mind: spectacular. The entire film had 0 dull moments, tight pacing, intense twists, and that final fight with protagonist Wayne Sturwell. The best battle sequence in all 8 episodes, hands down. The audience couldn't have asked for more. Wayne Sturwell's strength was once again thrown under the microscope, his explosive performance completely overshadowing Leandro, the chosen from the previous timeline. His popularity was off the charts. Even the young actor playing Wayne Sturwell posted online, saying he'd been working hard to capture the character's essence and would give his best for the upcoming scenes. Zhou Ning. Though a bit helpless and seething inside, this was exactly the outcome he'd wanted, to win the admiration and fervent support of the players. Only by establishing this kind of bond could he sway their decisions. Some players might join the curse god cult and be ordered to attack him, but now, perhaps they'd hesitate. Perhaps they'd refuse and follow him instead. That's the power of a true idol. Of course, that power needed to be backed by profit if he wanted players to truly fight for him. As a former player himself, he understood their mindset all too well. They might help a popular NPC for a while out of affection, but without benefits, they'd flip on you in a heartbeat. Fortunately, his strategy combined both idol status and rewards, never neglecting either. He intended to keep following that path. There was also a beginner village called South Wessex, not far from West Lynne town. It happened to be the hometown of his mentor, Professor Wesley. Zhou Ning decided to wait a bit before heading there, to give the players time to gather money and experience, and to give himself a window to handle other matters, such as obtaining that psychic enhancement potion from the mysterious old man. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 192, Chapter 193, The Journey Home. 1351 words. Chapter 193, The Journey Home. On the other side, inside a building resembling a library, an elderly man with graying hair and a kind, gentle face sat at a desk, wearing reading glasses as he read the constantly emerging lines of text on a book in front of him. Act 3, Scene 9, The Death of Wayne Sturwell. 4th reenactment. Main characters: Wayne Sturwell, Edwin, Leandro, Archibald MacLeish, Louisa, Wright, etc. Plot summary: Wayne Sturwell will accompany the expedition to the meteorological tide. After entering the temple, he will be killed by Archibald MacLeish, becoming yet another wandering soul within its walls. Narration: just as someone had planned, Edwin is a man who cannot stand mediocrity. He always seeks every opportunity for advancement, be it in his career or in the church. Naturally, he accepted the chance to explore the meteorological tide without hesitation. If the expedition succeeded, he could leave Vic University, and might even be promoted to regional bishop of Darkland. Wayne Sturwell will coincidentally head to West Lynne town, and again coincidentally it will snow continuously for 2 days there. The severe cold will even attract heightened ice elemental activity, causing damage along the railway and forcing him to stay in Westland Town, where he joins the expedition at Edwin's invitation. Everything went according to plan. Wayne Sturwell joined the expedition, as I had foreseen, and entered the meteorological tide. They had no idea what awaited them. Narration: no one could have imagined that even the combined efforts of Katoa, Kylan, Boudica, Victor, and Archibald would fail to defeat Wayne Sturwell. Because of the consequences of a failed performance, Katoa and Kylan will fall by Wayne's hand, meeting a true end to their lives. Ending: the reenactment fails. Wayne Sturwell's power was far beyond anticipated. Who would have thought he possessed such terrifying strength? Archibald MacLeish was defeated by Wayne Sturwell, rendering Act 3, Scene 9 void. Yet, this failure also brings forth new possibilities. The book remained silent for a full 5 minutes, clearly discouraged. Listlessly, it flipped to a new blank page. This time, the elderly man stopped it. He closed the slightly faded book in his hands, smiled gently, and said, "It's not time yet." Unaware of what was happening elsewhere, Zhou Ning had just finished watching the serialized drama. He then browsed the forum again, specifically hunting for praise-filled posts about himself, flipping through them one by one, grumbling only about not having an account so he couldn't like or upvote them. Among the many posts, one immediately caught his eye, one newly posted by Qingbai Wild Sake. Taking advantage of the protagonist's rising popularity, Qingbai Wild Sake had spent the entire morning editing his recorded footage and uploaded the final cut to the forum. The video was titled, Apocalypse, from Zero Series, Wayne Sturwell Arc Part 1. Unsurprisingly, the video immediately grabbed players' attention. Qingbai Wild Sake was already a well-known name in the gaming community. As soon as the video dropped, a flood of fans and curious viewers clicked in. The solo queue from Scratch series brings back memories. I just saw the Qingbai in the serial drama. That must be what this is about. The video consisted mainly of in-game footage recorded by Qingbai Wild Sake, beginning from the train scene, where Zhou Ning defeats the Frost Lord, then showing him helping players fend off the ice elemental invasion and leading them into the camp. Using first-person gameplay footage, he narrated and analyzed Wayne Sturwell's strength and the plot. Right now, Wayne is definitely the NPC who has fought the most in front of players. A lot of people used to question his strength, thinking he might just be a guide character, not really a protagonist. But after everything we've seen, I can now firmly confirm Wayne Sturwell is the main character. Let me explain why, step by step. The scene then shifted to Vic University's expedition camp, showing the recorded duel between Leandro and Zhou Ning. After commenting on the fight, he continued. Leandro is easily one of the top-tier warrior-type NPCs in the game, yet he wasn't a match for Wayne Sturwell. And you all saw how Wayne fought the hooded man later. He's clearly not focused on firearms. His real strength lies in close combat. From Episode 1 to Episode 8 of the serial, Wayne's combat ability has shown a clear growth curve, a hallmark of a protagonist, scaling power. When it matters most, Wayne Sturwell is always dependable. And another thing, the hooded man's identity. After watching the serial, I've developed a bold theory, that hooded man might be the very same knight who took his own life at the start of the series, the Flame of Justice, Sir Archibald, one of the 4 heroes. The serial even gave subtle hints. Here, take a look at the comparison. Qingbai Wild Sake paused the video and pulled up a side-by-side comparison of the suicidal knight, the hooded figure, and the statue of Archibald. The resemblance was striking, and the comment section exploded. Holy crap, he's right. Qingbai's attention to detail is insane. Saw him play Destiny a while back. Dude's ridiculously meticulous. Okay, that last comment was sus. Was Archibald transformed into an undead due to the Reaper's resurrection? Why did he take his own life? And what level of power had Wayne Sturwell reached to be capable of defeating Archibald? Qingbai Wild Sake didn't offer a definite answer. He mentioned that he, along with players like Haicheng, Jins, and XP, had all triggered hidden protagonist storylines, and were now able to follow the main character around. He also shared the various perks he'd gained access to high-level maps, elite tasks from expedition NPCs, entrance into a temple filled entirely with skull-level monsters, and even the completion of a highly rewarding hidden quest. He now had enough XP to hit level 13. He showed clips of accepting various quests, and the corresponding completion screens. Viewers were green with envy, commenting things like "pure luck god." At the end of the video, Qingbai Wild Sake said, "I'll keep sticking with the protagonist and continue producing this Apocalypse from Zero series as we uncover Wayne Sturwell's story." That's it for today, folks. See you next episode. Compared to the serial edited by the AI brain, Qingbai Wild Sake's video wasn't particularly long, but it was rich in content. Shot entirely from his first-person perspective, it included behind-the-scenes details and exclusive insights not seen in the serialized drama. Clearly a labor of love. In addition to clever speculation, it featured battle footage that didn't make the final cut of the serial, like Zhou Ning's wandering gunman taking on warrior Leandro, a textbook-grade performance. Naturally, the high quality of the video quickly drew attention. The forum mod pinned it to the top, and it became a massive hit. After watching it, Zhou Ning could only nod in approval. This commentator was definitely worth keeping around. His well-placed speculation and praise had taken Zhou Ning's fame to a new level. What caught Zhou Ning's eye next were a number of posts from Darkland players, complaining that they had nowhere to learn skills or hadn't had time to change class yet. The crops are ready for harvest. Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel pleased. By midday, news came from the station. The steam train to Darkland was back in service. After some thought, Zhou Ning decided to return to Darkland with the university expedition team. There was no need to go out of his way to stand out. Around 2 p.m, a train from Temple Port pulled into West Lynn Station. Zhou Ning boarded it along with the rest of the expedition team. Fortunately, nothing else happened along the way. Only when he set foot once again on Darkland soil did Zhou Ning unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Too many twists and turns on this trip. He was starting to wonder if he had the Conan protagonist curse. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 193, Chapter 194, The University's Internal Library. 1253 words. Chapter 194, The University's Internal Library. This expedition into the meteorological tide had its gains and losses. While he obtained a rather impressive unidentified mysterious ring, the price he paid was the loss of a trump card that could have saved his life. Even worse, the battle was so intense that he used up nearly 600 rounds of special ammunition, and consumed 2 charms worth 300 vecta each, an incredibly heavy loss. Despite his repeated, subtle hints about getting reimbursed for the bullets, Edwin didn't seem to catch on at all. He simply asked if Zhou Ning wanted to ride the carriage back to the university. Unbelievable. After a moment of thought, Zhou Ning still decided to return to Vic University with the expedition team. He had a D-rank mission, which had been upgraded to a C-rank 1. Join the expedition that remained incomplete. Most likely, he'd have to return to Vic University to submit the mission. Noticing the 2 players still trailing behind him, Zhou Ning gave it some thought, then drafted several new missions and tossed them to Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng. The missions tasked them with investigating the whereabouts of players captured by the Cursed God cult, and reporting their findings to him. These tasks could also be shared with others, since players had a thing called a forum. It was ridiculously easy to find other players using players. These 2 were Zhou Ning's personally selected potential candidates. Having them handle some of the more troublesome tasks was not only a way to put their talents to use, but also a great time saver for himself, a win-win situation. After sending off the 2 players, Zhou Ning boarded the carriage prepared by the expedition team, and made his way back to Vic University. On campus, Zhou Ning saw many students gathered in small groups on stone benches and round tables, dueling with Yu-Gi-Oh cards in hand. From time to time, he could hear shouts like "Draw" and "My turn." John's really done a great job promoting this. Zhou Ning couldn't help but silently sigh at the scene. Because several students and professors had died during this expedition and due to some baffling discoveries, Edwin immediately dragged Zhou to report everything to the headmaster upon their return. In the headmaster's office, Vic University's headmaster, Nielon Witters, was seated in a chair reading a book on magic. He was a powerful arcanist with white hair and beard. The moment Zhou drew near, he could feel an incredibly intense aura of mystical brilliance radiating from him. Seeing the two enter, he looked up and said, "Edwin, you returned so suddenly. Did something happen during the expedition?" "Yes," Edwin replied without hesitation. "What happened?" Nielon Witters asked, rubbing his forehead. "Two things. First, we lost quite a few people during the expedition to the meteorological tide, including Professor Lucas and Professor Hawthorne," Edwin said. Nielon Witters let out a sigh and said, "A great man once said, truth may be bitter, but it is vivid. Sacrifices are inevitable in the pursuit of truth and knowledge." "What's the second thing?" Edwin explained in detail. "We discovered a death god temple in the meteorological tide. Inside, we encountered Sir Archibald in a state of undeath. He attacked us and nearly wiped out our entire group." "Sir Archibald?" Nielon Witters frowned. "Are you certain it was really him?" "Yes," Edwin affirmed. "I'm absolutely certain." At Edwin's signal, Zhou supplemented the report with details of the expedition, especially his battle with Archibald, during which he expended many precious bullets and charms. Nielon Witters might not have caught on to his subtle plea for reimbursement, but he listened very attentively, asking questions from time to time. Finally, when Zhou took out Archibald's rune sword, Nielon accepted it, examined it briefly, and nodded lightly. "Understood. The school appreciates your efforts and contribution. May I hold on to this sword for now? I'll submit it to the sanctum of the Temple of Earth and see what they make of it." "No problem," Zhou replied casually. With Frostmourne in hand, this sword was practically useless to him. It wouldn't sell for much either, so he might as well use it to curry some favor. "Thank you very much," Nielon Witters said solemnly. At that moment, his system finally delivered a notification. "C-rank mission, join the expedition, complete. You have earned 66,000 experience points. Vic University's favorability toward you has increased by 1,900 points. Vic University, respect for, 900/6. 000 Knowledge Council's favorability toward you has increased by 1,200 points. Knowledge Council, friendly 1, 200/1, 300. You've earned the right to select 3 rare formulas from Vic University's internal library. The rewards were quite generous, including favor from a hidden organization, the Knowledge Council. In his previous life, this organization hadn't appeared much, but Zhou vaguely remembered that they worshipped the god of knowledge, and were dedicated to the teaching and dissemination of knowledge. Most of its members were professors and scholars. The massive ironclad warship docked at the Western Military Port was repaired and completed by the Knowledge Council's members. That ship had played a vital role in the war against the Walrus Men and Lavendel. It definitely had some prestige. The 3 rare formula selections were also a great prize. Zhou had long coveted the university's expert-level alchemy formulas. His alchemy skill had been stuck at the expert level for a while now. In reality, his proficiency had long reached the threshold for advancing to master level. He just hadn't met the requirement of mastering 12 expert-level alchemy formulas. Once he advanced to master-level alchemist, not only could he begin crafting limit-class super potions, but he'd also unlock a new specialization. His secondary class level as an alchemist would also be able to break through to level 30, allowing for further growth. After accumulating for more than a month, he now possessed 6 expert-level alchemy blueprints. If he could select 3 more, he'd be only one step away from advancement. The only problem: how would he claim the reward? Just as he thought that, Nielon Witters spoke as a reward. "Let's do this. Edwin, take Sturwell to the internal library, and let him pick a few rare fields of knowledge as compensation." Sure enough, this game's rewards were always conveniently timed. Zhou gave a wry smile. Let's go. After leaving the headmaster's office, Edwin retrieved 2 umbrellas from his own office and casually handed one to Zhou Ning. The two made their way to the southeastern part of campus and took a secluded path. This area was equipped with an alchemy formation similar to the one at the Withers Higher Church Plaza, except this one was filled with fog and rain. This road is the only way into the university's internal facilities. Usually, only the top graduates or core staff of the university are allowed entry. Edwin continued, don't let the simple layout fool you. Unless you're proficient in meteorology or familiar with the weather patterns here, it's extremely difficult to get through. Zhou Ning nodded. Some players had made it here in his past life, so he was familiar with the university's internal library. It housed many rare and limited formulas, usually requiring a large number of credits to exchange for. This was also one of the reasons Zhou Ning chose to stay at Vic University long-term. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 194, Chapter 195, The Undead Core Quest 1282 words. Chapter 195, The Undead Core Quest. Though it appeared clear outside, the moment they stepped onto the road, a torrential downpour began. Thankfully, thanks to Edwin's earlier reminder, Zhou Ning had already opened his umbrella, and now followed Edwin through the winding paths. After a few minutes, the view ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a quaint, ancient-looking structure. Atop the stone building was a single-eye symbol representing knowledge and culture. Zhou Ning, who had a solid foundation in occultism, recognized it immediately. It was the emblem of Middels, the god of knowledge. Come on in. Flanking the building were 2 gargoyles crouched on either side. These were extraordinary alchemical constructs, golems with formidable combat capabilities. Edwin stepped forward and knocked on the door 3 times. Dong dong dong. A middle-aged man with graying beard and a cold, somber expression opened the door. Upon seeing Edwin, he silently stepped aside to let them in. As expected of the vice principal, what presence? Zhou Ning followed Edwin into the building, which resembled a library inside. A few unfamiliar-looking professors sat at their stations, immersed in books. This lower level is the public library. If you choose to stay on as faculty, or spend 120 credit points, you can read here freely. With your capabilities, it wouldn't be hard to qualify for a faculty position. Interested? Edwin asked. Not at the moment, Zhou Ning answered honestly. What a shame. Edwin shook his head, then led Zhou Ning to the 2nd floor of the library and pointed to a central row of bookshelves. These shelves contain rare formulas. You may choose any 3, including but not limited to expert level ones. Zhou Ning nodded in understanding and approached the shelves. Alchemy, engineering, enchanting. Even tailoring designs. Zhou Ning scanned the shelves briefly and found that most formulas were only relatively rare, many he had already learned. They were only uncommon outside of this place. For example, the recipes for Fortune Elixir and Flight Elixir. But when he circled to the other side of the shelf, his eyes lit up. He found what he had been hoping for. Gargoyle Transmutation Method, Truth Serum, Mongoose Elixir, Treasure-Seeking Potion. Zhou Ning stared longingly at the titles on the spines. If only he could say, I'll take them all. After a careful selection, he finally picked 3 formulas, Mongoose Elixir, Treasure-Seeking Potion, and one called Petrification Potion. The Treasure-Seeking Potion had a similar effect to the Fortune Elixir, providing a mysterious boost to luck. The Petrification Potion could temporarily turn the user to stone for 30 seconds, during which they would recover a large amount of health and stamina. Very practical. As for the Mongoose Elixir, it was an extremely rare potion that boosted attributes, specifically agility, which Zhou Ning lacked most. Truly a top-tier item. Zhou Ning handed his chosen formulas to Edwin for review. Edwin gave them a quick glance and nodded in approval, but then looked seriously at Zhou Ning and warned, remember, under no circumstances should you leak these formulas to outsiders. That's my advice to you. Zhou Ning shivered slightly, sensing the power of a binding contract descending upon him. After a moment's thought, he nodded solemnly. Very good. I trust your word. You have 15 minutes to transcribe the formulas, Edwin said with a smile. He had a good impression of Zhou Ning. It was just a pity the young man didn't seem interested in academia, or an official career. Otherwise, Edwin would have gladly offered him more support. After copying the 3 formulas, Zhou Ning left the inner library. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to return to his dorm. Instead, he exited the campus and made his way to his alchemy shop. It was still working hours, so his 2 assistants should be around. Sure enough, upon seeing Zhou Ning, both Jin's and XB lit up with joy and rushed over. Their voices were full of excitement and a bit of frustration. Zhou Ning smirked, feeling he understood their mood. Though honestly, XB, do you have to act like that? As usual, he gave them a well-crafted, experience-rich errand quest, an effort to lift their disappointed spirits. Watching their experience bars jump significantly, both Jins and XB had mixed feelings. After all their grinding and questing, it still didn't compare to just tagging along with Zhou Ning. Thanks to the past few days of accumulated experience, Jins had already reached level 14, ranking first on the leaderboard, while XB was now level 12 and also near the top. And once Zhou Ning unlocked their access to the personal shop, the 2 of them wasted no time in purchasing the legendary Starry Sky Guild invitation. They also immediately redeemed a dungeon summoning stone. Having seen others brag about it on the forums, they'd long been drooling over the Nomarigan dungeon. At this time, several players spotted Zhou Ning and started gathering in groups. Zhou Ning had no choice but to remain idle in place, becoming a temporary shopkeeper NPC. After a few days of supply drought, players from Darkland had pent-up purchasing urges. Though the cheap firearms in West Lin Town were already sold out and hadn't yet been restocked, even the revolvers obtained through the system's random draws, each worth 15 vectas, were being snapped up. What surprised Zhou Ning most was that another player spent 1,000 vectas on a devil fruit, a meteorologist known as Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds, a professional player from the Deep Blue Club like Jins. He was considered a top-tier meteorologist in the country. His username said it all. However, the fruit he ate didn't seem particularly fitting. It turned him into a spotted dog, which caused quite a stir among the players. This is a zoan-type dog fruit, common breed spotted dog form. It once belonged to a formidable warrior. It grants a strong body, agile speed, and powerful claws and teeth capable of rending anything. Pretty impressive, Zhou Ning explained with a smile. He wasn't lying. If memory served, this was the same fruit once wielded by Vice Admiral Dalmatian of the Marine Headquarters, who had even seriously injured the protagonist Luffy. Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds seemed quite satisfied. He'd gotten insider info that the game company would likely hold a Pro League tournament soon. In these early stages of the game, the Devil Fruit had boosted his power by at least 25%, a significant edge. Aside from unexpectedly selling that Devil Fruit, the Starry Sky Guild invitations that Zhou Ning had brought were also sold out. The Starry Sky Guild now had 28 members, 32 short of its temporary cap. Spending was ferocious. Zhou Ning stayed there until around 4 p.m. Once his experience pool climbed back up to 1.4 million, he said his goodbyes, promising to return tomorrow. The ingredients for the treasure-seeking potion and petrification potion weren't too expensive. The priciest one was an herb called Stone Heather, but even that wouldn't push the cost beyond 3 vectas per bottle, quite cheap and practical for expert-level potions. However, the mongoose elixir he urgently needed was extremely costly, and according to its description, it also had a high failure rate. He'd need to buy multiple sets of materials just to be safe. He took a public carriage to the trade district, where he purchased a large batch of necessary ingredients from the West family's herb and engineering shops. After instructing them to deliver the goods to 117 Gibbon Street, he made his way to the location of the Undead Core Quest and Alchemy shop on the west side of the trade district. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone Event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 195, Chapter 196. The Emerald Tonic 1250 for words. Chapter 196. The Emerald Tonic. In his previous life, Zhou Ning had never done this quest involving the collection of undead cores. He only knew the name of the alchemy shop, Doyle Alchemy Store. Its location was fairly remote. Compared to the relatively affluent Eastern Trade District, this area was still bustling and noisy, but passers-by were dressed more plainly, some even in rags. Zhou Ning also noticed a new building under construction beside the garden and lawn in the center of the street. Word had it that it was going to be a new almshouse. After searching around the vicinity, he finally located the alchemy shop in the far western corner. It looked newly opened, but business didn't seem too good. As soon as he walked in, he spotted a familiar figure. Sitting in a wheelchair was an old man with a thick, stark white head of stiff, unruly hair. Zhou Ning was stunned. Was that old Turing? He'd suspected before that this man might be a master alchemist, but he never expected the eccentric old man collecting undead cores to actually be him. Zhou Ning was pleasantly surprised. What a small world. Slowing his pace, he stepped inside and lifted his hat in greeting. Hello, Mr. Using aura vision, Zhou Ning sensed that Mr. Turing's health was in poor shape. His aura was dim. That is to say, while he wasn't suffering from any major illness, he was quite frail. Old Turing turned to look at Zhou Ning and asked in surprise, Wayne, what brings you here? Pure coincidence, Zhou Ning replied with a smile. I heard you're collecting undead cores. Turing's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly, That's right. But I need high-quality ones. How many do you have? A prompt appeared on Zhou Ning's interface. You have triggered D-rank quest. The Grand Alchemist's new invention quest description. The elderly man before you is a once famous legendary alchemist of Bryston. He needs some undead cores. Give him 10 undead cores and he will reward you handsomely. Quest requirement. Hand over 10 or more high-purity undead cores. Reward, 85,000 EXP. This must be the quest. Zhou Ning was delighted and immediately accepted it. He retrieved a pile of undead cores from his inventory, about 30 in total, and placed them on the table. Are these high enough quality? Yes, they are, Mr. Turing said after examining them closely. I can trade them for some of my specially made potions. I won't shortchange you 10 cores of this quality per vial. That price matched what Zhou Ning had seen on the forums, so he agreed without fuss. Follow me. Old Turing wheeled himself deeper into the alchemy shop. Inside was a fully equipped alchemical laboratory. He rolled up to the workbench and used tongs to take out 3 test tubes filled with emerald green liquid, handing them to Zhou Ning. This is an emerald tonic that slightly boosts mental strength. I'll trade these 3 vials for your 29 undead cores. You're welcome to browse the other items in my shop as well. If anything catches your interest, let me know. Zhou Ning nodded and picked up a vial, giving it a gentle shake. It didn't look very appealing, kind of like sulfuric acid, but its utility was the real deal. Among all the potions players could acquire in his past life, it consistently ranked near the top. Unlike the mongoose tonic, which had a chance of lowering other stats, the emerald tonic had no side effects whatsoever, making it extremely valuable to players. After exchanging for the 3 emerald tonics, a system prompt appeared. Quest the Grand Alchemist's new invention completed. You gained 85,000 EXP. Darien Turing favorability plus 30, trading available. Zhou Ning quickly spotted a personal shop entry on his game panel. Old Turing's item list. It included all sorts of strange and rare potions. Some were even crafted by master or legendary level alchemists. In addition to the emerald tonic, there was the PvP artifact refined wisdom tonic and the elixir of wind, which permanently increased movement speed. Undead cores could be used as currency here. What surprised Zhou Ning most was that there was even a blueprint for the emerald tonic available. It was a master-level recipe, though the price was outrageous, 300 undead cores for a single copy. There were also several bizarre and inexpensive formulae, most of which were unseen in the outside world. Zhou Ning was overjoyed. He hadn't expected this kind of bonus. Good thing he had hoarded a bunch of undead cores from the expedition team, now he could splurge with ease. He quickly selected 3 blueprints and bought them. The remaining cores were just enough to trade for 5 more emerald tonics. "I'll give you a word of advice," Turing added kindly after the transaction. "The emerald tonic can only be consumed up to 5 times per person. Any more and it'll backfire." Zhou Ning nodded to show he understood. He had now acquired 8 vials of emerald tonic in total. While the extra 3 couldn't be used, he could still hold on to them for now. Just as Zhou Ning was about to leave, Turing suddenly called out to him. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "If you can, help me find some life cores as well. I'll reward you generously. You have triggered D-rank quest, the Grand Alchemist's new invention 2 quest description. Your friend Old Turing is now in urgent need of life cores. Give him 10 life cores and he will reward you handsomely. Quest requirement, hand over 10 or more high-purity life cores. Reward, 85,000 EXP." There's a follow-up. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate and immediately accepted. Life cores drop from nature-type monsters and are primarily used to craft potions that grant resistance to natural elements. There was a swamp near Novice Village in Southwestshire full of nature-type monsters. If memory served, the Adventurers Guild even had a fairly difficult bounty quest located there. Once he headed back to Southwestshire to harvest some greenhorns, he could work on both quests at the same time. As the saying goes, if the reward's good enough, even steel plating can be drilled through. Leaving Doyle Alchemy Store, Zhou Ning was in high spirits. He had gained a lot this time. He planned to return to his home at 117 Gibbon Street and enter seclusion to craft items time to replenish his depleted ammo and potions, and possibly begin work on his second job advancement. Opening the simulator panel, he saw that the panda was still diligently pedaling the tricycle. The progress bar beneath it had already reached 49%. Zhou Ning paid it no mind and headed home by carriage. When he opened the door, he saw that his hired housekeeper, Jacqueline, was busy at work. The coachman and maid-of-all-work had already been hired, and the whole house was spotless and in order. Zhou Ning nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, Jacqueline perfectly matched his ideal image of a housekeeper, patient, professional, capable, and skilled at handling all kinds of trouble. Her only flaw: she was just too old. "I'll be busy in the lab for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me." After dinner, Zhou Ning gave his instructions to Jacqueline. "Understood, sir," she replied humbly. Saying no more, Zhou Ning entered his lab and locked the door behind him. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 196, Chapter 197, Second Job Advancement 1353 words. Chapter 197, Second Job Advancement. During their earlier conversation, Zhou Ning kept sensing that Jacqueline wanted to say something but hesitated, as though something was on the tip of her tongue. Since she didn't speak up, he didn't press her. He felt their relationship hadn't reached the level of candid honesty. So he simply shut the door, lit the gas lamp, and began operating the alchemy station with practiced ease. Time flew by during his crafting, and it wasn't until 3 the next day that Zhou Ning finally exhaled in relief. He had completed the production of devil fruits, special bullets, firearms, and potions. With his current agility and the passive skill dexterous hands, his crafting speed was astonishing. The completed items earned him around 90,000 crafting experience in total. Among them, the newly acquired formulas Petrification Potion and Treasure-Seeking Elixir were each brewed 20 times. As for the Mongoose Elixir, he attempted it 3 times and failed each time. The success rate was abysmal. Zhou Ning sighed as he looked at the beaker filled with clumped black sludge. This type of alchemical potion, which permanently increases stats, was already approaching the level of a supernatural potion. The crafting difficulty was sky-high, the techniques, inspiration, flame intensity, and timing all had to be perfect. Finally, on his fourth attempt, the potion in the beaker stabilized and turned into a bottle of silvery white liquid. Even Zhou Ning, usually calm and composed, couldn't help showing visible joy. Mongoose elixir ingredients: wind leaf, essence of nature, leopard-eared cattail brewing method. Effect: permanently increases agility and speed, with certain side effects. Usage: drink it. Gulp gulp gulp. After confirming the potion's integrity, Zhou Ning poured the liquid from the test tube into his mouth. A notification appeared on his panel: you have consumed mongoose elixir. Agility increased by 4. Strength decreased by 1. That was the downside of the mongoose elixir. While it increased agility, it also inflicted some random stat penalties. Zhou Ning let out a breath and decided to continue brewing more of it. He had purchased materials for 10 batches in total, and ultimately only succeeded 3 times a 30% success rate, the lowest he'd ever recorded in alchemical crafting. The 3 bottles of mongoose elixir gave him a total of plus 11 agility, at the cost of minus 2 strength and minus 1 spirit. Not a bad trade overall. The real surprise came from the emerald elixir. 5 bottles of emerald elixir granted him a whopping plus 26 spirit, with 0 negative effects. His spirit stat finally broke into triple digits, reaching 113, on par with mages of the same level. By the time he finished crafting, it was already past 3 a. Zhou Ning cleaned up his workstation and prepared to return to the main building. But just then, he suddenly heard the faint shuffle of footsteps near the gate outside. Turning around, he saw a hunched figure aimlessly wandering near the fence. It was an elderly homeless man, with gray hair, pale blue skin, and a lifeless expression. A revenant. Zhou Ning's pupils narrowed. He recognized this man. It was the same homeless person who'd frozen to death in front of his house in Darkland a few days ago, and had been carted away by corpse collectors. Once he confirmed it was an undead, he hesitated only briefly before pulling out his ebony gun and aiming it at the figure. But just then, the old vagrant sighed sorrowfully and vanished into thin air. Zhou Ning let out a breath and turned his gaze away. Unable to help himself, he muttered Black Baldy's signature curse, motherfaker. What the hell kind of lunacy was this? He suspected it was related to extreme elemental imbalances, like how extreme cold weather was a sign of cryo-element intensification. This could be a case of death element extremity, a type of supernatural event that should fall under the jurisdiction of the Sunwatchers. It needed to be handled by professionals. Tomorrow was Saturday, not only the day of the Supernaturals gathering, but also the scheduled time for trades with the Sunwatchers. He'd be sure to report it to them then. Back in his room, Zhou Ning first went into the washroom to take care of personal needs in an almost idle-like manner. Then, he lay down comfortably on his bed, opened his game panel, and began studying the requirements for his next job advancement. The next promotion required 10 job specializations, 4 core buff skills, and 15 active skills. For his first job advancement, he had needed 7 specializations, 2 core buffs, and 10 actives. After numerous adventures, he had picked up skills like elegant footwork, revolver mastery, and cold weapon mastery, all of which qualified as job specializations. He'd also confirmed that although the incomplete clan code couldn't be taught, it still counted as a core buff. At this point, he was only missing 1 more core buff and 5 active skills, not a tall order. He still had nearly 2 million EXP on hand, more than enough. The skills in his fusion pool included Shooting Mastery Advanced, Ripple Breathing Technique Intermediate, Mozambique Drill Intermediate, Shooting Method Intermediate, Dodge Basic, Armament Hockey Advanced, Divine Departure Basic, Basic Swordsmanship Advanced, Throwing Basic, Conqueror's Hockey Expert. After 3 rounds of fusions, his choices were becoming limited. He was now considering fusing the newly eligible Conqueror's Hockey, or fusing 3 skills simultaneously. Just leveling Conqueror's Hockey from Basic to Expert had already cost him around 270,000 EXP. Although fusing it now would mean starting over and temporarily weakening his power, sometimes you had to risk something to get results. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Zhou Ning made his decision. He first fused Conqueror's Hockey Expert with Shooting Mastery Advanced. Do you wish to fuse Conqueror's Hockey Expert and Shooting Mastery Advanced? This fusion will consume 34,000 EXP. Success rate, 92%. 92% was a safe bet. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning confirmed. Both skills were reset to basic level. Fusion successful. You've acquired the skill, Hockey Infused Shot Basic. Hockey Infused Shot Basic wraps bullets with Conqueror's Hockey to deliver a powerful shot. Deals 275% weapon damage with armor piercing and true damage effects. Although the cooldown was 12 seconds, this was now his highest damage skill. Next, Zhou Ning spent 100,000 EXP to bring Conqueror's Hockey back to Advanced, and attempted a fusion with Basic Swordsmanship. Do you wish to fuse Conqueror's Hockey Advanced and Basic Swordsmanship Advanced? This fusion will consume 34,000 EXP. Success rate, 75%. Fusion failed. Skill proficiency reset. Zhou Ning. Unexpectedly, even with a 75% success rate, he failed. Fortunately, his second attempt right after was a success. Fusion successful. You've acquired the skill, Hockey Infused Swordplay Basic. Hockey Infused Swordplay Basic wraps the blade with Conqueror's Hockey for a powerful strike. Deals 305% weapon damage and inflicts true damage. Pretty standard, but the damage output was likely very high. Now came the big one. Zhou Ning observed for a moment, then spent another 100,000 EXP to upgrade Conqueror's Hockey to Advanced again, and 80,000 EXP to bring Shooting Mastery back to Expert, to boost the fusion success rate. He then selected Armament Hockey Advanced for a three-way fusion. Do you wish to fuse Shooting Mastery Expert, Armament Hockey Advanced, and Conqueror's Hockey Advanced? This fusion will consume 63,000 EXP, success rate, 82%. Fusion successful. You've acquired the skill, Flowing Sakura Shot Basic. Flowing Sakura Shot Basic, a powerful shooting technique that fuses Conquerors and Armament Hockey. Capable of shattering enemy defenses and delivering a critical blow to the head. Zhou Ning clenched his fist in excitement. This was undoubtedly his strongest skill to date bar none. The only gripe was that the name sounded too cute, which didn't match his tough, rugged vibe. Now, only one core buff and 2 active skills remained. With around 1.4 million EXP left, Zhou Ning was confident he'd settle his job advancement in one final push. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 197, Chapter 198, Successful Job Advancement 1216 words. Chapter 198, Successful Job Advancement. Next, Zhou Ning experimented with fusing several different skills. For instance, he tried combining Conqueror's Hockey with the Ripple Breathing Technique, or Armament Hockey with Divine Departure. He even attempted several 3-skill combos. However, due to poor synergy between skills, all attempts failed, resulting in wasted experience. Eventually, when he fused the Shooting Technique, Dodge, and Shooting Mastery, he finally received a new prompt, Fusion Successful. You have acquired the skill, Gun Fu, Mind Rebuttal Beginner. Gun Fu, Mind Rebuttal Beginner. When an enemy engages in close combat, there is a certain chance to block the attack and counterattack. While the effect is active, there's a chance to forcibly interrupt the enemy's actions and launch a close-range counterattack. This includes, but is not limited to, point-blank gunfire or striking with elbows and knees. Does not mitigate damage already received. Excellent. Zhou Ning felt a rush of joy. This was likely his second Gun Fu skill after Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm. Not only did it look cool, but it was also extremely practical, allowing him to shift from defense to offense when enemies got up close. After a few more rounds of testing, he tried fusing Armament Hockey Advanced, basic swordsmanship expert, and shooting mastery expert, and successfully created another new skill. Fusion successful. You have acquired the combat skill, Sword Conceals Gun Beginner. Sword Conceals Gun Beginner. During melee combat, you can draw a flintlock and deliver a point-blank headshot. Deals 135% of weapon damage, and has a chance to inflict stun, armor break, or slow. Zhou Ning. He didn't comment on this skill. Let's just say it was better than nothing. His current close combat capabilities were still quite limited, and this was more of a last resort move. Only one skill fusion remained the final and most difficult one, a core buff skill. Zhou Ning frowned. This last step was much harder than he'd expected. On the surface, there were many viable choices, but it reminded him of the rumors about his love life back in school. Lots of talk, such as 4 blondes, 3 redheads, 5 brunettes, listing names like 2 Sabrinas, 3 Isabellas, 3 Barbaras, 2 Alices. But in reality, damn it, he didn't even have a suitable partner. After repeatedly trying combinations of 3 different skills, he finally settled on Conqueror's Hockey, Ripple Breathing Technique, and Armament Hockey Advanced. This time, he finally got a result. Do you wish to fuse Armament Hockey Advanced and Ripple Breathing Technique Advanced? This fusion will cost 68,000 experience. Success rate, 77%. Fusion successful. You have acquired the skill, Silver Bullet. Silver Bullet passively enhances your shooting damage. When using firearms, attacks gain substantial light element properties. Although this passive skill somewhat overlapped with his supernatural bullets and ripple shot, it was still powerful. More importantly, Silver Bullet was a core buff skill, making it the 4th one he needed to meet the advancement requirement. Opening the control panel again, just like when he first created his class, the Advanced Job button next to the Wandering Gunslinger class was now lit up. After clicking it for verification, the panel displayed, Job Advancement Mission January 1st complete. Verification complete. Proceed with job advancement. A new prompt appeared, please enter new class name. Zhou Ning hesitated slightly. He had originally intended to name it Gun God, but considering that the archer equivalent, Arrow God, was a 3rd-tier class, there was no need to stand out too much and invite unnecessary trouble. After a moment of thought, he settled on a new name. Demon Hunter. The new class name will be Demon Hunter. Please confirm your new main attribute. No hesitation there. Spirit was currently his 2nd most valuable stat. In his vision of the Demon Hunter, the class would possess a degree of spellcasting ability, and his signature skill, Conqueror's Hockey, also relied heavily on spirit. Selection successful. Your focus and mana have been merged. Your new focus value equals agility times 3 plus spirit times 2. Most of your skills will now consume focus to activate. Stamina consumption will be correspondingly reduced. New class creation complete. You have earned the milestone, Class Mentor 2. You now have a new akeepable title effective after Simulator update. A new class badge has been sent to your inventory. Proceed with job change. Zhou Ning felt a surge of energy flood through his body. His muscles contracted sharply, followed by waves of soreness and stinging heat. Job change successful. You have acquired the new class, Demon Hunter LV30, Agility plus 4 Legendary Physique plus 1, Spirit plus 2 Legendary Physique plus 1, Stamina plus 2, Willpower plus 1. Gained 5 free attribute points. Your level can now be raised further. Your main class has changed. Your stamina bonus has increased, 1 stamina equals 15 HP, 1 stamina equals 18 stamina points. At the same time, his panel was flooded with updates. Your main attributes are now agility and spirit. You now have a longer focus bar. Initial value is based on agility and spirit. You have gained a new talent, Occult Scholar Blue. You have gained a new specialization, Mental Fortitude. You have gained a new specialization, Sword Master. Mental Fortitude, you possess golden level courage and determination. Increases resistance to abnormal statuses by 25%. Swordmaster, you have attained high mastery in swordsmanship. Gain a 20% bonus to attack power when using sword-type weapons. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, trying to get a feel for the new power surging within. After advancing, his growth stats had leapt significantly. Combined with the retroactive bonus from legendary physique, his agility, spirit, and stamina had all received a noticeable boost. His focus value more than doubled. The most impressive part was that his new stamina ratio now granted 15 HP per point, which caused his total health to spike by over a third. He reopened his character panel. Name, Zhou Ning/Wayne Sturwell Race, Human Template, Elite NPC Class, Demon Hunter LV3030/45 Subclass, Linguist LV77/10/Expert Alchemist LV2020/20. Attributes, Strength 37, Agility 203, Stamina 102, Willpower 81, Spirit 122, Charisma 100 HP, 2030/2030 Combat Power, 14,998 Evaluation. You're already among the elite of the supernatural world, though still no match for your looks. He still had about 700,000 experience left. Zhou Ning used it to raise Conqueror's Haki back to expert level, and upgraded Ripple Breathing Technique, Gunfu, Mind Rebuttal, and Flowing Sakura Shot to Advanced. With that, his combat power climbed to a whole new level. His agility finally broke past 200, and his ranged output was without question. In melee, he now had a new specialization and several new skills to rely on. He was stronger than ever. I need to test this out in actual combat. Zhou Ning clenched his fists in anticipation. He was confident, at this point, his power was at least on par with Harrison Rivers. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/cracks translations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone Event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 198, Chapter 199, The Sunwatcher 1315 words. Chapter 199, The Sunwatcher. Of course, the price of becoming powerful was that all the massive experience points he had painstakingly accumulated were now completely wiped out. Like a gust of wind blowing away and eggshell wealth gone, peace returned. It came with a strange sense of satisfaction, like blowing through money with reckless abandon. Thankfully, he still had the players as a massive source of experience. According to the forum data, over 50% of players in both Darkland and West Lin Town had chosen to transfer to the Wandering Gunslinger class. Thanks to his MLM-style promotion and that misleading class analysis thread by XP, the once most popular class from his previous life warrior had now become the lowest of the low. Only 12% of players chose it, a truly pitiful number. To be honest, he did feel a little bit guilty about it. Now that his strength had improved, he could continue gathering experience and clearing hidden quests, but more importantly, it was time to start tackling major objectives. Especially dealing with the Curse God cult. Even though the main questline had already gone wildly off track, Zhou Ning was certain that the primary storyline in the first version was centered around the Curse God cult. As long as he kept attacking them, he couldn't go wrong. With things a little less hectic now, he planned to discuss with the Sunwatchers whether he could get his name registered with them. This way, he wouldn't be completely in the dark about intelligence and could gain access to an incredibly powerful side profession. The Sunwatcher side class had a skill that passively increased attack range and firearm damage, perfect for him. Meanwhile, in a vast underground chamber that looked almost like a temple, Wisdom, Count Robin sat kneeling in a pool of darkness, dressed in a hooded black robe, engaged in devout prayer. In front of him stood a statue over 3 meters tall, a grotesque god with 2 massive ram horns and a terrifying appearance. Numerous tentacles extended from its shoulders and sides, each one carved with an eye, some open, some closed, densely packed and eerie. Beside this statue stood another one, even larger, at over 4 meters tall, covered with a black cloth so its appearance couldn't be seen. At that moment, a cultist in a black robe and hood entered and said in a low voice, "Robbins, as you instructed, we've gathered a large number of chosen ones, and have conducted a series of tests in collaboration with Mr. Well done. A smile curled on Robin's lips. What were the results? As you predicted, they do possess immortality. However, when dissected for research, their flesh and blood were indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Some were even more frail than the average person. Moreover, they vanish from their cells without warning from time to time, and then reappear just as mysteriously. When interrogated, they spout nonsense about where they went or how they disappeared. We also tested their obedience. It turns out that even without brainwashing, they'll carry out tasks flawlessly if offered a little incentive. They seem quite easy to control. Perhaps. They're born cannon fodder. If used correctly, we could even employ them for large-scale sacrifices or to carry out difficult assassinations. At this point, the cultist looked a bit puzzled and asked, but the goals of the Life Alchemy Society are completely different from ours. With our current strength, wouldn't it be easy enough to directly release the true god Neostora? Why must we cooperate with them? Who says our goals are completely different? They seek life. We seek chaos. This is Darkland, a land blessed by the righteous gods. Only by using every force available and uniting with all who can be united can we create utter chaos, draw everyone's attention, and truly usher in our Lord's return. With that, Robbins fell silent and resumed his prayers. The black-robed cultist followed in prayer for a while, then left the underground chamber about 10 minutes later. Once outside, he removed his hood. Under the sunlight, he revealed slick-back brown hair, icy blue eyes, a slightly receding hairline, and deep nasolabial folds on both cheeks. He was none other than Harrison Rivers, patriarch of the Rivers family. Early the next morning, thanks to Jacqueline's efforts, Zhou Ning had his first hot and hearty breakfast since arriving in this world. 1 fried egg, some matsutake, and a portion of roasted mushrooms that looked incredibly appetizing. Compared to his previous frugal meals, this breakfast cost about 6 roast hens. Absolutely decadent. As he ate, Zhou Ning casually browsed the forums. He was now highly focused on player activity. Currently, 2 topics dominated the forums. One was the No Marigan dungeon, closely tied to him. After circling around both West Lin Town and Darkland, 28 players now possessed dungeon summoning stones, and even more, around 80 or 90, had participated in the raid. The No Marigan dungeon had become a craze among players in both regions. The experience gain was far better than grinding regular quests, and it occasionally dropped fine, or even rare quality gear a total upgrade. However, players were still stuck on the second boss. The other hot topic was that a large number of players in Darkland City had been captured by the Curse God cult. Though Zhou Ning cared deeply about this, and knew roughly where players were being held, the descriptions posted by others were vague, and he couldn't post on the forums himself. There were too many similar buildings nearby to pinpoint anything, so he had to wait for feedback from Qingbai Wildsake and Haicheng. Before long, fully dressed and ready, Zhou Ning boarded his rented carriage, bringing along a crate full of firearms and 2 devil fruits, heading for the West Lin General Store in the Old District. From his residence at 117 Gibson Street to the West Lin General Store was about a 30-minute walk. If he hadn't already rented a carriage and hired a driver, Zhou Ning might have preferred to go on foot. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the store, and Zhou Ning knocked on the door. This time, it was Sherlock who answered. It had been a while since they last met, and the guy looked noticeably more haggard. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, he gave him an enthusiastic hug. A wave of body odor hit him. Zhou Ning stepped back in disgust and handed him the crate. 14 long guns, 12 short guns, and 2 devil fruits. Total comes to 2,198 vectas. After a quick check, Sherlock pushed a stack of cash toward him and asked, "I heard something big went down in the meteorological tides. What exactly happened?" "It was pretty major." Zhou Ning gave a wry smile. Following Edwin's instructions, he left out Archibald's involvement and shared only what he could. Troubled times indeed. "I didn't expect the meteorological tides to be such a mess," Sherlock sighed. It's not exactly peaceful on my end either. I really need a good break. The recent string of cases has been both dangerous and mentally exhausting. After some small talk, Zhou Ning cleared his throat and smiled. About what you guys asked me to consider earlier, I've made up my mind. I'll join you. But I have one condition. Sherlock perked up. Why the sudden change of heart? What's your condition? Let's hear it. I want to join in name only. I'll participate in operations when needed, but I don't want to be as busy as you, Zhou Ning said. Sherlock chuckled and shook his head. No choice, that's just life as a sun watcher. I don't have the authority to approve this. I'll have to check with Lord Qian, but it shouldn't be a problem. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 199, Chapter 200, a new sub 1279 words. Chapter 200, a new sub-profession. Fair enough, Zhou Ning nodded indifferently. Sherlock thought for a moment and said, I'll take you to St. Raymond Cathedral to meet Mr. Qian right now. I might need your help with something later. Need my help? Zhou Ning's eyes flashed. If he guessed correctly, this was likely another hidden storyline. So far, it was Sherlock who had given him the most quests, naturally, also the most troublesome ones. He still had a giant-related quest stuck in progress. He glanced at his quest panel, which he hadn't checked in a while. The literary life for quest was temporarily sealed away. Apart from history enthusiast, currently at 6-9, heroic essence, which required becoming a great hero, had moved from 3-9 to 4-9 after clearing the last level featuring the fierce tiger Lubu. There was a glimmer of hope. The extra progress in history enthusiast must have come after obtaining the Traveler's Ring. The most glaring item was still the giant quest from Sherlock, which stood at 23.9% progress, a completion that seemed light years away. That bastard. Just then, the door creaked open, and in came Polly, whom he'd seen a few times before, accompanied by a young man in red whom he didn't recognize. For some reason, Zhou Ning felt the young man looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall where they'd met. Compared to last time, Polly now wore a round badge on his chest, a symbol of the Sunwatcher, the elite unit of the Sunwatchers. It was clear that his strength had significantly improved. Good morning, Mr. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, Polly's usually cold face showed a smile as he greeted him. However, the young man beside him maintained an aristocratic air of arrogance, scanning Zhou Ning from head to toe, seemingly waiting for him to initiate a respectful greeting. Zhou Ning had no intention of indulging that typical Bryston noble arrogance. He gave the young man a cool glance. That look alone made the other man's hair stand on end. He stood frozen, shuddering all over. You two stay here. I'll take Wayne to St. Raymond Cathedral. Sherlock quickly stepped in, having noticed the tension in the room. Yes, Captain, Polly nodded. Once Zhou Ning and Sherlock left, the noble youth finally snapped out of his daze. Warily and with some confusion, he asked, Mr. Polly, who is that guy? That's Wayne Sturwell, Polly replied, his expression complex. The first time he met Wayne Sturwell had been months ago during the Elvis incident. Back then, Wayne had seemed like an ordinary student, not even as handsome as Polly himself. But now, even after Polly had consumed a devil fruit and become a Sunwatcher, Wayne had already become a legend in this city, leaving him far behind in terms of strength. Wayne Sturwell. Recalling all the stories and rumors about Wayne in Darkland, the noble youth shivered as he remembered the composed, striking young gentleman just now. Every gesture, every movement had carried an overwhelming presence too intense to look at directly. He broke out in goosebumps. By now, Zhou Ning and Sherlock had reached the street corner. Zhou Ning told his coachman to return for now and boarded the spacious standard Sunwatcher carriage bound for St. Raymond Cathedral. Sherlock let out a breath and leaned against the carriage wall with a smile. That guy's name is Kyle Robbins, part of the Wisdom Robbins family. He's a dear fruit user. He joined the Sunwatchers at his own expense, and is temporarily under my command. Bit arrogant, but he's not a bad guy. Ah, so it's him. Zhou Ning suddenly realized why he looked so familiar. He was the one who had used a moderate cube to trick a devil fruit out of him at that supernaturals gathering. And he still didn't know what that cube did or how to open it. Robin's family. Is he a Creed Knight? Zhou Ning asked. He's from a collateral branch of the Robin's family, so he probably didn't inherit the Creed ability, Sherlock shrugged. Sometimes, Creed abilities are like a beautiful woman on the street. She might look great, but she's not yours. A sharp metaphor but probably a painful one for Kyle Robbins to hear. Zhou Ning nodded, indicating he understood. So Creed abilities weren't inherited strictly by family unit, it might also depend on bloodline proximity. He was now thoroughly intrigued by Kyle Robbins. This guy might just be a useful opening. They chatted for a while, and Sherlock gave Zhou Ning some background on the Robbins family's illustrious history. From what Sherlock said, the family's legacy was practically synonymous with the ancient Fauric kingdom itself, witnessing over 1,000 years of history from the fall of Fauric to the rise of Bryston. One Robbins count was even said to be a close friend of Sir Archibald. Did he also know a certain pirate king? Zhou Ning thought with some amusement. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the gates of Withers Higher Cathedral Square. The two got out and headed toward the distant St. Raymond Cathedral. It was still morning, but being a mass day, Withers Higher Cathedral Square was already bustling with people. As one of the largest righteous churches in the apocalypse world, the ascetics' church didn't have many feast days. The most important was Christmas on July 23rd, followed by Summer Light Day, the longest day of the year, and finally, regular Mass every Saturday. Zhou Ning followed Sherlock through the side entrance of the church. A priest was reciting and sharing sacred scripture. In such a solemn atmosphere, as a nominal follower of the sun goddess, Zhou Ning could only mimic Sherlock by standing still for the moment. He glanced at the sun emblem above the altar, and the legendary nail in its center said to have pinned death itself, and closed his eyes as well. A few minutes later, the mass concluded. Zhou Ning followed Sherlock into the underground headquarters of the Sunwatchers, where they found Qian West. After hearing Zhou Ning's purpose, Qian West readily agreed, without hesitation. No problem. We owe you a lot already, and there's trust between us. From today forward, you're officially a consultant for the Sunwatchers. He stood, took a standard contract from the bookshelf, made a few edits with a quill, and passed it to Zhou Ning. Take a look and let me know if there's anything that need changing. There weren't many terms. It essentially echoed what Zhou Ning had proposed: no obligation for regular attendance, just provide assistance when requested. There was, however, a confidentiality clause barring him from disclosing internal Sunwatcher matters. The term was 3 years. The benefits matched that of a regular Sunwatcher member, but with a captain-level salary of 300 vectas per month, and a 10-fold death compensation payout. Pretty generous. But the death benefit could stay. He had no plans to die on the job. After reading the terms again, Zhou Ning looked at Qian West. No issues. Qian pointed to the quill pen he had just set down. Then go ahead and sign. Zhou Ning picked up the feather pen and signed his name at the bottom of the contract, Wayne Sturwell. Contracts in this world held real binding power. The moment he signed, Zhou Ning felt the weight of that magical force descend upon him once more. A prompt appeared on his panel: you have joined the Sunwatcher faction. You have acquired a new subprofession, Sunwatcher. Your reputation with the Sunwatchers has increased by 300 points. Current status: respected. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 200, Chapter 201, Hidden Quest 1136 words. Chapter 201, Hidden Quest: your reputation with the ascetic church has increased by 1,500 points. Your standing with the ascetic church has reached friendly. You can seek out the faction quartermaster, Lucius, to exchange for various supplies. You have learned a new feat, moving shot. You have learned a general skill, purification. Moving shot steadies your hands, greatly reducing the loss of shooting accuracy while moving. Attack power plus 5%, with an additional plus 5% when wielding a revolver. Purification allows you to harness the sun's power to cleanse a single debuff from yourself. Following a string of reputation notifications, Zhou Ning saw that not only had a new subclass Sunwatcher been added to his status panel, but he had also gained a new skill, and a new feat. The skill was a rare, general-purpose dispel ability, perfectly filling a gap in his capabilities. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. From a player's perspective, this was a good haul. The only pity was that he wasn't a player. He had no resurrection ability. Otherwise, he'd always charge ahead fearlessly, so recklessly that the compensation funds would bankrupt them. Once Zhou Ning had signed his name, Qian West took the contract back, pulled a seal from a desk drawer, and stamped it beneath both their signatures. With everything done, he slipped the contract into a folder, extended his hand toward Zhou Ning, and said, "Welcome. From now on, you are one of the Sunwatchers." Zhou Ning rose to shake his hand, smiling. "My honor. So what should I do now?" "Familiarize yourself," Qian said with a smile. "Since you and Sherlock are friends, you'll temporarily follow his second squad. He'll introduce you to the details and benefits of the Sunwatchers. Of course, per the contract, you don't have to show up regularly." "Nice and straightforward." Zhou Ning nodded and expressed his thanks. After a few more words with Qian West, Zhou Ning left with Sherlock. Sherlock led Zhou Ning onward until they reached a closed iron door. He knocked, and after a moment, a middle-aged man opened it, glanced at Sherlock, and asked, "Brought in another newcomer?" "That's right. But this one's no ordinary rookie," Sherlock replied with a grin. The man smiled, looked Zhou Ning over, and extended his hand. "I'm Lucius. Welcome to the Sunwatchers. Come find me if you ever need anything." He must be the faction quartermaster mentioned in the quest prompt. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, shook hands with him, and accessed the faction shop Lucius had unlocked for him. Inside, he found plenty of excellent goods, many unavailable to outsiders. At least, in his past life, he'd never heard of anyone mentioning them. Beyond the Sunwatcher standard-issue firearms he had already redeemed in bulk before, there were special materials and blueprint diagrams for engineering, tailoring, and alchemy. There was even a dungeon summoning stone, truly a dazzling selection. The dungeon was called Shadow Assault, priced at 2,500 reputation points steep, and for levels 30 to 45. Zhou Ning wasn't interested for now. He figured he could save up, redeem it later, and sell it to players. When he flipped to the third page of the shop, he couldn't help curling his lips. Listed there were the devil fruits and advanced firearms he himself had supplied. With his current standing just past halfway to revered, he could only afford a single devil fruit. He didn't even know where to start with the sarcasm. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he moved on. The priciest items weren't the devil fruits, but a few identical brooches shaped like bamboo leaves, likely rare transcendent items that the Sunwatchers could mass-produce. A glance at the price showed that even an expert-level alchemy blueprint cost around 2,500 reputation points. Zhou Ning decided to save up and spend later. After receiving a set of uniform and a Sunwatcher badge from Lucius, Sherlock briefed Zhou Ning on the organization structure. The Sunwatchers had 3 squads in total. Sherlock led the second squad, responsible for the Trade District, Old Town, and areas near Vic University. Originally 13 strong, 4 had died in the line of duty, leaving just 7 members: Ian, Cherry, Polly, whom Zhou Ning had met before, and 2 new additions, Leandro and Kyle Robbins. Leandro, much like Zhou Ning, was more of an on-paper member. Aside from the Sunwatchers, the Earth Temple's Transcendent Squad, the Earth Ring, was of similar strength, but they mainly handled matters in the city's west. Sherlock then shared some past cases, such as a recent bust involving demon worshippers performing a sacrificial ritual. The culprit had been imitating the curse god cult's methods and had actually summoned a greater lesser demon. Although Zhou Ning already knew a fair bit from the game in his past life, many of these details were new to him. Following Sherlock back out of the cathedral, Zhou Ning couldn't help asking, "Earlier you said you needed my help with something, what is it?" "A new case," Sherlock said with a wry smile after a moment's thought. "Remember Ian? He once told you he encountered undead near the docks, and that his luck took a nosedive afterward." "I think so." Zhou Ning recalled that during their first devil fruit trade, Ian had mentioned repeatedly tripping over nothing. Even Molly had said he must have come into contact with something unclean, leaving him plagued by bad luck. And then, recently, undead have appeared not only in the dock area, but also in Old Town, the West Side, and even the Trade District. And it doesn't coincide with any death element extreme weather patterns, Sherlock said with a sigh. Suddenly, a prompt flashed on Zhou Ning's panel. He immediately opened it and, as expected, saw a new quest. "You have triggered B-rank quest, Undead's Trail Note. This quest may affect the main storyline and faction development. Please choose carefully whether to accept." Zhou Ning's eyes widened. No way this quest is actually tied to the main storyline. With his encyclopedic memory feat, Zhou Ning was well versed in the quests of Apocalypse. But the main plot had already gone wildly off script, and he had never seen this quest before. Undead's Trail. This must be the same phenomenon as the vagrant undead he had encountered at his doorstep earlier. He had a strong hunch this was connected to the curse god cult, Count Robbins, and the recent string of bizarre incidents. Zhou Ning was the adventurous type, eager to unearth hidden storylines. Even if the quest could alter the main storyline and posed unusual danger, he was determined to take it. He confirmed without hesitation. "You have accepted B-rank quest, Undead's Trail." A new prompt appeared on his panel. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.